measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat Earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas Van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Hey, Neil.
You.
Does 24/7 Flat Earth Discord run reruns on their live stream? Because they've got a show running now, and I wanted to give props to the guy that was in there talking. And I'll go to...
What's he saying?
Just a... Oh yeah, it is. Live stream. FE Podcasts replay. It's annoying. Well,
Who's the guy talking?
Let's just have a look. Called or Sporadic Echo.
Never heard of him.
Either have I.
What did he say? Yeah, he'd be saying something good if you want to give him props. What did he say?
He was just describing the creation of the ball from the latitude longitude system. He's being asked, well, our government's lying to you, and he handled himself really well. He's like, well, I don't believe that's the case. I think they believe it too. But it doesn't alter the flat Earth measurements that are being used to create this system. And you can go through some of the documentation. He gave an example of where they've utilised flat Earth prerequisite measurements, pumped them into the system that they're utilising to convert them to the spherical systems that we all know and love. So it's like, so at some level, somebody's acutely aware of the flat Earth topology and flat Earth prerequisite elevation angles, because that's what they're pumping into these systems before conversion. So you're like, yeah, good answer. I mean, the question he was posed was about whether or not the governments are in on it, basically. And it's like, when you hear somebody handle something better than you think you could have handled it, you want to give them props, right?
Yeah, you're giving me hope now. I've never heard that praised in that way on 24/7. So
Me neither.
That's good news.
Me neither. And like I say, it was a woman asking on behalf of her husband, or asking on behalf of her boyfriend or whatever, and I'm like, okay, fair enough. That would straight away annoy me. You're like, why am I dealing with you? You know, just get him on here to ask his question. But nevertheless, the guy just answered it in a courteous manner that was non-conspiratorial. You know, he didn't immediately pander to the idea that the governments are lying to us, and he gave a justifiable excuse for why flat Earth prerequisites would be used by them. So you're like, okay. So you're kind of leaning into the question, answering it in full, and you're like, I would have dismissed that question. Interesting.
And his name is Sporadic what?
Echo.
Sporadic Echo. Got to find out from Eli who he is.
That's Jin. Jin was on the panel with him.
Oh, Jin was there? Well, you don't even know what day this was.
I've
If it's
no
a
idea.
rerun, right?
But Jin would know. He would remember. I'm in no doubt. Yeah, like I say, my intention was to go in and join him and give him props. But no. So I'll give up on that.
When was this? Recently?
I was just listening to it now, but I've just gone into Flat Earth 24/7 Discord and it's just saying that on their live stream it's a replay, so...
Now, was there pushback from anybody there, or they were just listening?
I don't know. After that description, I set up the show to go in thinking hopefully I can catch them chatting and go and give them props. But like I say, I paused the video, set up the show, did my intro, and then the next thing you know, I'm in Discord looking for that room, and it's just got the indication that it's a replay. So obviously they're not hanging around there now. Anyway, I'm in Flipside now.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yes, it is.
It's got to be paying attention, not to toot our own horn, but he's got to be paying attention to what's being said here.
Maybe. I don't know where he's got the information. Regardless, the facts in the matter are the things that are being disseminated to people in that service. So, like, that's good, right? Don't get into the wrangle-dangle about why would they lie. Just point out that it's measured flat. And that's how it's necessitated based on the systems that we use. That's what it is. So, you know, there isn't an argument to be had. Justifying why governments lie is stupid. Who cares? Like, go and ask the government if you perceive them to be lying to you. Moreover, wrong, as opposed to lying. Well, feel free if you feel so inclined. But, you know, the guy that's explaining how the latitude and longitude system works isn't the arbiter of why governments lie. But he's being asked about it, which is why I say I would have dismissed the question.
He's just telling you how it's measured, right?
Exactly. He's just explaining how it works. Works it does. Spherical projections after the fact are what are used, but they require flat Earth measurements. So does it matter that you're being lied to? No.
So that Uncut after show from yesterday, that pissed me off all over again, but I got over it. But it was interesting to see how long Buck Sodbuster was trying to get in. No matter how many times and accounts he used, he just kept trying to get in.
Ignore him.
Really hurts.
Ignore him. I don't know why you're talking about him, but I mean, that's who.
Well, you can't ignore him. You got to time him out. If you're not there, he'll just spew his nonsense.
Well, you're giving him a certain degree of power by recognising that fact now, right? Ignore it. Time him out if you have to. The guy's a scumbag. But, you know, you're giving him power.
Yeah, but that was classic. That freaking that trundle wheel. What an idiot.
Yeah, they need to appeal to drop over distance, and the distance is horizontal, so he can't get around that fact that he needs a flat Earth measurement. So instead, he started appealing to a trundle wheel measurement. Like, you've got to do what you got to do, man. Fine, but you know, rather than acknowledging how a trundle wheel measurement is not what you're using, and you're not acquiring distances to describe drop from an arc distance, because what your distance that you're describing as the drop is the drop from the drop. Made with a trundle wheel, I get lost. You've got to be having a laugh. But that's what you've got to do.
There ain't nobody freaking taking a trundle wheel and going 100 miles with it. What an idiot. We use that on the job sites. We don't feel like dropping the tape measure. We'll go across. Like if you're measuring a job and it's got a lot of small rooms in it, you'll just use a trundle wheel. That's all.
Sure.
But he's talking about it like they're using it to freaking map out the earth. Okay. And not even 100. Give me 10 miles.
He's not.
Give me 10 miles with the trundle wheel, you
That's not what he's using it for. He's using it to get around the fact that I pointed out that when he describes how much drop there is, He said the drop that we experience and measure is the drop over distance. My reply, the distance is horizontal. It can't not be. You're describing the drop from the horizontal. That's what drop is. So when you've got a distance in the horizontal, that distance is flat. Now, he knew it. I knew it. Most of the people around him knew it. But he can't cope with that. So it's like, oh, not all distances have to be measured horizontal. You're like, you've just described the distance as drop over distance. So it's distance from the horizontal. The horizontal measurement is the distance. So that's what you've got. That's what you have to work with. We know it. It's on screen now. It's from the surface level. We know what his measurements are. We know what his maths are. We know what the distances are. But he can't cope with admitting that he's got to use a flat earth measurement. So instead he starts lying about getting his distances from trundle wheels with words like, you can measure it from a trundle wheel. You're like, is that how you've measured it? Yes, I've used a trundle wheel. You're like, this is your cope. I mean, fine, you're lying to yourself, though, if you want to genuinely believe that what you know damn well is ultimately my gotcha when I go, well, you've used the horizontal distance to describe the drop from it. So we've got horizontal distances then. That's how it's measured. Yeah, so we're going to need flat earth horizontal distances for you to make this claim. Now, that drives him into insanity. Yeah? That's why I ended up talking about my kids. And I ended up talking about how I'd have a broken nose.
Yep. But his
these
whole
disingenuous
thing is,
liars.
you can measure a curve.
Yeah, they want to lie to themselves. When I call them on it, it annoys them greatly. So they want to hurt me. And how do they want to hurt me? Well, by using my kids. That's why. Same with the woman that came in. Like, do you talk to your wife like this? Like, what? Talk to him about horizontal distance measurements? Scumbags talking through me and lying about using trundle wheels. My wife isn't generally lying to me about how we measure things.
Yeah, it's very telling. Just the fact that they wait and come into the Uncut after show and just want to get some negative words in there. But I time him out and I erase it because I don't think we should deal with him ever again. I mean, he's going to be there on a Friday, and that's the only shot he's got. But like you said, what is he going to do? He can't get around it. You could talk about measuring your curves, which I want to ask you, why don't you just take him into, I know what you were doing, but why didn't we take him into what the measurements are right down to the inch? Because, yeah, I could measure something going around the curve, but it's still, when you straighten it out, what is it going to be? It's still not arced. They're linear, right down to the inch.
Well, that's what he's appealing to. He's appealing to a distance that's horizontal to describe drop from it. That's his appeal. That's his requirement. Now, it's also his pain when I point out how flat that's got to be. But that's what he's appealing to. In realistic terms, I don't know why we're even going to worldwide debates. I'm doing it because I've been goaded into doing it. You're like, oh, right, okay. So you don't find it entertaining when we're sitting around talking about how Earth is measured flat, and none of our opponents want to come into the Flipside Discord server, formerly FED server, whichever server we're in, that's our resident server, they're not going to want to be there. If it was Betty's server, they didn't want to be there. They want to blame mute buttons. Like, why do we care what they want to blame for not wanting to interact with us? Like, if you want to interact with us, you can. If you don't, I don't care. You know, there's the open door. But because people want me to be a circus lion, they want me to go in and stand on their pedestal and fight with them while they whip me. I'm sick of it. I'm just tired of it, Neil. Why would I do that? Why do I care that Buck Sodbuster is going to appeal to drop over a horizontal distance? Why do I need to point out to him, with him lying to my face, about using a trundle wheel for a horizontal distance to describe a drop from? He's just got to lie. So we're intentionally going out of our way to go and discuss these things with outright liars and scumbags that want to sully my name, sully my family, bring my kids into the discussion. Scumbags. Why would we want to entertain these people?
I was gonna bring that up to you. I don't think we should go there no more after his performance Friday and the things that they descended into. And then it stretches all the way into when you put an Uncut after show out, he's going to go in there spewing lies. I don't think it's worth it. I've been saying it for the longest time. Let's just stay where we are and do what we do.
Same applies to people like Bev. Yeah. Bev's there to misrepresent what I do. I don't know why he's doing that, but that's what he's there to do. I unpack what creates a globe, and Bev ascribes it to me personally. Again, if he was in person, he'd get pain for that. That's what he'd get. That's the result. That would be the upshot. He'd be in pain. It's like, you're going to lie in my presence about what I do and ascribe things that are not mine to me because I've unpacked them. Like, that's disgraceful. I'm not doing that to him because I don't care about Bev. But the reality is, these people care about me. Did you listen to Thomas Sheridan? I asked you to go and listen to 2 or 3 minutes of his video.
No, I didn't listen to it.
What did you say yes in the chat then when I asked you to?
I was saying yes to something else. I thought you were saying, can you stay here and watch the show? So I was like, yes.
No, I specifically said, go and watch Thomas Sheridan in the chat. You know,
yeah, I know. After I scrolled up and read. But I thought you were just asking me to watch.
No.
Because you're going to do something, because Buck was in there just freaking spewing nonsense.
I've made it really specifically clear and told you there was timestamps for it. Right.
Yeah, I scrolled up and saw that, but that was after I said yes.
Right.
When I realized you weren't talking about this show that I was moderating on, that was after I had said yes before that. Then I scrolled up. I said, oh, he wants me to look at a video.
Yes.
Yeah. So my yes was before I knew what it was. Do you understand that? Or am I not explaining that clear enough?
You still haven't watched it, have you?
No.
3 minutes.
I watched it.
3 minutes it would have taken you to watch it. 3 minutes.
Did you hear what I said?
Help do the chasing so you can get paid up to 7 days faster. Get started for free.
All right, let's go and listen to this Thomas Sheridan video.
Hello, you're giving it power. Like, you know, that whole thing, love and hate, the same thing. So when you hate someone, it's the same thing as loving them because you're giving them the same energetic charge. The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is apathy. The opposite, like, it's, you know, hate is a kind of a type of heartbreak. It's a kind of a pain. It comes from the same energetic charge. It's slightly manipulated. You know, the opposite of hate, the opposite of love is apathy. But so, like, when you attack something, like when people attack me online, all it does is give me more power. I know they can't understand that, but that's what happens. You know, it's like Oscar Wilde said: the only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about. So, you know, people like Crowley, that's why Crowley used to make sure that he gave quotes in the newspapers like he aided Sherpas in Nepal, or he was, you know, he gave them all the quotes they want, all the stuff they wanted, you know. That because he wanted the energy coming to him. Because it's like love and hate. Look, all these celebrities that get attacked in the media, this doesn't affect them at all. Look at all the hatred that gets... Who's that one with the big arse? Kardashian. Like, all the hate she gets, does it affect her? No, it just made her richer. So, you know, if you want to be successful, seek to be hated. And if you don't like someone who you want to kill off their charismatic charge, you don't attack them, you ignore them.
What's that red shit on his nose? I can't get past it.
Booze. That's from drinking.
I wanted to tell you something because Len sent me something. The guy from Uruguay is currently going around trying to get people together, get his minions to report Nathan's show for threats of violence. So I don't think we should go in there anymore. The hell with them.
Yeah, so Uruguay guy gets told that his son's not moving in two different directions. He gets embarrassed by me. What's his result? What's the answer? Is it to go and demonstrate the son is moving in two directions? No, try and get Nathan shut down. Yeah, all of these people want to make it personal against me. This guy wants to tell me that I've got bad teeth and I've got a skin condition. But then when I say you'd have been bullied in school, you'd have had your head flushed down the buck. Threats of violence! Yeah, okay, whatever. Hypothetically, I describe how they would have been treated in school. That's what I've done. And it's absolutely true. All of the people that I described being bullied in school is true. I've seen them. And I've met those people in school and watched them be bullied for being irritating pricks. Now, I'm not saying it's justifiable. I'm not saying that people can justify bullying others, but they come across pricks and go, you know what, I don't like you. I'm going to flush your head down the bog because you're an irritating little twat. That's what happens to people like Bev and people like the Uruguay guy. Like, you've just described how the sun's going in two different directions. I've pointed out that it's only going in one. It's only going from east to west. He agrees and then says, but I can show you how it goes in two different directions. And then gives a subjective direction. Like, you aren't listening. You have admitted it's going in one direction, and now you want to tell me it isn't. Yeah, flush your head down the bog. That's what would happen to you in high school. They'd have been bullied. For being pricks. For being irritating pricks. You're like, well, why would I want to be around you? For being an irritating prick? And describing how, in reality, when you fuck people around, they want to beat the shit out of you. In reality, that's how people behave. That's how people are. That is to say, if you behave like an irritating prick, people don't like you. Now, they express that in many different ways. One of them, back in high school, was flushing irritating pricks' heads down the bog. That's what happened to them. Why? Not because they were really nice kids that were friendly. It was because they were annoying little twats. That's why. Uruguay guy is one of them. An irritating twat. Like a dose of thrush.
He's an idiot.
Yeah, an idiot that wants my attention. He wants to end me. Well, why are you constantly seeking my attention, trying to tell me things? Yeah, you want to convince me that you're right. That somehow measuring elevation angles to the sun is going to change how Earth is measured. Like, you know, I just don't want to be around these people anymore. It's like, these people are scummy. Why do we need to seek their attention? For ratings? It's not worth it.
Nope. It's not worth it anymore. They re-uploaded the show about 4 YouTubers.
In re-uploading my show.
According to Len, I've seen about 4 YouTubers re-uploading the show and just getting excited about Nathan, about people winding up Nathan. No attempt at refuting anything. Uruguay guy's channel, he had Brenda on, and with Ranty. That tells you enough there, right? Listen, this is the measurements. I told you, it's like pouring salt on them. There's nothing to refute. They know it. So they're descending into anything they could do just to shut you up. And right now it's you. You're the one putting forth the measurements. Now you say you heard a guy on 24/7. That's great. Somebody else is paying attention or figured it out himself. But the ones that are standing on the top of the freaking box, screaming out measurements, they're the ones that are going to get targeted, and they're targeting you. So why go there? They know where you are. If they want to come, that's what I say we do. Ice them.
Yeah, I completely agree. Why are we giving these people our energy? They're going to affirm their own beliefs, regardless, and they'll lie to themselves like Buck Sodbuster's lying to himself. You think you're going to your horizontal distance to derive drop from a trundle wheel that's curving? So drop over distance is drop over trundle wheel curve distance. So the curve is derived from a curve. No, it fucking isn't. It's delusional. You're lying to yourself and ultimately lying to my audience when you do so. While simultaneously trying to browbeat me in submission. Like, what do you think this is going to achieve? Do you think the horizontal distance that you're deriving drop from is going to change its horizontal aspect to derive drop from because you've lied about it being from a trundle wheel to me? Does that change anything? No. But if I hadn't been here to highlight how horizontal and flat you need Earth to be when you describe distance horizontally to derive a drop from it, that would mean that nobody had pointed out how flat you needed Earth to be. So therefore you could have used it without anybody noticing how flat you measured Earth. And it's painful when I come along to point it out, because up until now, they got away with it. They got away with using horizontal distances. They got away with using flat Earth directionalities. They got away with using elevation angles. Nobody called them on it. So they could use all the flat Earth measurements that they like. What they don't like is me coming along and pointing it out. It's like, me pointing it out doesn't change that you're using flat Earth measurements. You are using them. Just less painful if I don't point it out. What, you get to use the flat Earth measurements unchecked? You're using flat Earth measurements, who cares? You're delusional if you think that by using flat Earth measurements without anybody noticing or saying anything, that means Earth's spherical. That's ludicrous and idiotic. But that's what they believe. If only Nathan hadn't mentioned that I use flat Earth horizontal distance to derive drop from, I'd have derived the drop from the horizontal distance we measured and could only be capable of measuring on a flat Earth, but nobody would have said anything. Therefore, it's a globe. After I've derived a drop from a horizontal distance measurement measured at Earth's surface level. Like, you're idiots. You're delusional idiots. What I do has no bearing on how delusional you are when you derive a flat Earth measurement into a spherical one. You're the one doing that. You're going to have to face your own demons. They just don't want to. They want to make me the demon, don't they?
Yeah, that's what I don't get when you're talking about drop. Drop over what? Like they're deliberately not getting it and trying to deceive an audience.
Themselves. Buck wants it to be spherical. He can't cope with the alternative. And whenever he uses a flat Earth measurement, he gets angry at me because I've pointed it out. Because in his mind, if I'd have, it's like in Scooby-Doo, I'd have gotten away with it if it wasn't for these meddling kids. What, got away with using a flat Earth measurement? What, would that mean that you were right because nobody highlighted it? Getting away with using a flat Earth measurement doesn't change that you're using a flat Earth measurement. It's just become painful for them because I've started pointing it out to them. No, you need south. South's flat. You'll chant your mantra. No, you're using south. You're using it, not me. I'm pointing out how you are using flat Earth directionality. It's not a mantra that I'm chanting to convince myself it's flat. South is flat. You are the one using it. You're the one telling me. You've gone out of your way to try and convince me that the sun's going in two different directions after admitting it's going from east to west. So who's the delusional one? All of your directions are flat. You require it to be so for your example. Me saying, well, that's a flat Earth direction, is simply highlighting your necessity to use a flat Earth direction. Me pointing out doesn't change the necessity. Me pointing it out doesn't change what it is. When you point south, it just is what it is. But if it only was for these kids, I would have gotten away with it. What, using flat Earth measurements?
Yeah, it's like we're pointing out the freaking dancing bear, and it's within seconds you see it. Like we didn't see it before, but now we see it, and it's constant because they have to. Oh, use another one now. They just got to change their verbiage, that's all. Stop using our stuff. Figure out a different way to put yourself on a ball.
Yeah, that's a rhetoric I'm going to stop using also. It's not ours, right? I am also inconsequential to this. I've got to start pointing this out, right? There's no other way to stop these people trying to make it about me. When I say using our stuff, what? My flat Earth elevation angle, my directionality. I didn't invent a compass, did I?
So what's a better way to say it? Stop using flat stuff.
Do what you like, but what you are doing is a flat Earth prerequisite. If they come to us and want to tell us because they need to appeal to us, because we are enlightened in regards to how Earth functions. Doesn't mean it's our functionality. Doesn't mean that it is arbitrated by me. It's not. I'm not the arbiter of what Earth is utilised as when it comes to the planar surface measurements, the horizontal distances they're deriving drop from, the south directionality being flat. None of those things are mine. I can't take any credit for them. But what these guys want to do, they're gammers. They want to elevate themselves in terms of some self-importance. When that guy was like, well, oh yeah, okay, I'm a flat earther now. Like, yeah, because in your mind, you've elevated yourself to the lofty position that you perceive me to be holding. So when I describe myself as a flat earther and you go, oh, I'm a flat earther, I don't know anything. Like, yeah, what you've done is you've decided to ascribe this notion to a group of people who are stupid so that you can not let your brain cognitively function in regards to the measurements of Earth. Suddenly it's about a group of people who are stupid. And if you say, well, yeah, I'm a flat earther, I'm dumb, in sarcastic tones, no, well, that doesn't alter what flat Earth really is. It's the Earth being flat. Not a group, not me, not you. Me saying it doesn't change what it is. Me highlighting how flat Earth is didn't lose anybody their job. But that's also the impression they want to create. That if the whole world appreciated how Earth's dealt with, it's like, what do you mean? If Earth realised it was flat, it is. It's dealt with that way. But people finding out about it doesn't make any bearing on whether or not people are flying in straight and level flight, using surface level and miles on maps, using south as a flat direction. None of those things change. But if you can create the impression that if a group society finds out the world will stop and jobs will be lost, then suddenly it's about you and you are suddenly consequential to this. Therefore, you have a bearing on it. So your opinion matters. No, it don't. It doesn't matter. Your opinion is irrelevant. It's not an opinion subject. It's geography. You arguing with it isn't going to change it. You ascribing it to a group isn't going to change it. You being a part of that group isn't going to change anything. You have no bearing on it. I was that delusional 10 years ago. I thought by going out and tracking the sun, I was doing something important. I wasn't. It was a complete folly that ascribed flat Earth to me and the group I was a part of. It isn't. It's got nothing to do with us and what we do. Now, we can utilise the flat surface level to find our way home if we get lost. We can use flat maps and flat compasses for the same purpose. We can and do build on Earth as a flat plane. We can and do measure Earth with respect to the surface level and sea level when we give altitudes of anything at any point on the surface level. That's what we do. So does it change if that fact is then realised in terms of how Earth is actually dealt with? No. Quite often people can recognise that fact and still retain a sphere belief, incongruent with the facts of the matter. Well, does their belief in a sphere alter the facts in the matter? No, quite often their belief is dependent on those facts. So it's been turned into a societal issue. Flat Earth becomes a group of people who are a problem that might cost people jobs. No, it won't. You knowing won't change anything. Nobody's jobs have been lost because you found out. The ever-increasing percentage of flat earthers that the people are constantly appealing to. Look how many flat earthers there are now. It's up to 2%. It's up to 5%. Who cares?
Well, we have another problem because a lot of people were like, you should go here every day. I'm like, what? Why would you want that every day? That was very frustrating and annoying to me. All of Friday, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, me too. Unpacking how a ball is created and then having it ascribed to you is deeply frustrating. But Bev is an annoying adenoidal little prick who nobody would give a second glance to in a bar or give a care in the world about what he's got to say about anything. Nobody would care. On the internet, with 1 million miles of fibre, you can approach somebody people do care about, that's me, and start challenging me and misrepresenting my position. Why? For credits, social credits. That's what he's doing, trying to acquire a sense of self-importance. That's all he's doing.
Antipodal. You say it, Nathan.
Yeah. And as soon as he gets called on it, it's like, well, this is what's producing that system. It's got a globe in it. Obviously, therefore, not mine. Like, well, how do they do? And you're like, immediately, your positioning has failed completely because you wanted to ascribe it to me. But when that fails, it's like asking me about how they do it. You're like, why would you do this? Yeah, again, Bev would have been bullied. And that's why he would have been bullied. When the headmaster got the big bully in the room and said, why did you dunk this irritating adenoidal little fuck down the toilet? The guy would say, well, because he was bullshitting everybody and lying to them, making up stories. And he just annoyed me, so I decided I'd do something about it. And that's what'll happen to Bev. He'll be making up shit and somebody will turn around and say, you know what, you just need a slap. That's what you need. You need a slap around your fucking dumb lying head. That's what you need. If that don't straighten you out, then I'll escalate things for you. Because if you're going to keep lying and bullshitting people, then there's going to be consequences.
Yeah, they can't help it. Even Elderbear said, yeah, we're doing a show. It's not about Nathan, but it's called, and he titles it Nathan's whatever. Flat Earth Measurements. I forgot what the title was, but is he that retarded?
Yeah. And what's he actually doing? He's misrepresenting what I unpick from globe believers and ascribing it to me. So as he destroys the globe in how it's been produced, like, well, where does the bottom half of the antipodal positioning derive its measurements from, if not Polaris? It's not my system. I haven't invented this. Go and ask them. Well, you talk about it. You're the only what? No, I'm not. It's bullshit. You're a liar. At that point, yeah, you'd get your head flushed down the bog. Yeah. This is me and only me talking about it. I got this diagram from a book in the library. But yeah, it's only me talking about it. Well, I've only ever heard you talking about it. So in his delusional worldview, if he's the only one to hear it from one individual, that's the only person to have ever talked about it. Like, your logic gets your head flushed down the bog. That's what you get. That's why it would happen. Now, that would be explained to you by the bully doing it. But you'd feel wronged, wouldn't you? Oh, no, I faced physical violence from my lies and deceit and misrepresentations. So all of the things that have resulted in you being in pain are okay. You're allowed to lie and deceive and be disingenuous and misrepresent people's positions. But as soon as there's some consequence to you, you're the first to go, I want retribution. I want Nathan shut down. Yeah, of course you do. Yeah? Because what? So you can get away with your lies and misrepresentations without anybody calling you on them? You think I'm the problem? Yeah, of course, because you've been caught lying and I'm the one highlighting it. So if it wasn't for those meddling kids, what? You'd have got away with lying and deceiving people? Yeah, that's what Scooby-Doo teaches you. The delusional guy in the mask thinks that the problem is the kids who've caught him. That's what they're doing. They're making it me. I'm the problem. No, I'm the guy taking off the mask, showing your deceit and lies. But that angers them greatly. If it wasn't for these meddling kids, if it wasn't for Nathan, I'd have got away with using these flat earth measurements.
Oh.
Is that what you want?
What
Is
are
that
you
what you
going to
want
do?
in life? To get away with these things? You want to get away with using flat earth measurements to suggest you're on a ball? Is that what you want? That's your lot in life. Use someone else's stuff to suggest it's your own. Well, I've done something important. I've done the recognising Euclid experiment. Like, so Euclid then? No, it's me. No, it's Euclid. No, it's me. I'm important. No, it's not. Euclid is important. Euclid has offered things to society. His name will be remembered in history. You would have had your head flushed down the bog for trying to steal his valour and claiming it as your own. Just deceit. Delusional muppets who want to be important. So they'll take other people's work and suddenly ascribe their own name to it. Well, it's me getting everybody to recognise Euclid. You're all right, thanks. Euclid didn't need any help. He didn't need Bev.
We took the realizing Euclid test. Yeah, then when I pulled it up, there was like 50 people. Took the test. Oh, that's pathetic. They want relevancy, Nathan. And the only way they can get relevancy is to try and get you in a gotcha.
Or steal from Euclid. Like, why do you need to get people to recognise what Euclid did? Do you not think Euclid's been heavily documented? Do you think people are struggling to get Euclid books out of the library if they want them? Oh, no, you need to be the arbiter of it, don't you? Right? You're the gatekeeper for Euclid. No, you're not. Don't be delusional. Don't think that you're important. Like, at the moment, my rhetoric is, it's inconsequential if I say any of this stuff, isn't it? Me saying it doesn't matter if you know it's flat is echoed with the fingers pointing back at me. You know, they say you've got all those fingers pointing back at you. Yeah, that's absolutely true. It is inconsequential if I know. But it's also inconsequential if you know. But you want to ascribe your name to these things, don't you? Like you've had some bearing on it. Like you were important. You're not.
It's funny because it says little is known of his life except for his work in Alexandria, Euclid.
Yeah, we don't need any help with Euclid. We can look at what Euclid did. That's fine. That's no worries. Euclid did actually make a name for himself. What's that? But you've highlighted it to us. Or, oh, wow. Well, basically, I should give you credit. No, I'm not going to do that. What's that? You still want us to recognise how important you were in recognising Euclid? Come here, I'm going to flush your head down the bog. I need your help.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Bev.
Who cares? Does it matter? Same thing applies, but it's utterly inconsequential, so who cares?
Yeah, what I'm saying is you used to promote him, you used to freaking shout out his show, and then their feelings got hurt, and so it's attack Nathan now.
Yeah. I will continue to point it out. If I come across these people and in the middle of highlighting how they've utilised a flat earth measurement, they start talking through me, I will continue to point out, in reality, this would get you punched in the mouth. If you were doing this in front of somebody, if you were standing in a bar and somebody's in the middle of explaining something and you just start talking while they're talking, pretty soon that person's going to punch you in the face. Yeah? They're just not going to tolerate it from you, right? If you want to say, Nathan's inciting violence, no, I'm describing what would happen to you in reality. Now, these beta dicks don't like that. Yeah? They want it to be tolerated. Their behaviour, being shitbags, being capable of just chat skanking straight through the top of something proving them wrong, that they want to be acceptable. Getting punched in the mouth in reality. In a bar when that happens. Yeah, that's how bar fights break out. Yeah, bar fights happen. And they happen because there's normally some adenoidal little prick being an adenoidal little prick. When someone says, this is why this adenoidal prick's being a prick, let's unpack what he's just said. So what he's done is, yeah, bang! Suddenly they got a broken nose. That's what happens. But they want to be the oh so powerful beaters. Yeah, these are gammas, secret kings. Secretly, I'm right. Now, him showing that I'm wrong, that needs stopping, because then everyone around me will realise I'm a fraud. Now, here on the internet, I can do something about it. I can talk while he's talking, and then if he shuts me up, I can moan about being suppressed with a mute button. I can make it about how bad he is. Aren't I clever? Yeah, on the internet, you can get away with that. In reality, you'd be on the floor bleeding. That's how it works. Piss people off in that way, that's what they'll do. They'll subject you to violence. High school rules. Like in jail, Neil. I'm sure you're familiar with how people dealt with each other in jail. Yeah? High school rules. That's what you got in jail, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just silly things like if you use that bathroom when you shave, you better freaking clean it up and don't leave your hair all over the place so you'll get your nose broken.
Yeah, that's what men are like. They're full of testosterone. Generally speaking, that's how men are. Yeah? Now, when you can, put sugar on it and say, oh, this is the art of the beauty of war, men being violent at the behest of other men, that's tolerable. No. Men are still like that in general. That's how men are. But there's a certain type of men that they don't have that. They don't have that to their credit. They don't have strength. They don't have that. They're beaters. They're little cucks. They're little gammers. That in spite of not having any power or strength, they still want to lie and deceive and utilise their wits to lie and deceive people into believing that they're strong and powerful. Like, yeah, your internet's giving you that ability. Yeah. But I'll be the first to point out what would happen in real life if you were doing that in person. Yeah? Describe somebody as something they're not. When they try and defend themselves, you start talking through them. Okay? Watch how quickly your legs get broken.
Try that in prison. You're talking and somebody just talks straight through you. Oh, God. I don't even want to know what'll happen then. It won't be good.
Right.
Or just jump into somebody else's conversation. Oh, that'll get you broken legs.
Yeah. Then it's survival of the fittest, and we're not dealing with the fittest. We're dealing with the snot-faced, adenoidal little turds that they all are. Now, I'm going to start highlighting this to the people who listen to me. I know what you are. Yeah? You're all the same. You're all adenoidal little scrotes. Tiny little sad men. Weak. That's what you are. Now, I've put it in this term on last Friday's show about them taking brave pills. And that's what it is. Here, there's no consequences. So I can chat straight through the top of you with no consequences. Yeah, but what would the consequences be if we were in real life? Yeah, I'll point it out. A broken nose. Now, I'm going to smile while I say that, because those are the facts in the matter. Yeah? They can get away with it. What are they getting away with? Not having their nose broken? That's what would happen in real life, though. Now, if you want to say Nathan's inciting hatred, what, describing how men behave? No, I don't think so. You can try. You can say Nathan's inciting hatred. No, I'm saying that if you did this in real life, there's a good chance someone will break your nose. Because it's true. That's how society is when dealing with little gamma and beta twats who think that they can just chat skank through the top of somebody who's standing right next to them. They wouldn't dare. They will online because they can get away with it. Yeah? What they're getting away with, not having their nose broken. That's what they're getting away with. So let's highlight it. Okay? Yeah? You think you're being clever? No. Irritating Uruguay guy would have been bullied at school because he'd have still been the same personality, and he learned very quickly not to do that in society. So he found a little home to do it where there wasn't any consequences. What are those consequences? Broken legs, broken nose, being stamped on, having the shit kicked out of you, having your head flushed down the bog. Those are the consequences that they're getting away with when they behave like that online. Because they can get away with behaving like shitbags, lying, being disingenuous, using their mute buttons. But we all know what they are societally. We've seen them, we've met them in society. And in society, these are the people that are looking at their shoes, looking at the floor, that won't give you good eye contact when you tell them not to do that. They'll look away. Yeah, they're the kind of person that you grab by the chin and go, no, you'll look at me in the eye while I tell you not to do that again. So that you know what the consequences will be without me having to tell you. Yeah? They'll be there staring at their shoelaces.
So how are we going to handle this? How are you going to handle this? We're just not going to go in there Friday anymore? Or?
I don't have any desire to hang around with people who, when they feel that it's okay to point out with lies how their worldview is affirmed, when I point out with the truth of how they would have been treated, want to shut me down. You're here trying to get away with something. You're deceitful. Now, me pointing out that being that way in real life wouldn't last very long. It would result in pain. But if you don't like that, you want to get away with being a gamma cuck without anybody highlighting that either? No, I'm sorry. No, definitely not. But I don't want to be around those people anymore. Like, why would I want to be around you? You know, in society, there's a reason you'd get your nose broken and your face stamped on. Yeah? Now, I appreciate that in reality, there's a good chance the person doing that would end up getting carted off to jail. It wouldn't change what would happen to that person's face, though, would it? Yeah, they'd still be struggling to breathe after the fact. Why? Well, because they behave like a twat. People don't like twats. Let them be twats. Why would I want to go and hang around with twats? No, I'm not interested in hanging around with you anymore. You're a bunch of twats. You want to delude yourselves in your own little group about using a horizontal distance measurement in miles to derive a drop from it. Okay? I don't need to be there to point out how horizontal their distance measurement is. Now, if they want to think, great, Nathan's not here pointing out how flat I have to measure Earth to suggest it's sphere-shaped, so I'm getting away with it. Yeah, good, get away with it on your own time, away from me, with other delusional cucks that would have also had their heads stamped on in school. Because you can all hang around together nasally and adenoidally going, yeah, that's right, we do right to a whole distance, don't we, boys? Yay! Pimple boys, unite! You're like, you're a bunch of idiots. I don't hang around with you anymore. You're all sad little twats. And in reality, no one would hang around with them in the bar because they're no fun.
Yeah. You know who did appreciate Friday's show? Fisherman in a Box.
I can't quite freaking believe that. I said to my wife, I'm like, I've described these people as I see them, right? Because it's becoming more and more clear to me, right? At a societal level, people don't like these people, so they found themselves a new home online. I'm bringing it back to reality for them in a very realistic way. That is to say, in reality, people don't like you. People would want to hurt you in reality. People would want to subject you to pain because of the way that you behave. Now, I thought that would get me a whole load of shit, especially from certain individuals who are Christian. The last thing I expected was for a devout Christian to start praising me for it. I didn't expect that, not in the slightest.
Yeah, but because it's correct, Nathan, you can't go around doing that without consequences. Gotta call it like you see it. If you were in front of me, you would not be doing that. And if you did, you get a broken face. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's the reality. And they know it too. That's the thing. These people know what they are. And it angers them greatly.
That's a violation. Number one, just bringing up my kids without saying, how's your family? Everything good? Other than that, you bring up my kids, that's a death warrant right there, or a beat down.
Yeah, losing the argument, suddenly bring up my kids, and now I'm describing things with them in my presence when they're not here. Why? Well, because you've lost badly. But again, that type of person would get the shit kicked out of them in reality. You're in some bar arguing the toss about politics, and suddenly the person you're arguing with brings up your kids. Yeah, there's a good chance that person's going to break your nose. Yeah? But those people wouldn't do it in reality. That's why they're here doing it. Me, yeah, I'm that type of person. I've been in plenty of jail cells for it. I know the consequences for it. I'm still saying it, though. Yeah? There's plenty of people out there like me. And yes, they have to suffer the consequences of their anger by going to prison when they do those things. Yeah, I'm sure you're the same, Neil. I'm sure you've spent plenty of time in jail cells for hours and hours thinking, when the hell are they going to ask me their stupid questions? And then you answer their stupid questions and say, yeah, he was a dick. So he got a broken nose. What do you want me to say? Yes, I did break his nose. Everybody saw me do it. Yeah, because when does it normally happen? It normally happens when the irritating snot-nosed little face has got an audience. Why? Because they think they can get away with it. And what is it Mike Tyson said? Everyone's got a game plan till they get punched in the mouth. Yeah, that's right. Very true.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Imagine just hanging out in a bar. You're arguing over the game the night before. And because you're winning the argument, the guy starts talking about your kids and your wife. It's not heard of. Only on the internet. only with this topic.
So metaphorically, I'll start bringing it back home for them, yeah? Making it apparent to them what they are. I know what you are, and you know what you are, yeah? You weren't the ones dunking people's heads down the bogs in high school, were you? No, you were the ones getting your heads dunked down the bog as you were a smart ass, yeah? Telling people how right you were, bullshitting, lying, making up stories, and eventually someone comes along and goes, I'm sick of this, and does something about it.
Yeah, Eli said, revenge of the nerds. That's what this is like. Revenge of the nerds. But the nerds had the upper hand in that movie, right?
Not anymore.
These nerds don't.
No, they don't. They have to lie and deceive. That's what their raison d'etre is. They have to lie in order to get away with what they're doing. Like, okay, did we measure a horizontal distance to derive the drop from? Yes, we did. So you need a horizontal distance. Not all horizontal distances need to be measured horizontal. Okay, so now you're into lying. You're just going to lie. That's what you're going to do. To get around this awful truth that you need a horizontal distance, and horizontal distance is ascribed in this example, you're going to lie. It's a trundle wheel that you're getting it from. Have you got it from a trundle wheel? I could. Future tense. Bang! Broken nose. You want to lie to my face? I'll just break your nose. That's it. Simple. No, you haven't. You haven't done it. You're lying. To my face. But here, you don't get your broken nose, do you? You get to lie and talk through the person that's pointing out your lie. That's what you get away with. But that's all it is. Getting away with it. Yeah? Getting away with something that in society you wouldn't get away with. And you can create this impression like there's this huge group of nerds. A whole bunch of adenoidal little twat-faced, snot-faced idiots. There isn't. Society is not made up of people like you. It's not. Now, you can create this impression by endlessly liking your own comments. That does make me laugh. All right, so what, you think that by seeing 11 thumbs up on your own comment, that makes it real? That makes it true? No, you're delusional. Now, you know you've gone back to your own comment with 11 different accounts and liked it of your own volition, but does that really convince you that 11 other people liked your comment? No, you want to give an outward impression through lies that 11 people agree with you. They don't. But you've got to lie to achieve that consensus. It's sad. And I'm here to point it out. I know what you are doing. Yeah? When you write your graffiti on the toilet and then in different handwriting write further comments like everybody agrees with you. It's sad. But you're only deluding yourselves when you do that. And it is pathetic. I'm going to start highlighting it. Society does not like the people we oppose. The bullshitters. They're not liked. Yeah? They probably know this. They just hate it being pointed out to them.
One deck, Neil, doesn't it bother you that he can't say yes or no? One deck, Neil, somebody.
Yeah, that's the guy getting his head dunked down the bog going, doesn't it bother you that he's beating people up? Doesn't it bother you? You're just standing there watching me getting my head dunked down the toilet. Doesn't it bother you?
I'll tell you what, you got One Deck riled up too. If you listen to that show back, One Deck at the end of that show, he's like, you effing idiot. He's flipping out on Buckside Buster.
Yeah, because he's recognised what he is. He's a liar. He's like, no, let's just tell you, let's talk to you like a piece of dirt. Because that's how he deserves being spoken to. If you're going to lie, deceive, cheat, misrepresent, no, you start getting spoken to like you deserve to be spoken to. And I hope society starts picking up on it and ignoring the etiquette that we're supposed to indulge in because we're online. Why? Why do you have to extend these people courtesy when they're lying to your face? Well, because it's not to your face, because there's a million miles of wire between you and them, so they can lie to you that way. Why would you tolerate that? Yeah? That makes you as sad and pathetic as them, if you put up with it. I mean, I'm not that kind of person. I don't put up with this kind of shit. I'll call it. I'll call it for what it is and describe how it had been dealt with in society. So that they know that all they're doing is hiding in their little echo chambers, the very thing they try and project onto us. Like, no, I'm afraid not. That's what you found. You found solace and protection from the internet. Living in a fantasy world. That's what you're doing. Living in a delusional world where you are the secret king. Online. Like, yeah, step out your front door for 2 minutes and see how society actually treats you in reality. It's not how they treat you online. Yeah? When you bullshit them.
Hey, Oakley, the everyone I talked to, man, they loved it on Friday. You should definitely reconsider going back.
I don't want to feel that angry towards dweebs. Right? It's back to the example of the dunking their head down the toilet. I don't want to be that guy, right? I want to be the guy that goes, why do I want to find myself in the presence of bullshitters? Why? Why would I have to feel such disdain to any human being? I would rather just remove myself from their presence. Now, Thomas Sheridan explaining that the opposite of love is not hatred. In fact, those two things are on I've said this before. Love and hate are on a very fine line. Yeah, very fine. It's where narcissism comes in terms of narcissistic supply. It doesn't matter if it's hatred. It doesn't matter if it's love. They're both the same thing. But apathy is something very different. If you just stop talking about somebody and cut them out of your life, that's far more painful. Becoming non-existent. That's what we need to do with these people. They're inconsequential. Now, I am too, but they haven't recognised that. When they stick me on some pedestal that needs appealing to about how the sun's going in different directions, it isn't. Why are they appealing to me? That's because they love me. In their mind, it's hatred. They want to shut me down. It's not. They want me to change my viewpoint to sit in line with them. That's what they need. Because what their desire leads them to believe is that if they have a complete consensus and nobody's disagreeing, then we can use flat earth measurements to suggest we're on a ball. Having somebody point out that there's flat earth measurements being used, therefore the end of the discussion came at the beginning when you measured earth flat, means that we can't believe in a ball anymore? You couldn't anyway. It was just a belief to begin with. I am not consequential to that. So why should I be around these people? Why should I have my blood pressure elevated by liars and deceivers and snot-faced adenoidal pricks that don't get any love in society? Have you seen these people? Have you met them in reality? I have. I've met a couple of them. And they are snot-faced little weak men. That's what they are. That's just a fact.
The more you go in these servers, the more you're keeping the debate that's not a debate alive. Sorry, but that's just a fact.
Yeah. People like it because they like going to the circus and watching a lion roar and fight. That's what they want. I am that lion. They want me on the little stand being whipped and roaring at the lion tamers. That's what they want. Well, by comparison, the lion tamer in reality, if the lion wasn't chained so that he can't reach the lion tamer, it would rip that fucking lion tamer's head off, wouldn't it? It would just eat the lion tamer. Well, what have we got? Metaphorically, I'm chained because there's a million miles of fibre between me and them. That's what they need this to be. Fuck that. I am in control of what I do. So I don't need to stand on their pedestal, chained, so they can poke me and whip me. Fuck that.
Very good illustration. I like that. That's a
my
perfect
wife came
one.
up with it. That was my wife's analogy. Like, they want you to be the lion. Yes, they like watching you roar. Yeah, you're good at roaring. Yes, when your claws come out, it looks very scary. They love that. Well, I don't want to be that lion.
Yeah, but you got it on both ends. You got flat earthers that are bringing you out on a leash and saying, "Go get them."
Yeah, well, that's who she was referring to, actually. She was referring to the flatties who want me out there on the pedestal, roaring and sideswiping the lion tamers. But she likes that, or the people who are watching like the fact that I can grab hold of the whip and pull the lion closer lion tamer closer. Occasionally, the lion tamer gets an injury and walks away limping, going, "Oh no, I forgot how violent lions are." I had a whip.
Yeah, I say we stay right here. I've been saying it for a while now. Let them come. They want something. They know how to get here. But as far as us going and being a display for anybody else, we're keeping the debate alive. That's not a debate.
Well, there's going to be shots. There's going to be shots that I have to deal with, right? So, what I will do moving forward, if people want me to go somewhere, right? Number one, wait till after Easter. Once the book is out, then I'll go places. But in the meantime, figure out where you want me to go, because then there's something in it for me. That is to say, I'll arrive on some random show. And they'll go, "We've got our guests with us today. Say hello, guest," meaning me. And I go, "Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley. Buy my book. It's called All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth." And they'll be like, "You don't need to plug your show immediately." I'll be like, "Have you got a cunt as a surprise guest to go up against me?" And they'll be like, "Well, as it happens, here's cunt. He's going to argue with you." You know, like, that's why I plug my book immediately. Yeah, you can learn about how Earth is measured flat while your cunt chats, skanks and talks over the top of me because he's online on a feed that you've got. And he will yatter and chat, skank and do all the things that I'm used to having dealt with in various Discord servers. And yeah, I'll be able to cope with it. I'm suddenly that lion again on the pedestal. But I've already plugged my book. I've already told your audience, first words out my mouth, go and buy my book. The name of it is All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth by Nathan Oakley. Available now. Go and buy it if you want to know how Earth's measured flat. Before you introduce said cunt. Well, I'm used to dealing with cunts. But I'm here to promote my book. So yeah, for a temporary period of time, I'll stand on your little pedestal and fight your lion tamer. That's what I'll do. So long as I get to promote my book for doing it. But as for willingly, voluntarily going in front of a whole bunch of cunts, why? I'm not going to do it anymore. Why would I need to? Now, you can entertain yourselves. You can all snivel and blow your noses and talk in your adenoidal voices with your flat earth prerequisite elevation angles and your flat earth horizontals and your flat earth surface levels and your flat earth eye levels and your flat earth flight levels. You can use them all just without me pointing them out, because then there won't be that meddling kid pulling your mask off, right? It's still a mask. Now you can wear it all you like, I don't care. You want to convince yourself that Earth's a ball because you can get away with using flat Earth measurements without me pointing it out. Good. Yeah, you carry on. In your mind, you're consequential. In your mind, you're fighting the good fight of a ball Earth. Why would you need to fight this fight? Everyone believes they're on a ball anyway. Why do you need to fight a good fight? Because you're triggered by it, that's why. And you need to be able to get away with convincing others. Why would you need to convince anybody else of this? If it was a fact, it would go without saying, wouldn't it? Well, that's the attitude I'm now taking. I don't need to convince anybody of Earth being flat. That's how it's dealt with. There's no need for me to convince you of this. If you want to deny it, you can. It won't alter what is the measurements of Earth. They're flat. I don't have any bearing on this.
Yeah, but going to other places will bring you more sales, right? Because you have more eyeballs.
So what?
Like there was people last week that watch your show that some of them are new, that have never heard of you, and now they're fans.
So what? Is that consequential? Will Earth be measured differently because I've got more fans?
How do you know? How do you know Nathan's got more fans? How do you know that there's new people? Who contacted you and said, I'm new, and I'm glad I discovered Nathan Oakley?
Well, there's a bunch of people I talked to on Discord because his clip went viral from that show. But They're fans now.
The same fine line I was describing about love and hate. What you're trying to appeal to me is the opposite end of that same fine tightrope, right? So people will love me. No, it's the same exact feeling. It's the same exact emotion as the hatred. So why would I need it? I don't need it. What I describe and discuss is inconsequential to me discussing it. Now, I have to recognise my lack of importance in the subject matter and hope that that has an influence on the people who do come to me and watch me. Now, me having to go out proactively to find fans, those days are over. I've done this for 11 or 12 years. I've got a book coming out. It describes how Earth is measured flat. I didn't make any of the measurements. Realising the reality of how truthful measurements were always being utilised with didn't change how those measurements were being used. When I was arguing with my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, and my sister's nodding along about how flat Earth is dealt with by her when she was trained to do celestial navigation, I didn't need to have the argument. She already was measuring Earth flat. She was required to do so to go out on a boat. So I didn't need to influence her, did I? In fact, her agreement wasn't through my influence. Her agreement was through necessity of measuring Earth flat when going out on her boat. Not because I'd told her that's what the case was, because she was trained to do it and she paid for the course to learn how to do it. So she paid to learn how to measure Earth flat. When there was a consequence to her, that is to say she might die if she doesn't know how to measure Earth, she went out and learned how flat Earth got measured. That's what she did. I had no bearing on it. What happened when I got to win my argument? I got to sniff my own farts for a few minutes and got my brother-in-law to feel stupid for a few seconds. That was it. That was the end result. This lie, the globe lie, if you want to call it that, will fall. It is inevitable. You don't need to do anything. It will fall of its own volition. I absolutely guarantee you of that. You don't need to do anything.
Got a long way to go.
You'll still see the lion. It'll happen when I'm out touring, promoting my book. People will be like, if I tell him that he can come and promote his book, I can then get this guy to come and argue with him. It'll be great. I'll show him how wrong he is. And I'll have surprise guests. Somebody make a note at this point that I've said what I've said now. While I'm out on my book tour, that's how it will go down. On, I don't know, 1 in 5 occasions. I'll get there, and then it'll all be smiles and politeness until, oh, by the way, we've got this guest we did not tell you about, who's now going to argue with you for an hour.
Argue about what?
Flat Earth measurements.
Oh, that's silly.
Joe Rogan had some guy on that put the idea across that the thing that triggers people the most is flat Earth. Immediately, Joe Rogan's massively triggered. What about pictures from space? What about pictures from the ISS? Look at this horizon bending.
Did you say horizon bending?
Mm-hmm.
That's silly. Horizons don't bend.
I hope that people who listen to the show start to recognise that flat Earth is something that is practically applied to Earth. Not dying at sea, you need a flat Earth. Not crashing into the ground or other aircraft, you need a flat Earth. Building stuff, you need a flat Earth. Mapping stuff, you need a flat Earth. Whenever it's practically applied, Earth's flat. Put that in the geography class, you can still retain your belief that Earth's a sphere. You can start saying, well, it's so big. I mean, it's so big. The ball, I assume. Okay, so give me an example that is practically applied that utilises a ball Earth. Beyond something that's just convincing you that Earth's a ball, give me an example that's useful. Boats going over the horizon isn't going to be a practical use for anything. Nobody's using that to do anything. And me, I can take that apart and point out our perspective's been hijacked. But what use is that? When you're describing building something, levelling your tools to the plane of the horizon, that's something that practically produces something. When I describe not dying at sea, finding our way, that's a practical use of Earth as a flat plane. There aren't any practical uses for a sphere Earth beyond its original intention. Trying to explain epicycles outside of the box thinking by way of utilising flat Earth elevation angle measurements that were taken to track the light movements, and then the explanation afterwards coming by converting the ground that's been measured flat for the angles into sphericity. That's what it's used for. Its only practical purpose is to try badly to explain epicycles. That's it.
Exactly. I like the way you're going.
Wow.
Give us an example. Utilizing Earth as a globe that's practical. I like that.
Yeah. So, Joe Rogan being asked about the triggering... Hold on. Been eating a sandwich that my wife just gave me. When Joe Rogan's pointing out, look at this footage from the ISS, it's got a curved horizon. Next question should be, how is that practically applied to anything? Give me something that's useful, that's come from that then. What's using that curved horizon to do something with? Give me an example. Where's it used?
Yeah, nothing. It's flat.
Well, with the Earth being flat, you can erect buildings, you can navigate, you can chart the world. You can do a whole bunch of stuff by utilising Earth as a flat surface. Well, that's because it's so big. Okay. But that's how it's used. I can give you plenty of practical examples of a flat Earth. Saving lives, building buildings, surveying the terrain, giving us maps, flying people from A to B, sailing from A to B. Those are all practical applications of a flat Earth derived measurement. When it comes to the globe, you're like, number one, to give you the globe to infer it's got some use, you had to measure Earth flat to get there. But let's just ignore that. Let's say that you've whistled past it, so I'll lean into it. I won't point out that you've derived the ball from a flat Earth measurement. Let's start by begging the question of a ball. Okay, give me a practical example. How is this being used in a useful way? If they say, well, satellite navigation, you're like, that's Cartesian, that's flat. Derived from the elevation angles, that's flat. That's a flat Earth giving you those useful, practically applied measurements for movement, not a globe. Converting it to a globe and then converting it back to a flat map, that doesn't make it useful from a globe either. For it to be useful, it had to be converted back to the flat map, distorting things, making it worse. So that's not a practically applied globe, that's a practically applied flat map, so it works with flat directions, as it must. But they won't give you any practical examples that are useful, because there aren't any. What's the globe used for? Well, you have to look at its original design intention. What was it originally purposefully put into effect for? Well, to answer the question, why do these lights move this way?
Yeah. Well, I gave you the down low, Neil, right, of what I'm going through, right? You there, Neil?
Doesn't look like he is.
Anyways, Nathan, so it doesn't come on your live. I'm going through, okay, how you'll recognize it, a Rob Noxious psycho special trying to evict me. Now they're blockading my room, possibly that I suffocate. So I'm going through some serious stuff. So if you don't see me on the show or whatnot, you guys know.
You what?
Yeah, this is really heavy, what I'm telling you. Yeah, tomorrow getting possibly served papers just because God only knows what made of evil crap. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything violent. We technically, out of normal leasing laws, we're not even supposed to be residing if you don't have somebody on the lease. And then you want a power play like that's something to do all this evil crap, threaten my life, gonna slit my throat. Don't get me wrong, this is some serious stuff I'm telling you. At a point, anything more, I'm just going to call the police. You keep trying to barricade me in my room.
Go on now.
I just want to get the hell out of here. Some shelter. Go ahead, huh? Go ahead, dude.
Call him. Just call him now.
Yeah, even before the shelter. But what do I say, Nate? What do I say?
Tell him the truth.
Well, you made me laugh there, bro. Yeah, of course. I'm thinking 911 and just stick to what I just told you.
Yeah.
And that if there are any social services that can get me the heck out of here right now.
What's going on?
I need to call them. I need to call the shelters. Yeah, I don't care. I'd sleep on your floor, mate, and bust my ass to pay you just to be with somebody who doesn't screw me over.
What's Rob Noxious doing precisely?
Oh, I was comparing him the way he is and how he would, he threatened Daniel Samaniego and I's life. You see how evil he is. And then has he done that to you as well? That type of person I'm dealing with?
He hasn't threatened me personally.
Okay.
He's indirect.
So, yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. So, I could go in at the Brenda types and crap. This is actually comforting. Just sharing my...
just report it immediately. Get it on record at the very least.
I just got back. What's going on?
I was going over my personal situation with Nathan.
Oh, yeah, he's getting evicted. So what you got to do is they can't just evict you if you're living there and you're paying rent. They can't just evict you.
Okay, now let me make this clear. I've been my appendicitis, and that took up the big chunk of my time here. But I haven't had work. But here's the thing too. I've learned based on leasing laws, and I need to get back in touch with the lawyer as well, because it was just a text representative, nothing over the phone yet. But yeah, as far as I see, it's illegal basically everywhere. You can't have people on your lease. Okay, say it correctly. You can't have people just staying there and receiving mail or even living there more than like 3 days. They're considered a resident, and that you're at that point breaking the lease.
Yeah, it's only who was on the lease. I went through that. My brother needed a place to go. I'm like, look, you're not on the lease, so I don't know what to tell you. And I don't even have the room. But if you're not on the lease and you're living there, you're in a little bit of a sticky situation.
But here's the thing.
Where you going to church at over there?
Well, I might start going to the gospel mission, let me tell you now, because if that's a shelter I go to. But I don't anywhere.
First thing I go to the church. Go to the local church that's over there, and they got it. You're single, no kids?
I'm single with no kids.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a problem.
Because you know what? At a point, if I can just recoup this food, she can deal with this mess. I'll put what I can in the car. And if she tries to block me, I'm going to call the police. And Nathan's right. I'm just going to call the police and just simply state what I've said.
What I would suggest you do, right, is the police will have a non-emergency number, like your local precinct will have a phone number that's not 911, right? In advance of anything going on, call that number and explain the situation. Whoever's on the phone will take notes and make a record of it as you make them aware of a situation that might unfold. Then, if an emergency happens and you have to call 911, they are already aware through the non-emergency number that you've made it aware with. So suddenly, if it all goes tits up and you're in a situation you can't handle, there is at least an awareness from the authorities' perspective that you've brought them to, right? Now, they're not going to do anything from a civil perspective about leases. The police will not do anything, right? But being made aware that a civil dispute might turn into something more is useful to get on the record in advance of anything occurring. So that is what I would do. Dig out your local precinct's non-emergency number, call them up, and explain the situation to them. That is what I would suggest you do. I had to do that very recently with a neighbour that was parking in a way that was obstructing all of the other neighbours. So I get in touch with the police and explain the situation to them.
Something like that. Like that neighbor has a right to your very existence? No.
Right. But my point is that on record, this only happened yesterday, I had to do exactly that. So I had to get in touch and say, this is the situation. They're like, well, did he threaten you? I'm like, no, that's not where it's at currently. Trying to hint at the fact that, there's a chance that this might escalate. You see what I mean?
What, of it escalating and not to escalate?
Just, you want your version of events to be on record if you believe in some way that this might escalate beyond your control or something might bad happen. Yeah? Well, you want it on record what the situation is in advance of something happening. And the only way you can do that is to make the authorities that are there to protect you, right? That's what they're there for. So making them aware of a situation that is unfolding doesn't mean that they're going to help you out with being a tenant when you haven't got yourself on the lease. They're not going to get involved with that. They're not going to care either, I'll be frank with you. But they will if you're under the impression that you might get exploited or whatever. It's worth making them aware.
What's this guy's name? Because he's talking through your mic and we can't see his name.
Showtime.
Christian.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to start the show.
Well, this guy wanted to address Christian, so just let him before I'll pause the recording. Go ahead, whoever that wanted to talk to Christian. Did you want to address something to him before I...
No, I was just asking his name because he was talking through you.
Yeah, that's Christian.
You, how are you?
I'm all right. Everyone seems to have vanished. There was several people. There was like 5 or 6 people in the G Plus panel, and then I went live and everyone's vanished. It's like, just 2 of you now. What's going on?
He'll be back.
How are you all doing in the Discord server? Good to see you, Flat Arthur.
Hey, Nathan. Hello, everyone.
Hello. I got praise over the weekend, which I was definitely not expecting. So, I kind of cut loose in terms of my disdain towards the betas and gammas that we have to deal with on a regular basis. That is to say, the snot-faced little lying twats that we have to cope with. Why should we have to cope with them is my first question. And the answer is we don't. We don't have to associate with these people who are seeking cope after I point out that they're utilising flat earth measurements. In their mind, it's like a Scooby-Doo episode where we're those meddling kids that have gotten away with their use of flat earth measurements if it wasn't for us. Therefore, if we can only end Nathan, they'll get away with using the flat earth measurements. And you're like, let them. It's not going to change how Earth's dealt with. So who cares? Why would we want to associate ourselves with these individuals anymore? We don't need to. It's not worth the stress and aggravation of being lied to repeatedly. Now, the praise I got was, surprisingly, for me describing how these people would have been treated in school, or, if they were to commit any crimes, in prison. Now, the reality of the situation is that the person that ends up breaking these people's noses would be the one that ended up in jail. But metaphorically, this is how they would have been treated in high school. That is to say, they'd have only got away with being snot-faced little liars a couple of times before one of the bigger kids got them and dunked their head down the toilet. Now, I thought that would get me a load of grief and aggravation. It didn't. It got me praise. Now, I'm not inciting violence. I don't suggest anybody goes out there actually breaking anybody's noses. Far from it. What I'm trying to do is highlight to the audience that there's a group of people out there that have only decided to behave in the way that they do because they can, quote, get away with being the way they are when they're online. So I'm going to start highlighting to those people that you getting away with it is you getting away with not having your nose broken by somebody who gets pissed off with you in society. Now, having met some of these individuals and seen what they're actually like, they are genuinely, as I described, the gammas and the betas of this world, the secret kings and the pathetic cucks, the weak men in society, the weak men that everybody overlooks, the women ignore. These are the men we are dealing with. That's just a fact. But because they've got a brave pill in them and an internet between them and the person they're talking to, they feel that they can be cheeky and lie. Well, I'm going to start highlighting it to them. In reality, you would be given short shrift by the people who are bigger than you. That's the reality. The people who the rest of society does like. Now, it's not a pleasant situation to face that men are aggressive. They are. And it does often result in consequences for those aggressive men. Now, I didn't expect to be getting praise for describing the aggression that these people would face in reality when they're deceitful, when they're disingenuous, when they misrepresent their opponent. But it is just a fact. That's the life that we all have to face. Men are men. That's how we behave. Sometimes, as I say, gets those men in trouble. I've been in my fair share of it. I've spent enough time in the insides of cells to know what a police station looks like, to know how irritating it is to wait for hours and hours and hours to be questioned about the person's nose you've broken. But I've broken a few noses in my time. I understand the consequences. So I'm going to disseminate that fact. I know what I am, and I know what the people I'm dealing with are. They're irritating twats. Gammas, beaters, and cucks. That's what they are. So I'm going to start pointing it out to them. Yeah, you can get away with utilising flat earth measurements here on the internet. And if it wasn't for those meddling kids, you'd have got away with it. Now, the meddling kids are the big kids that would be dunking your heads down the toilets in high school for being an irritating twat. That's the reality. Having your brave pills and hiding behind a million miles of fibre won't change what you are. Now, simultaneously, there is a certain degree of self-recognition that has to go on. I am inconsequential when it comes to Earth measurements. 10 years ago, when I was doing Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Live, I thought I was the most important person. That something I was doing that was really consequential to the world, that I was making a difference. I wasn't. I was delusional. Me measuring Earth flat, I'm not. Me making the flat maps with the flat miles and the flat I'm not. Me measuring elevation angles, I'm not. Me flying in level flight, I'm not. I'm not doing any of those things. Those things will continue to be done, regardless of me pointing them out to somebody who's got a bit of cognitive dissonance because they were taught in science class that they're on a ball, while they were taught in geography class that we measure Earth flat. The deceit, if you want to perceive it to be such, that's to say the deceit of the lie of a globe, will fall. It is inevitable. But it doesn't need any assistance. It doesn't need me to do anything. And in trying, all I will receive is ridicule, persecution, and snot-nosed gammas, betas, and cucks telling me that I need my channel shut down. Because why? They've put me on a pedestal like I am consequential. Like I'm gonna be changing things by pulling their masks off? Nah. The people who are measuring elevation angles from surface level or sea level will still continue to do so. The people who measure the height of the land with respect to the sea level will still continue to do so. The people who measure their altitude with respect to the sea level will still continue to do so, regardless of anything I say. That's it. This lie, if you want to perceive it to be such, will fail eventually. I don't need to do anything. Earth will always be measured flat. And
That's
it always
correct.
was. Go ahead, Neil.
No, somebody else was trying to get in. Go ahead.
No, they weren't. It was just you.
Well, I said that's correct, and they wouldn't be able to speak to you the way they speak to you if you were face to face. If I'm having a conversation with somebody, and they're just going to talk right through me when I'm in the middle of something, but they could do it on the internet. It's no respect.
Right. But, by contrast, and I didn't say this in the pre-show, I've put myself in that position. I said this in the pre-show. Moving forward, I will be promoting a book. And that book will talk about how Earth is measured flat. Now. That's in the present, right now. People who are measuring Earth with consequences for their actions measure it flat. There aren't any consequences to suggesting with flat Earth measurements that Earth is spherical. There's no practical application to that beyond explaining epicycles with retrograde motion. It doesn't even do a great job of that. But that's its design intention. That's what the system of sphericity and heliocentric motion was developed for. And that is its only, if you want to call it that, practical application. Beyond that, there is no practical application for the sphericity in the heliocentric worldview. It doesn't give you anything. It's not useful. The world is dealt with flat, measured flat, flown on flat, sailed upon flat, and built on flat. But that's never going to change. It always was being built on flat, sailed on flat, flown over flat. It always will be built on flat, sailed on flat, flown on flat, mapped flat, charted flat, dealt with flat. Because Earth's flat. Nothing you do will change that. You pointing out to a person that believes it because they were taught it in science class will only get you mocked. Will only be you as the Scooby-Doo character. Because suddenly the guy that you're pulling the mask off who wants to keep his cognitive dissonance or her cognitive dissonance about Earth being spherical sees you as a bad guy pulling off their mask. Now, the mask that they were wearing was inconsequential also. It's all well and good me saying it's inconsequential whether or not I do anything. I'm not making any of these measurements, but neither are they. And if they are, they'll be dealing with it flat too. If they're suggesting sphericity, there's a good chance that they'll be leaning into the flat Earth prerequisite measurements that are used to make their sphericity belief a reality. It never was. And it never will be. The only reality is the one we measure, and that is flat. You're not measuring it, and I'm not measuring it. If I was, there'd be a reason. Like I might not die at sea if I measure Earth flat with elevation angles to the stars, so I can find out where I am. But I'm not erecting any buildings and I'm not flying any planes or sailing any boats. So the idea of flat Earth has been turned into a bunch of conspiratards who have come together to express their belief in a flat Earth, to contrast the belief in a globe. Geography class was still being taught while we expressed our belief in a flat Earth to contrast the globe Earth belief. And it was still being taught in regards to the measurements of the flat surface that we all have to utilise if we do anything practical. So, to summarise, if you're in a position where suddenly you're in a row with somebody else, ask yourself, what consequence does it have if I completely concede their faith? Okay, we're on a ball. Now what? Anything changed? No. But the antithesis is also true. You're led to believe that if everybody suddenly woke up tomorrow and realised the Earth was flat, thousands of jobs would be lost. No. I found out it's flat, looked into it and realised it was being measured flat in past history, is being measured flat today and will always be measured flat in the future. No jobs were lost. I just received ridicule for it. So the only person that received any detrimental effects was me. No other jobs were lost. The lie continues if you want to perceive it to be a lie. So who cares? It makes no difference to how we practically utilise Earth's surface level. And we do practically use surface level. That's how we measure Earth. Just not me, and probably not you. Yeah, we need to make it about groups. Because then it's us versus them, our belief versus their belief. And there's a lot of people that I'm falling out with currently on my own perceived to be side, because I'm saying there isn't a side. I'm saying you're not on my side when you talk about 9/11 or chemtrails or Jesus. You want to perceive that because I can have those conversations that we are on the same side. We're not. Now, the fact of the matter is that the very limited audience that I do get are mostly conspiratards. And I'm pissing them all off currently by saying what you do only serves to offer the public a reason to hate you and the group that you are associated with called Flat Earthers, and allow the geography of Earth to remain flat and be utilised by your opponents, the globe believers. Up until 2025, it was accepted and acceptable for a globe believer to utilise flat Earth measurements to infer their ball when arguing with you and your belief in a flat Earth, while you told them that you saw too far. Both parties would measure the distance horizontally and go to maps that used scales that were horizontal, that had been measured from Earth's surface. Both parties would use sea level and angles to form the Polaris-based systems that created the globe. Without a hint of irony, neither side would ever highlight it. So then all you are left with is both sides having the capability of utilising the geography of Earth's flat surface to argue for or against a ball. That's all that's ever happened. From 2025 onwards, the futile nature of arguing this position has become most apparent to me and the people around me. Who cares if we argue about whether or not we can convert flat Earth elevation angle measurements into sphericity, create a model, call it the WGS84, and then ask next man if he appreciates how spherical that model is. 2024, everybody would have argued, no, the model's wrong. Let me show you how far we can see. See, we're seeing too far beyond the horizon. Who cares? The distance that you're going to infer you can see to or not was measured flat. Go look at a map. What direction are we looking? South? That's flat also. Everything about the way we argued, utilised and whistled past the flat Earth prerequisites we were all using. Not just the flat Earthers, the globers as well. They need it to be flat too. Now you pulling off their mask and saying, look, you're using flat Earth measurements. So what? They weren't actually out at sea when you were arguing with them, were they? They weren't erecting any buildings when you told them that they're using flat Earth surface level to know the altitude. They weren't actually in straight and level flight, parallel with surface level, having been told to be there. On the aircraft, they're not flying. So it's just a group arguing. And the consequences are zero. The consequences of an actual pilot suggesting that there's a void opening up ahead of him, there's a space that they could fly into, could result in death. So they don't. They're ascribed to flight level and they stick to it. They measure Earth flat, and if they don't, people die. It's that simple. You arguing about it not being a ball had no influence on it. You were only here because your path to here, flat earthing, was one that was brought there by conspiracy subjects, be it subliminal messaging, 9/11, Sandy Hook, JFK, moon landings, you name it. You were put in the position to argue for something that was already the case without recognising the measurements so that it could be deemed worthy of debate. And it never was. Both parties used flat earth measurements the whole time. Here's some on screen. This is the ball earth utilisation of a 40-degree measurement in a flat direction from a flat plane. Those are the measurements of Earth. Your ball that you believed was worthy of arguing about relied on the measurements being flat. So there never was a discussion. The geography class taught you how flat it gets measured. The science class told you it was a ball.
Should have never been in science class.
Yeah, the science class is a complete hoax. The science class was there to create an illusion of empiricism when lying to you about flat earth measurements that create ball-shaped worlds for you to believe you're living on. But in reality, there was no cause and effect reasoning, there was no hypothesis construction, there was no actualization of hypotheses. That's experiment. There was just the book with a picture of a molten iron core in the middle of it.
So basically, it was a pseudoscience class.
Yes. Pseudoscience told you you were on a ball. Geography told you how to measure Earth flat. Now all we face is liars who want to get around the awful problem of it being required to be measured flat. I don't want to be around those people anymore, frankly. Those people aren't pleasant people to be around.
Yeah, but they want to be around you, Nathan.
Yeah, so I'm going to make it more and more clear every time that it comes to head that somebody wants to tell me that I've got a mantra because I'm describing how flat directionality is. No, I am inconsequential to how flat south is. It's just a direction. It's not me seeking cope. Far from it. I have not reached the pinnacle of riches. I don't have a Lamborghini by talking about flat earth. In fact, I'm heavily censored in the subject. So if you want to go and affirm your bias by using flat earth measurements without me pulling that mask off, then you can get away with it without us meddling kids interfering with the use of flat earth measurements. But it isn't consequential. Me saying Earth is measured flat doesn't change how flights work, doesn't change how boats navigate, doesn't change how flat maps are, and it doesn't change how flat south is. Nothing I say in this regard is consequential. You think it does because you are projecting your desire to be important onto me. Yeah? So I'm the antithesis, I'm the antichrist when it comes to your use of flat earth measurements. If I wasn't pointing out how flat you require Earth to be when you suggest it's ball-shaped, would mean that it would be ball-shaped after you use your flat earth measurements because I'm not pointing it out. You're delusional. But yeah, you're putting me up on a pedestal. That's all you're doing. And there's a certain apathy that is required towards these people moving forward because I don't care about them. They care about me. They want me to be wrong. And me being wrong is irrelevant also. If I'm wrong about how I understand latitude to work, does it matter? It'll still be flat earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements, won't it? Regardless of my incorrect description of them. They'll still be used to derive circles of equal elevation and write on flat maps. little circles to find your fix. That's how it's done. Me describing it is inconsequential. If you want to infer that you're on a sphere that's got drop over distance, then you will require the distance be horizontal and measured flat. For you to infer that there's a drop with respect to the horizontal distances that we measure, me saying, well, we measure horizontal distances won't alter that we measure horizontal distances. We do. Miles have been measured for the maps. The scales are all flat. We've already measured the Earth. It's flat. That's how it works. That's how it's used. That's how maps operate. I'm not the arbiter of them. I'm not a cartographer. I didn't invent the compass. But the compass definitely requires flat Earth directionality be adhered to. The miles on maps are flat. The surveys are from sea level. And the flights are with respect to it when parallel with the ground. Those are all just flat Earth prerequisites that are used to stop people from dying. No Nathan Oakley intervention was needed. So moving forward, what does that tell you? The lies, if you want to perceive them that way, will fall. Can't be on a ball if we're measuring it flat. And we are.
Well, I think that's why their focus is on you, because they're making it about the people. You know, if we get the TFE has caused Karen to turn, and what's his name, Celebrate Truth, and all of these other people that left. Now, if they can only get you to be proven wrong, that would be more of an exodus. You understand?
Yes, delusional. In their mind, right, the people who felt comfort in Jaren changing sides, they made Jaren consequential to the discussion. Discussion, it's measured. It's not about discussing it. It's not about what Jaren perceives or Celebrate Truth Robbie Davidson perceives. And I'm saying that's the same for me. I am inconsequential when it comes to this subject. Doesn't matter what I say about it. It will be dealt with flat, regardless of me pointing it out. So let's say I turn tomorrow. You'll get about 30 seconds of pain relief out of that. If I say tomorrow, yeah, it's a ball, I was wrong. Will it change that horizontal distance measurement is used to derive the drop over distance that you think the Earth has? No, the distance is flat. You require it to be that way for you to infer your ball faith. Oh, I would have got away with using those flat Earth measurements if it wasn't for that meddling Nathan. But he's not here anymore, so I can use horizontal distance measurements and infer a drop from them to say Earth's a ball. And look, no one's called me on it. So it's a ball then? No. You use horizontal distance measurements. Me not being there to pull the mask off your face won't change that you're wearing a sad little mask. Now you, as the individual, want to project the consequences of realising this awful fact onto me. And when it's successfully projected onto me, if you can make me go away, the consequences go... No, they don't. That's delusional.
Yeah, you got people in chat saying Friday was a great show.
I disagree, but it's my own fault. Yeah, I put myself in that position because I want ratings. And it's vanity. The fine line between love and hate is always going to be real. Now, me going out and seeking the people who oppose us is me still seeking the same energy that I'd achieve from people praising me. So I've got to stop looking for both. Immediately after making this example, somebody from the Discord server pointed it out. But if you go to these servers, people will love you. You'll gain popularity. Nah. Gotta relinquish both. It works both ways. I can't point my finger at you and tell you down the barrel of this camera that you are inconsequential when it comes to Earth being measured flat. It'll be measured flat regardless of you knowing this. Therefore, you making a difference. Other people have leveraged the consensus to believe they're on a ball and hope that they can still get away with using the geographical utilisation of a flat plane to create that ball. But it wouldn't matter if I hadn't have just said that sentence. That would still be the case. Therefore, the perceived lie of the globe will not last forever. It can't. There's nothing that I say that can change that. Now, how long it takes, I have no bearing over either. This idea, this notion that I can influence the world into recognising it's flat, Why? The people who recognise it aren't out flying planes or building buildings. The people who recognise it aren't measuring sea level, are they? So it doesn't matter if you know it's flat or not. You can be kept subservient in your globe faith. Me, making you aware of how flat it is doesn't make any difference. If you're going to go out and practically do anything, you will utilise Earth flat anyway. You must. But it didn't matter that I didn't tell you. Not knowing made no difference to how surface level is dealt with, did it? So beyond me and my own vanity, oh, look, I, Nathan Oakley, have made the world aware of how flat it is. Really? So you created sea level? Did you measure sea level, Nathan? No, I didn't do anything of that kind. What, did you fly over it flat? No, I'm not a pilot. Did you make any maps? No, none of them are mine. But they are all flat. But they've come from globe projections. Yeah, created with flat Earth prerequisite angles to the stars. But again, were you lost at sea when having this argument? No, you weren't, were you? But like my sister, if you were, you'd be measuring Earth flat also, so that you didn't die. When there's consequences, Earth's flat. When there's a debate, it's us versus them, and the hope is nobody notices how flat both sides need Earth to be measured. That's the game. Now, don't hate the player, hate the game. And that's all it is. A game. A game where you get to use geography to believe you're on a ball, and I get to sniff my own farts because I tell you that you're wrong. But it wouldn't have mattered if you were right or wrong. Earth would have still been measured flat the same way it always was, regardless of us having this discussion. So I'm inconsequential to the facts in the matter, convincing others that are also inconsequential because they're not dealing with Earth in any practical way that Earth's flat is also inconsequential. I watched Level Earth Observer react to Joe Rogan getting triggered when one of his guests pointed out that people get triggered when flat Earth comes up. And as I listened to him describing the curve of the horizon from the ISS, I asked myself, what practical application does this have? What's Joe going to use this information for? Is he going to build something? Is he going to fly? Is he going to sail? Is he going to produce a map? Is he going to do anything with this information? No. He's only going to stem the flow of disdain he has for his guest and affirm his own bias in his religious belief. That's all him fighting for a globe does, because there's no practical use for his belief at all, is there? It only serves to stem his flow of cognitive dissonance. That's all it achieved. So you've got to start relinquishing it. You've got to start putting your hands in your hair and going, I don't make any difference to this subject. Yes, I appreciate it's measured flat, but I didn't need to know that. And me knowing hasn't lost anybody their job. Hasn't changed anything, in fact. It will always be flat. That's how it's measured.
Yeah, and every pilot, every day, they utilize Earth flat.
Yeah. But it appeals to a certain sense of self-importance when we have these discussions. I said this in the pre-show too. When I was tracking the sun on a flat Earth live 10 years ago, I thought I was doing something really important. And likewise, more recently, Simon Dan felt the same. What did he achieve? Did he give you anything practical or fruitful from him measuring Earth flat with elevation angles? What did he actually achieve? Did we get some new maps? Did we get a new travel system? Did we explain retrograde motion any better? No, nothing. But in his and my own fart-sniffing way, we thought we were important when we measured Earth flat. He was measuring it flat to affirm his globe belief. I was measuring it flat to affirm my flat Earth belief. We both thought, I'm really important. I'm making a difference. No, you're not. When it comes to actually doing things that stop people dying, Earth's dealt with as a flat plane. Just not by you. And not by me. So put me up on your pedestal. Imagine that getting rid of me will change how flat the Earth is practically used. It won't. You're delusional. You're just projecting. You want your position to be important. Now, you've been trained that by making your opponent wrong, you get to be right. So you need me on a pedestal, don't you? So you can make me wrong. Well, I'm going to take that away from you too. Doesn't matter if I'm wrong. I have no bearing on how Earth is measured. Putting me on a pedestal to make me wrong, to make you right, which is all this ever was, won't make Earth anything more than it is measured to be. And that's flat. So yeah, the psychology of it is interesting. I think that's something we can talk about till the ends of the earth. How interesting it is that people need to make their opponents wrong so they can avoid talking about the actual measurements. Because you don't have to be right if you're just making your opponent wrong. As long as they're wrong, you are by default right. Yeah, okay. Well, you've been trained to believe that. It's just not the case, though. Because your being right also relied on the flat earth to be measured, didn't it? And you can stick your fingers in your ears all you like and go, la, 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 I'm not listening to you describe a horizontal plane of reference for surface level and mile measurements. I can get those measurements from a trundle wheel. You can tell yourself those things all you like.
Yeah, but the sun is going in two different directions, Nathan.
Again, ask yourself this question. If you're into these discussions with people and they're telling you that the sun's going in different directions, say, how's this practically applied to my life? In other words, we can now weaponize the very first question we were all asked when we got here as flat earthers, in quotes, flat earthers. Earth being flat has nothing to do with you as an earther. It's not about people. But ask yourself, what was the first question you got asked when you put it to next man? Or what difference does it make? I'll still have to pay my bills tomorrow if Earth's flat. You can weaponize that. Ask the person who says that the sun's going in different directions. What difference does this make? If you're right, let's say I accept it, carte blanche, like our discussion on the matter has any bearing on what the sun does. It doesn't. But let's just say I accept it. Okay, you say it goes in different directions. And how is this practically applied? Well, it means it's a ball. No. How is it practically applied? What's it being used for? Your faith in that making it a ball. That's how I buy it. I accept it all. Show me where it's practically applied. How's this useful? Beyond convincing yourself that you are on a ball. With flat earth elevation angle measurements of a sun that's moving, alleged to be in two different directions, when it only goes from east to west. There isn't any. All practical applications of Earth and measurements are flat. Surface level, sea level, eye level, flight level. These are all what are actually practically applied to stop people dying. Elevation angles, elevation itself. These are all flat Earth prerequisites. And they're practically applied to prevent death. It's a very serious business, understanding how flat Earth is. There's a reason why people like NASA profess to how flat Earth must be dealt with, how stationary it must be. Because in some capacity, they're dealing with people's lives. They don't want to kill people. So they'll say it like it is. Earth's dealt with flat and stationary. Because it is. Don't need NASA to confirm what is practically applied by pilots. Just listen to ground control. Ascend to flight level, and then they give a number. It's what it is. It's flight level. It's parallel to the surface level, measured from sea level. They're flying with regards to maps that have been charted with elevation angles. Everything about Earth, in practical application, is flat. Nothing you do or I do will change that.
That's what drives me crazy when they say, well, pilots got to come out and say it. What do you mean? They're demonstrating it every day.
Yeah, again, it's back to them. In their mind, if a pilot says it, what all you're doing is putting the pilot on a pedestal, like he has any bearing on what Earth is and how Earth is dealt with. The pilot has no bearing on how Earth is dealt with when he's told to ascend to a given flight level and maintain it. He just maintains straight and level flight because he's been told to, or she's been told to, by ground control. Those are the rules that you must abide by if you're going to fly a plane. Their opinion on the matter is inconsequential to how Earth is actually dealt with. Again, with the cartographers, if a cartographer who's measured Earth in the 60s, like in that Pathé video with the stereoscopic vision that they used, and the surveying that they used to survey the heights with respect to the measured sea level, if any of those individuals turn around and say, yeah, but it's a ball, it's really big. Like, well, how do we practically apply your words when your measurements are flat? Your excuses for how flat they are don't change how flat they are. How practically we can apply surface level and sea level altitude, flight level, elevation angles, all of these things are what they are. Doesn't need some dude or girl to tell you how ball-shaped it isn't and justify why. Who cares? It's still being practically applied to a flat planar surface when doing things and preventing death. Who cares? Us arguing about it means nothing.
Yeah, but that drives me crazy. That's why you got a guy like Bev who's claiming that he's a surveyor and he measured Earth not to be flat. Now, that's just disinformation. That's incorrect.
I mean, he can believe, again, what he likes, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of discussions with people like Bev, he's more than willing to admit that we've got horizontal distance measurements. They'll say, horizontal distance measurements prove a globe. Again, delusional contradictions in terminology won't alter horizontal distance measurements. Saying that they prove a globe is just words from a snot-nosed adenoidal twat that would have had his head dunked down the toilet for being disingenuous. Again, you've only got to look at someone like Bev and say to yourself, if we were in a bar full of people, would people be listening to Bev going, actually, he's a meme. He's a meme with a neckbeard with the word actually next to it. People want to punch that type of person. That's just facts. Nobody likes that guy in the bar when everyone's trying to have a drink and have fun. Actually, horizontal distance measurements. Bang! Shut up! Get out of my fucking way, you snot-nosed little adenoidal twat. That's the kind of treatment people like that get when they go, actually. Nobody likes that guy. Especially when they're bullshitters. Actually, flat Earth horizontal distance measurements prove a ball. No, horizontal distance measurements are horizontal distance measurements.
Yeah, it's a contradiction.
You know, that's the kind of thing that betas and cucks and gammas have got to do. Suddenly convince you that they're more intellectually superior. Flex their prowess. In this case, with contradictions. Why? I don't know. Maybe Bev wants popularity. Maybe he wants to be something other than an adenoidal, snot-faced little twat. But he is, always will be, a snot-faced, adenoidal little twat that nobody likes in society. He's not going to be the centre of attention at the party. Nobody's going to glance twice at him in the bar. Here online, he can bullshit about horizontal distances being proof of a globe. They're not. As I say, it's a contradiction in terms. But it's utterly consequential. What if Bev proves that point to you? Okay, so you've accepted that measuring something horizontally means it's actually bending. Okay, you've accepted that now. And now what? That practically applied to something? No, but the horizontal distances will, won't they? But you're just not using them. Bev's not surveying the roads. He's not erecting any buildings. He's stealing valour from Euclid and making up contradictions. Horizontal distances, that's horizontal and distance, linear in nature, are proving balls. No, definitely not. Like I say, that makes him feel important. Let him have it. Oh, do you feel special online, telling people that horizontal distances prove a ball? Okay, I mean, fair enough. If that makes you feel good about yourself for a few seconds, you adenoidal snot-nosed little twat. Go away and feel good about yourself. You're still a beta twat, though, aren't you, you little neckbeard with your actually. You're a meme. Yeah, if you want to see that lion growling at people, it won't be in these Discord servers anymore. I'm sick of it. No, these people aren't pleasant. Yeah, I've heard rumours that these people want to shut me down for inciting violence. When I describe how, bang, you know, had your fucking teeth knocked out for being disingenuous if you're in front of somebody in a bar. That's a hypothetical scenario where you, the beta cuck, gamma, dickhead, would get your teeth knocked out for being a disingenuous lying shitbag and talking through the person correcting you. That's what would happen. Men are very violent. It's just some men are very weak, and they're the ones that end up with their teeth being knocked down their throat. Now, that's just me describing the facts. We're animals, men. Aren't we? Now, you can say, oh, Nathan's inciting. No, I'm not. No. There's a million miles of fibre between me and you now, isn't there? But you can pretend that this is me inciting hatred. All it tells me is I don't want to be around you. You pathetic bunch of weak gammas. You can all interact with each other, can't you? You can pretend that you're not measuring Earth flat because no one's mentioning it without me punching your teeth out. I don't need to be around you, suffering the consequences of jail time because I've got some beta dick trying to show off in front of all the alphas. And that's all this boils down to. They all want my attention. I'm sick of giving it them. Yeah, it just makes me feel like I want to be violent, and I'm not a violent person. You know, I can describe how these people will have been treated in high school accurately, though. They will have had their heads flushed down the bog. They would get their teeth knocked out if they tried that shit in a bar, yakking through the top of somebody who's explaining how wrong they are. Yeah, that's what would happen to them. Now I'm going to highlight it. Like I say, they're getting away with it because of the internet. Yeah? So they need a special persona. Brave pills, I call it. That's what it all boils down to. Pathetic, sad, weak little men wanting to feel self-important. Huh? I'm going to start highlighting it. You're not. Societally, people despise you. They hate you. They find you irritating. So what? You're going to go out and find yourself a nice little position in the fantasy world of internet usage? Good for you. Do you feel a bit better? I'm here to knock you off that little pedestal too, aren't I? Pointing out that you're still a gamma little dick that generally societally frowns upon you, looks down on you, probably because of your short stature and your tiny penis. That's all it boils down to. Little dick, flaccid men, weaklings. But they want to feel important for a few minutes. With their actually, horizontal distances mean we're on a ball, actually. What? People will look at you with disgust in reality. Here online, there's lots of other little gamma dicks that can gather around you. Go, that's right, actually. Horizontal distances means ball, doesn't it? Yes. Aren't we special? No, you're not. No, you're hated societally. And you know it. That's why you hate me, because I'm pointing it out to you on the regular, aren't I? Pointing out what a bunch of little golems you are. Secretly, I'm the king. Secretly, I'm the one who told everybody about Euclid. No, Euclid was special. You're not. No, it's me. I'm the special secret king. Actually, it's because of me that everyone knows about Euclid. No, it's not. Don't be delusional. You sad little man. That is all it boils down to, I'm afraid. We're in a group full of societally shunned beaters. That's what we're surrounded by. And they need to feel special. And they've been trained, make your opponent wrong. Then you'll be right. Honestly, That's where I come in, so I can be put up on a pedestal by these betas and gammas. Yeah, well, I'm sick of it. Sick of standing on some pedestal for these betas. I'm no longer interested. What I will do moving forward is go out and promote my book. Now it's nearing completion. Eventually there'll be a tour de book. And when I do it, I'm going to be faced with cunts. That is to say, someone will say, yeah, I'll have you on your show. Yeah, you can promote your book that you've spent 10 years developing. Come on my show. And within 5 minutes of me being on that show, oh, by the way, I've got this guy. I'm going to introduce Cunt to you. Here's Cunt. He's going to talk through you for an hour. Have fun. Yeah, I know. I'm going to deal with that. Yeah? But when it happens, I'll be telling them about my book immediately when I'm introduced. So we've got a guest. He's a flat earther. Can you introduce yourself? Yeah, my name is Nathan Oakley. I've got a book. It's called All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. Go and buy it if you want to know how a flat earth got measured to create your ball face. Oh, no, you don't have to promote your book immediately. Yeah, I do, because you're probably going to bring out some wanker any minute, aren't you, that you haven't told me about? Like, you're being clever. That's what's going to happen when I go out on tour to promote my book. There'll be people who want me on that pedestal so they can bring out their lion tamer. So long as I get to promote my book, yeah, then there'll be something in it for me. But me going to these places of my own volition, so I can hear the gammas and the betas going, actually, horizontal distances means we're on a ball. Nah, I'm sick of you. You're a bunch of betas, and none of you are going to help me with book sales, so I don't need you anymore. Not interested in convincing you. Go ahead.
How's it going with the book anyway?
Yeah, very well. We're doing little on often. We do, I don't know, an hour or two a day. Not over the weekend. Not over the last few days, even. My wife's aunt died, so she's been dealing with various different things. Funerals and family members and all sorts of other crap, hospitals. So yeah, so for the last few days we haven't done a great deal, to be perfectly honest with you, but like I say, my wife's had a lot on her plate. Big shout out to all the people who've continued to give me PayPals. So I've been able to spread that love slightly wider than it would normally. That is to say, it normally all goes in my pocket when people give me PayPals. But if you've been giving me PayPals over the last, I don't know, 3 months, 2 months, something like that, I just give them to my wife to incentivise her to help me do the editing work. So thank you very much, everybody who sends me PayPals. I really, really, really appreciate it. I've also suggested that once the book's written, I continue to do exactly the same thing by getting her to be my PA. That is to say, get her to contact various different people who would have me on their show. I mean, no doubt that that'll be the scenario. She'll be led to believe that there's going to be a nice opening for me to go on a show to talk about how flat Earth gets measured, how that conclusion's been drawn after 10 years of flat earthing. And like I say, oh, by the way, we've got Cunt here to talk to you. That's what'll happen. Inevitably, probably one in every 5 shows will be like that. Hey, John.
Hello.
So yeah, if you want to see Nathan the Lion getting whipped by some lion tamer, find me places to go and promote my book. That will inevitably happen. People will want to put me back on that pedestal to make me wrong about a flat Earth, because then they think, deluded that they are, that making me wrong about Earth being flat will mean Earth gets measured anything other than flat. Because in their mind, if I'm wrong, they're right. So the lion tamer who's going to be out there whipping me means that it's a ball because I'm being proven wrong. Now, number one, I'm never going to be proven wrong. Moving forward from 2025 onwards, now in 2026, it's only ever going to be the case that you, who oppose me, will be pointed out how flat Earth you require it to be. It only happened recently. I've trimmed it out. I'll probably release it shortly after this show. But Buck Sodbuster, you're privileged, mate. You're probably one of the last that'll experience that degree of my time without me getting anything out of it. Beyond views and a little bit of aspirational commentary from people who watch. But Buck Sodbuster described measuring the deviation from horizontal in a linear mile measurement for curvature. I pointed out the horizontal linear measurement of miles that you described for the drop over distance, end quote him, is flat. What did he have to do? Lie. Actually, you can get distances from a trundle wheel. Really? Really?
He
You're
was
gonna lie
saying
to
you could
yourself?
measure curve with a trundle wheel.
No, the curve is being described as drop over distance. Describe the drop from the horizontal, which is what drop is. You need the distance to be horizontal. These are just facts. Now, these aren't my facts. But if you can make me wrong about your use of horizontal distance to describe the drop from, suddenly you're right about Earth being a globe because you've got the drop from a curved trundle wheel mile measurement. These people are spastics. Buck Sodbuster is stupid. In his deluded mind, if he can make me wrong when I say, well, the horizontal distance you've appealed to for your drop over distance is horizontal mile measurements that you need to make this claim. Suddenly, what? If I'm wrong about it, I'm reiterating his claim back to him. But in his deluded mind, if I can show Nathan's wrong and we can, hypothetically, measure distances with a trundle wheel, will that give you drop over distance? The drop's from a horizontal, that's what drop is. You can't have curve described from curve. There's nothing constant in the horizontal to describe it with a distance from. He knows that, but he also thinks, I just need to make Nathan wrong. Nah. That's me back on that pedestal, isn't it? So that I can be wrong, so he can be right. What about getting horizontal distances with trundle wheels? Okay, fine. From this point forth, okay. It's not actually horizontal distance mile measurement to have a drop described deviating from it. It's a curved trundle wheel distance and the curve described from the curve so that you can have your curve. Okay. Have it. You can have it. You're welcome to it. Good for you. Does that make you feel better?
What is the arc of an...
Ed?
What's the arc of an inch then?
There isn't one.
That's what I wanted Nathan to go to, but he didn't.
Well, no, what I was asking him was, did you measure your trundle wheel distance? Well, I can. I've used a trundle wheel. Okay, give us the distance then in the trundle wheel measurement. Well, what, you want me to go out and measure it? Have I got to actually measure it? You're like, yeah, we could do this all day, couldn't we? Fun though it is, showing what a complete spastic Bug Sodbuster was fun. I mean, it did get me 1,000 views on a video. I mean, I haven't had 1,000 views on any of my live streams for quite some time. Well, now I have. Well, I mean, that's wonderful and all, but like I say, it's my own vanity that's leading me to do those things and take the whipping from the lion tamers. Yeah, I'm grabbing their whips, bringing them closer and ripping their heads off. But why? You know, I'm a lion. I don't need to be in the circus being whipped on a pedestal, do I? But I've gone into the circus of my own volition and stood on that pedestal for them, haven't I? Why? So that in their mind, they can describe trundle wheel distances instead of horizontal linear miles to describe a drop from. Well, good for you. You know, if that's what you need to make your belief real, the possibility of acquiring a trundle wheel distance measurement to assert that you've got to drop over the distance that absolutely requires it be horizontal, then you can delude yourself in that way. Feel free. But it is just delusion. And that delusion is self-serving. The only reason that process is going on is so that Buck Sodbuster can sniff his own farts when he affirms his own already inexistent belief of being on a bull. That's it. Me defending against that position only serves my own vanity so that I can feel better about defending the position of a flat. It doesn't need me to defend it, does it? What's the curvature of an inch? There isn't one. I didn't need to say that for that to be a fact. How many miles are curving on the maps? None of them. Again, it was brought up on the show on Friday. But did it need my affirmation? No, I'm just sniffing my own farts, making myself feel like I'm important. Because I'm describing how miles are? Well, they are what they are. I don't need to describe them. But I can feel important for a few minutes by doing it. And that's all this boils down to. My vanity. And my vanity leads me to allow my opponent to stick me on a pedestal to make me wrong so that they can be perceived to be right. And that's all it really boils down to. If I'm wrong, they're right. Not if they're right, Not if trundle wheel distances give them a horizontal mile measurement to describe a drop from. It doesn't. But if Nathan's wrong and we can acquire distances with trundle wheels, then that means I'm right by default, therefore Earth's a ball. Hooray, I win! What did you win? Did you get a speedboat? Did you get a new dartboard? What did you win? Oh, nothing. You just got to sniff your own farts for a few seconds, yeah? It's pure vanity.
Yeah, I guess, but still, I'd like to hear when I'm trying to answer that. What is the arc of an inch?
There isn't one.
Well, after he asserts that there is by saying that, he can measure curvature with that instrument, it would be nice to be given that value, wouldn't you think?
Yes.
What would we achieve? What's the goal?
What would you achieve as the audience that was listening, Nathan? I'm not debating on how you handled it. It was fine. I understood exactly what you were saying. And you're right. But take them back to the inception of measurement, and they can't go nowhere.
But where they're going to go? Okay, I'm talking to you, the audience. This is going to lose me subscribers. It doesn't matter if you know. If I convince you that Earth is flat by way of showing you the measurements were always being utilised in that way. Now that you, the audience, know that there's no arc in an inch, what are you going to do with it? What are you, the one watching me say this right now, going to do with that information? Tell me. Right in the comment section. Well, what I'm actually going to do is build something, fly, sail, map, chart. What are you going to do with it? Anything? No, you're not. The reality is it's inconsequential if I know, and it's inconsequential if you know. If, like my sister, you go out and learn how to measure Earth flat, there's a reason, there's a practical application to that knowing. In her case, so she didn't die if she got lost out at sea on a boat. That's it. If you're going to do anything practically with these measurements, normally you've got to pay to learn how to measure Earth flat because there's a use for it, and that can be monetized. Now me, I've managed to separate this cognitively with two different hats. I'm telling you because I'm a YouTuber. That is to say, this is entertainment. Somebody told me you're a failed actor. I'm like, I'm running a YouTube channel successfully and paying the mortgage with it. That's my purpose in disseminating this information to the audience. But from a put my flat Earth hat on point of view, what purpose does this serve again? Am I going to go out there and chart the world? No. Am I going to go out and fly parallel? No. Am I going to go and sail and find my fix with elevation angles? No. Am I going to measure the elevation of anything? No. So what are you going to do as the audience member who's listening to this being converted? What's to be converted to? It's not a religion. It was, is, and always will be measured flat, regardless of if you know or I know. No jobs will be lost for you finding out. But the perception that there's a group that needs to have a consensus about the measurements are what they are. Doesn't matter if you know.
That's very true.
Right, so there's a certain futility to what we do then, isn't there?
Yeah, because my belief in what something is doesn't change what it is.
Yep. But we can create an impression like the consensus understands it's a globe, therefore it's a globe. Now, because that's how you, most of the audience up until now, have perceived this situation to be, there's a group that braces against it, and there's a group that wants a unified consensus. Both use flat Earth measurements, and neither are consequential to how flat Earth gets measured in reality. So who cares? It is futile. But for a moment, you can feel special when you find out something that you believe to be true isn't. For a few moments, you get to feel special. I'm the secret king. I'm going to change the world because I know hundreds of thousands of jobs will be getting lost. Or the Dave Weiss attitude. This time next year, millions of people will know. Know what? That we deal with Earth flat and always have. We always have and always will. Didn't matter if they all knew. Wow, doesn't time fly when you're having fun? Yeah,
it was kind of a dark mood when I walked in. Did you go to politics or something?
Last Friday, yeah.
How'd that go?
We were met by a load of dweebs. Actually...
Did any of them say, well, what about in the South, Nathan?
Yeah, that happened frequently. And I got told that South is my mantra.
Go on, you got to see the humor in it, though, right?
Yeah, I do.
You know, it's like you're sitting there going, the emperor doesn't have any clothes on, and they're like, well, actually,
yeah, you keep saying your mantra. You keep telling us he's naked. Well, he is. No, you keep chanting your mantra. No, he's just naked. That's your mantra. Stop saying your mantra.
Yeah, they've tied up so much of their how they think of themselves with, you know, the ideas that come along with heliocentrism that they're going to fight it. It's like they almost have to.
I'm starting to feel embarrassed for them, frankly. I just feel it rubbing off on me, and I just don't want it anymore. Like, I'm embarrassed for my own behaviour around them. Now, don't get me wrong, on this occasion it's worked out quite nicely, and I've had a certain degree of praise for my behaviour while I'm describing how they'd get their nose broken in high school and had their heads dunked down the toilet for being irritating twats. I thought that would backfire badly, but the reality is the oppression level from the people on the Flat Earth side, the perceived group, has been so bad over the last 10 years that they hear me describing how these beta cucks would be treated in society and they all cheer. And me, I hang my head. I honestly do. I feel a sense of shame for doing that. Regardless of how much praise I get, I still have a certain degree of introspection that goes, nah, that's not who I am. Yes, I can accurately describe how these betas and gammas, pathetic cucks that they are, would be treated in high school. But is that fair? No. The fact that these sad little men would have been bullied quite severely for their actually with their neck beards isn't a reasonable way of behaving in society. I mean, it's the truth. That is how they would get treated. Now, I can smile about it. It is funny, but I still hang my head in shame. And how can I avoid that? Just don't hang around them. Good.
As long as you're capable of that retrospection, you know, you don't want to be the guy that doesn't realize you become a monster fighting monsters.
Exactly the words I use with my wife. It's exactly the words I use with my wife. So I'm like, look at this, I'm getting praise for describing how they'd have had their head flushed down the bog in high school. I'm like, I've become the monster that I'm fighting against if I carry on this path. So what do? Well, if your company is turning you into a monster, change your company.
Yeah. And I mean, really, you don't have to do that, but to sell the book, you'll probably have to do that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think there's going to be opportunities that arise that are sold to me or my wife acting as a PA that are suggested to be beneficial. And in reality, it's just their opportunity to say, oh, by the way, there's a cunt here to try and whip you. And they'll be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I've metaphorically had enough gunfire to know how to cope with gunfire. So I'll just cope with it. As long as I've had the opportunity to plug my book immediately, then there's still the what's in it for me aspect gets satisfied immediately. So yeah, I'll go out, I'll go on people's shows. They'll think they're doing well by, I can't remember the name of the black guy that was put up against Dave Farina, Cream of Wheat, Professor Dave, and he's calling him sweetheart. That came up as an example. Like, that's that example. You're here as my guest. Oh, by the way, I've got a cunt to talk to you. Come on, cunt. Surprise, a cunt. Yeah, that's going to happen.
They're gonna march out with their gotchas about in the South or over at this many miles. How much do you think we shouldn't see?
All I hear though is like Matrix examples with Neo. The bullets that you've just described, I just go like that. Sorry, south, it's flat. That's me, bing, firing the bullet straight back at them. What's that? Miles, they're flat. They're linear directions. Your deviation from that horizontal means it must be horizontal when you describe distance in miles. So Earth's measured flat with south and miles. You want to tell me that if I understand that south is not flat and that miles aren't flat, then I can describe them as flat to describe a deviation from them to give us a ball to believe in. What say you, flat earther lion? I'm going to say that you've got flat earth prerequisites riddled in. That's what I'll get. Yak, yak, yak through the top of me. That's what I'll get. Or called sweetheart.
Nathan, you can only say, if people are asking you about the book, there's only so much you can say about the book. If you was just doing a chat somewhere with somebody, I mean, they've got to read the book, haven't they? Then they'll know what it's about. You can only say, well, it's to explain how Earth is measured. It's all roads lead to a flat Earth in every instance. I mean, you can only say, I don't know if you're going to come up with a mantra about that sort of thing, but you can't go on and on about, there's only so much you can say in public about, well, it's my book, I wrote the book, it's about my journey, and it's about how Earth gets measured. I mean, buy a copy and read it. If you've got any issues thereafter, come and have a chat with me.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a bit more to it than that. I mean, you have basically summarised what the book will be about. I mean, it's essentially... The skeleton of the book was based around housekeeping questions, which aren't about how Earth's measured flat. And in the editing process, I've incorporated into the housekeeping questions how there's a realisation since, 2025, that there's flat Earth prerequisite measurements that are being utilised to describe most aspects that we formerly dealt with housekeeping questions. So there's an aspect of introducing a past tense to all of those housekeeping questions. It's interwoven with the journey via the people that are also labelled as being flat Earth. So while I was editing it the other night, maybe about 10 days ago to be more accurate, I was explaining this to my wife. While I poo-poo the notion of flat Earth being about the groups and the people, that is still the perception at mass at large that flat Earth is the group of people who perceive a belief in a flat Earth in spite of Earth being shown scientifically to be a globe. Therefore, the people that I describe my journey with, the stories and anecdotes of those interesting characters, is as much about flat Earth as society wants it to be. Therefore, has absolutely got relevance. But I can use that to my advantage and explain how, I don't know, for an example, you've got people who go out and describe how Earth's not a ball, but end up in rows over merchandise that they've got that they're flogging, and how they can fall out over that merchandise. And then upon fracturing a friendship, gain a new friendship in a group that I'm in, only to become a pervert wanking on camera to one of the female group's members. Now that is an anecdote that people will read and go, what? Because that jumps off the page, right? Even in me describing it in the most concise and simplistic way I can describe it. When you read that in my book, you'll be like, my God, you were surrounded by very strange people. You're like, yeah, that was intentional. I can spin that into the necessity to make flat Earth about wankers in the most literal way. Because it's true, and I can give an example of it. Wankers that are here to prop up the notion of Earth being flat, rather than us going, well, it's just measured flat. Now, in between the chapters that are anecdotal about people and how they behave towards one another, in this instance masturbating on webcam, I can describe how flat Earth is required to give you prerequisites like axes through flat non-inertial turning reference frames. So I can describe how flat is a necessity for a ball faith, whilst incorporating the false impression that flat Earth is about people, with anecdotes that are interesting. So in my humble opinion, the book is going to be absolutely brilliant. That is to say, when you're reading it, you won't want to put it down. You'll want to affirm your already tacit understanding of certain heliocentric aspects. You'll want it to affirm your now new understanding of how Earth gets measured, but you'll want it to recognise why you're in the awful position of being challenged as an individual when you profess to the facts that Earth's measured flat. Why is it that suddenly you get challenged? Well, because you need to be that wanker. You need to have the projection of others onto you incorrect so that they can be right. All of those concepts and notions are gone through in the book in a way that hopefully is digestible by all, from housewives through to the heliocentric so-called experts on our opposing side. Each and every one of them will hopefully appreciate that my dissemination of the information they believe in, that's flat Earth measurements turned into globe Earth beliefs, are accurate, along with my descriptions of the journey that I've taken to the realisation that Earth is measured flat. And in reality, it's not all that serious. It's not actually that big a deal. And in fact, now that you've got to the end of the book, you can go out and sniff your own farts, knowing something that next man doesn't, but it won't change how Earth is measured. It was flat all the time anyway. So you get to the end of the book and go, so it was flat all along. I actually already appreciate it because I paid attention in geography class and I've used a map before. Therefore, nothing changes, and me knowing is inconsequential. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. Yeah? It seemed like it when you first opened the book and were horrified that it said all roads lead to a flat Earth. They do. From conspiratorial idiots talking about the subject like they know something, to the end result of you appreciating that Earth was always and always will be dealt with as a flat plane. The in-between is you feeling special and warm and gooey about you being special because you know for a fact that Earth is measured flat. Yeah, but it didn't matter, did it? You weren't about to go out and build anything. And if you were, you'd have drawn up blueprints with respect to planes of references. You'd have acquired your elevation with respect to the sea level, and you'd have erected the building perpendicular to said plane. But you're not. You're not building anything. You're not going out and measuring the sea, charting the world, or planning a path based on a fix you got from measuring the stars with angles from a flat plane. You will probably not do any of those things in your lifetime. So finding out that the Earth is flat, and knowing it at the end of my book for sure and without a doubt, will potentially be an enlightening experience, but one that you can discard at the end of the process without concern, without feeling like suddenly you've got to go out and profess this information to the next man. Because what difference would that make? You telling next man that they're wrong about being on a ball won't make it right that Earth is flat. The measurements are flat anyway. So you don't need to make next man wrong, and being right won't change the measurements.
Pointing out the emperor's naked, though, still. That emperor's naked. Like, he's going to have to deal with that sometime.
Yeah. I mean, I absolutely will, without a doubt and for sure, make my audience or person reading the book, whatever you call that person, what do you call somebody who's reading a book? Reader. Make the reader aware that, by metaphor, the emperor's got no clothes. The Earth is flat. That's how it's dealt with. And that'll be abundantly clear by the time you've read the end of my book, because it'll have been reiterated to you no less than 100 times by the time you get to the end of the pages. So people are going to be acutely aware of how flat Earth is by the end of reading my book. Now, that won't change that there's going to be people who get my book and go, I'll have him on and tell him he's wrong after spending 3 minutes with it. That's what'll happen. I know what's going to happen. And they won't want to tell me I'm wrong because they won't have the information to do so. They'll go and find a cunt to put in front of me. Surprise! I've got a cunt! Yeah, I've met plenty of cunts. Yeah, I've dealt with them for 10 years. So this isn't going to be a big deal. But fortunately, I've already promoted my book and told your audience how Earth's measured flat in it. And that they'll find out by reading it and buying it. So as long as I get that opportunity when I'm out on the road touring, I won't care that people are wheeling out some cunt to tell me that I'm wrong so they can feel like they've been proven right. Like I say, I've dealt with it for 10 years. It's not going to be a surprise. It will happen 1 in 5 visits.
Like you said on the thing, I mean, there is no evidence that Earth has not been measured flat, is there? I mean, that's the best housekeeping question. I mean, that's how you should end the book, with that housekeeping question.
That's malformed as hell.
Yeah. Is there any evidence that Earth is measured anything other than flat? That actually killed the housekeeping question. Do you realise that, right? That question killed the rest of the housekeeping questions.
Yep.
The housekeeping was kept because there was a perception that these debating points were necessary. But they weren't. They were only necessary to keep the perception of a debate alive. So when you appreciate for sure and without a doubt that Earth is measured flat, it makes all other aspects of flat earthing redundant.
Barely palpable background noise is what I'd call it.
Barely palpable background noise. Yeah. Arguing about axial rotation or Earth curve or distances to the sun. You're like, when you dig down into the nitty-gritty of any of these questions, what you find as a foundation for all of them are flat Earth measurements. So the only reason you can have the housekeeping questions is if you ignore the flat Earth prerequisites that the housekeeping questions, malformed or otherwise, are based upon. Right, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
The thing is based on a linear function.
Right.
So when you roll that wheel, it's the radius that gives you the intersection point in that to transfer it from a planar measurement to that trundle wheel.
Correct.
But you need the planar measurement first.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's described as a linear measuring tool.
Of course. Like you could take a trundle wheel, you could go up and down. We measure up and down hills, and we go into valleys, right? In reference to what, though? That's number one. Right?
Well, yeah, that's how you figure out, as the crow flies, as opposed to the topology, right? So
exactly.
You can go
as the crow flies. Perfect.
Yeah, that's the actual. I've always heard it. I'm from the South. It may be something different somewhere else.
No, that's what it said. I was looking it up the other day, and it's exactly what they were saying. It's as the crow flies.
Yeah, that's how a map functions. The map functions as the crow flies. If you do a sat-nav distance, it'll give you 2 different distances. One is the distance between you, where you stand, and the crow flies, as you put it, and your location that you're travelling to. So where I am now to, I don't know, Birmingham might be 30-mile distance. But then it gives you a travel distance because you're obviously going to travel up and down hills and around widening roads, and the overall distance then becomes 43 miles. But it doesn't mean that Birmingham's 43 miles away. It's still only 30 miles away as the crow flies. And if you were to describe from a map, well, how far away is Birmingham? Well, you get your scale, which is flat, and you describe how far it is on the map. That's how we deal with Earth, and that's how it's been measured. And if you've got any deviation in topology, you can show those with the little bars that go around the hills on certain maps. But they're described from sea level. There's no getting away from this.
I'm not talking about the map.
Yeah, we had that quite a lot, didn't we? So it goes from, well, how do we get distance measurements? Well, I'd get them from Google Earth or from a map. I'm not talking about maps. It's like, what? Because you don't want them to be utilising the flat Earth prerequisite distance measurements that maps use. You don't want to be using the horizontal linear distances that you can draw out on an elevation profile from Google Earth. No, you want to go and get a trundle wheel.
Yeah, they're being pathetic at the moment. They take, we're talking about the so-called, well, we'd say Earth is measured flat. They think they live on a ball with a circumference value, which was measured flat anyway in the first place. And now they want to start, these theodolite apps, and we can measure. No, a theodolite does not measure curvature. You can.
And the device, the app that's going to use is going to use the MDM processors in your phone, which reference a plane. So for you to use that app, it needs a plane of reference.
Yeah.
The theodolite app.
It does also say, when I was having a look and I posted it, that it also uses a WGS84 model is programmed into it. Which is, wouldn't be in existence without the elevation angle measurements in the first place, which Nathan was going over on Friday. But yeah,
the MDMs are micro gyros that give your orientation of your phone so it can perform the function. And those micro gyros have a fixed plane of reference.
Yep.
There's no way of getting around this. And that's what's very painful for them. That's why you're hearing all the nonsense. That's why you got Bev and everybody coming out. That's why you got this guy, Buckside Buster, with Thunder Wheels. This is very painful for them because this is something that we ignored for many years. And now we're putting our finger on it.
How can they, put a presentation together about measuring vertical and horizontal angles of a theodolite, then infer that because you might have an elevated height difference between two objects, that is Earth curvature. That's not Earth curvature being measured. It's just you're just inferring curvature due to a different in elevated height difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can only be calculated. It can't be measured. And the calculation is contradictory to the measurement. So it's on its face, it's wrong.
But yeah, a theodolite does not measure curvature. It's a fact. It doesn't measure curvature. You've got Toon, he should be done for fraud. He's promoting Sodbuster's presentation of Sodbuster shows how a theodolite measures curvature. It doesn't measure curvature. That's a lie.
They're measuring the differential between two planes of reference and then saying there's a curve in that. That's all they're doing.
Yeah. So they're not measuring curvature.
They are measuring two planes.
But that's where they're coming from. This is the angle they're coming from. There's another guy. I just briefly cast over it. There's another guy. What is it called? Is he called Whatcast? He goes over videos and stuff, and he was going over the debate one on Friday. He doesn't like Nathan, and he doesn't usually cover Nathan. Blah 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 blah. But he was playing some of the. I didn't listen to it all, but he was playing. I think Nathan might have been up to the clip where he was on his 35th rendition of elevation angles, using surface level and for latitude. That was in that bit of the conversation. And all this guy was doing, this Whatcast, he didn't even pick up on this I could see him though. He was being quiet when he must have been thinking about this latitude and elevation angle measurement, but he didn't address it himself. He just was talking about how rude Nathan was and his mute button. He's got the room on mute and he's threatening to knock people over, break people's nose. That's him. He was assessing this video on the debate show on Friday, and he also didn't pick up on or want to address how latitude is an elevation angle measurement taken from sea level. Like nobody did for the 35th or 38th rendition on the show.
Cognitively, it cannot be easy to have it constantly pointed out. That's a lot of ignoring you have to do.
Makes me laugh because they've got latitude on the globe, but someone was saying there was Nathan says latitude is measured from Polaris and sea level. How do you measure it in New Zealand? And that's what they come out with. but he's a glober. He's got his globe with his latitude lines around it. He lives in New Zealand. You can see his latitude there. You tell us how it was fucking measured, mate.
Yeah, that's what Bev tried to do. It's like, well, you're describing the antipodal system that the globers produce. Therefore, it's yours. You're the only one who talks about it. Like, say, me dissecting how Earth has been turned into a sphere by way of flat Earth measurements becomes my claim, does it? No. You think you're being clever by utilising my opponent's claim as though it's mine. Like, no. I'm not going to tolerate you making my opponent's claim that I take apart when they measure Earth flat with latitude to produce their ball like it's my claim. It isn't. I'm not measuring anything.
You would think if it was like a real debate, they would have to at least address your point. In some way. It's like you never get a response. You get non sequiturs and just non-responsive constantly. That's all you get.
You just get latitude is not measured from elevation angles. Okay, then well, you haven't got your latitude. Then into the rock and the hard place, and that's that they keep going between this rock and the hard place. They either got the elevation angle or they haven't. I think a few of them was in that position on Friday.
Yeah, that reminds me of like in the old cartoons where they'd have the guns and they'd shoot. They would be on the fence or something and walking one way, and then the bullet would spin them around. They'd go the other way, and then another bullet spin them around. They'd never get anywhere. That's where they're at right now. It is pretty clever how they got this into a completely wrong category to begin with and got the wrong standards applied.
A new guy in Discord. Hey, Ancient Traveller.
Hey, good morning, Nathan.
Morning. It's afternoon for me, but yeah. Hello.
Did he have a question?
Tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, I don't think I was just saying hello because I hadn't seen him in here before.
Oh, I've been listening since about 2022. Spoke with you a couple times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from you guys, so I always like listening in.
Good to have you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not that it matters, but how long? This Sodbuster character. How long's he been about? He's not. He doesn't seem familiar to me. Just seems to have popped out of nowhere. Not that it matters. Just having a think about it.
You could put it another way. How long's Book Sodbuster been triggered? I don't know. When he first got triggered a couple of years ago.
I don't know. It's just you seem to just get these characters pop up now and again, and they've got all these. You've not seen him gradually on the. But no, like you've had your Rue Hips, haven't you, and your whoever else. But he just seems to have come out of nowhere.
They all have the same character arc, though, don't they? Like Ruhif and Conspiracy Cats, they've all got the same character arc. They start off all big and bullshy, and then end up cowering and using flat Earth measurements. They all follow the same arc.
Mm.
I have to say it's nice to hear you on the worldwide debate. There was a while there was no actual debating going on, so it's nice to hear you back on the worldwide debate.
Good to hear it.
There is no debate.
Yeah, there is no debate. I get it.
Yeah, we're trying to pull away from that. But people see it's like The Godfather. Every time I get out, they pull me back in.
I watched a small clip. I didn't watch it all. I only flicked through some of these things. Ruhif was at it again with who's the other guy? Is it Nathan Thompson? Is it the flat earther, so-called flat earther? He was bloody making a bloody disaster of the thing. But within the first 5 minutes, Ruhif had his presentation, and he was. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but don't quote me directly. But it was basically there was a couple of points on a map, and he gave the longitude, he gave the coordinates of the location. The distance between them, and I'm sure he gave an elevation of one of these points. So within his first 5 minutes, he'd already used flat Earth prerequisites like 3 or 4 times. I was just like, but the Nathan guy who was talking to, the flat earther, did not pick up on any of this, and then started talking all the waffle, which was annoying.
Just because you've seen the dancing bear doesn't mean everybody else has seen it yet.
True. I don't know if I posted. I heard you mention before, Nathan. You watched the Joe Rogan one with Level playing as the observer. I forget his name, sorry. But yeah, I watched that as well. That was it was funny. It was good how he was pointing out he's getting triggered through beliefs. We've been speaking about that, haven't we? When your beliefs are challenged or you feel threatened, this natural behaviour you go into, cognitis or whatever you want to call it. But I think it goes a bit deeper than that. But yeah, he's not bad. He's got he has a couple of good videos out.
Joe Rogan had Level Earth Observer on his podcast?
No, Level Earth is that what it's called? I can't think of his name. But he was just reviewing a video with Joe Rogan and I forget the other guys. He's a flat Earth guy who was explaining about obviously flat Earth and
Sort of.
Yeah.
He wasn't a flat Earth guy. All he did was bring up the subject.
Yeah, I can't think of his name, sorry, Nick. But you watched it. I watched it. Yeah, it was just highlighting how Joe Rogan was, reacting as they do.
He basically started off by saying, of all the conspiracies out there, like, it's not a conspiracy, but fine, you're leading into what they need a flat earther to be, even though you're not professing to be one. Because at some point it's like, look, man, I think the Earth's a ball. But as soon as you mention flat Earth, everyone gets triggered. So what does Joe do? Get immediately triggered and start a barrage of, well, it's got to be a ball, we've got ISS, we've got space, we've got spent horizons, look at these pictures. Immediately. Like, well done for proving his point, I guess.
And it's frustrating that everybody that goes on to like a mainstream podcast or something to talk about flat Earth, whether it's David White, they never make the hard arguments, they never make the good arguments. So it's some speculation or piece of nonsense.
Yep, this guy was pure feast of nonsense. Oh, well, the pictures are cartoons. Oh, well, they're hiding God.
Nope, they'll never mention a sextant, they'll never mention elevation angles, they'll never mention gas pressure without a container. So annoying.
Yes, they always typically have poor representations of flat earthers go on these shows. This was no exception. But I don't think the guy was there intending to become a flat earther. He was there to say, this triggers everybody. Everyone gets really triggered really quickly when you bring up the subject of flat earth. So what happens? Joe gets triggered and then starts putting him on the spot for his very limited understanding of what the subject has to offer.
Yep.
Not even from a position of being a flat earther. He's saying he isn't.
But didn't you hear something from a guy you said on 24/7 that was pretty good today? Got the guy's name already.
Something Echo. Can't remember the first bit of his name. Yeah, he was talking about how the ball got created through flat Earth measurements on 24/7. Jin was backing him up.
Good.
Good for him. Because the last time I tried to talk to them guys about it, they told me that it was more important that people understood that it wasn't a ball than what it was.
Yeah, well, that's good. If somebody else outside of this little group we're in is saying it, then that's pretty good. Then people are catching on. Or they're not even that they're hearing it from us, but they're looking into it themselves and coming to the conclusion of how the Earth was created a ball with flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Who's off mood?
Me.
Gotta be that one deck guy. Get rid of that one deck. Mute him.
I was saying this a while ago when Nathan goes through it. So like just how the ball was created using the the elevation angles and the protracted view and the way we explain it, how they've turned it into a globe. I remember saying it a few months ago. When you first hear that, it sounds absolutely ridiculous if you've never really heard that before. That the ball was created from flat Earth elevation angle measurements and the perspective of the celestial sphere and the two protractors upside down, giving you that antipodal, with the plane of inertia in the middle. When you explain that, it sounds absolutely ridiculous. So
Nathan says that.
Yeah. So it probably, it's probably taken a while. Like John's just suggested to me, just because I've seen the bear doesn't mean everybody else has. It might be you need to think about these things. You might kneel and absorb it, do a bit of research until it clicks in your head. I get it now. I can see I understand what they say.
Yeah, we see the dancing bear. We can't not see it anymore. We see it immediately because they immediately use flat Earth measurements. So immediately we're seeing a dancing bear. How can we focus on anything when there's a bear dancing across the screen? I gotta point out the freaking bear. Why are you not seeing this?
Yeah, exactly. You can't just ignore that bear and can't jump past the angles anymore, can we?
Yeah, but look what's going on the surface. Look at the bear.
Yep, even Eric Dubé did it in his recent video where he's talking about how flights cannot really fly on a globe because of that whole conservation of momentum thing.
Oh,
that
God.
You cannot go from north to south. Oh my God, I cannot even make it through 10 minutes of such videos these days. It is so frustrating.
Yeah, because you're seeing the bear.
Yeah, can't unsee it. In the first few seconds itself, when he starts talking about flights. So pitch data, there is no mention. Horizontal plane, no mention. But there we are talking about how the globe is spinning at more than 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, whereas at the poles, it is not even spinning, so it does not work.
It sounds like a 2014 discussion.
That's what it feels like, that he's reflushing his videos from 2014. There's nothing new. Just
now let's be fair though. When we first came to it, all of these things were great. It seemed like it was great. But now looking back, say, wait a second, there was the dancing bear the whole time.
They do call it an airplane for a reason.
No, I remember one time D. Rose said that an AI overlord flipped out on him. That's not what I call an airplane. See, you flat out to say things like that, you sound stupid.
Put it on a list.
Well, they use the horizontal plane to describe your lift from and your wing direction. That's why it's called a plane. What's wrong with that?
Because the description given by the numpty will be, well, it's called a plane because they fly on a plane.
Exactly.
Which isn't wrong, but it just needs more expansive descriptions like John has just given to make it more coherent. In other words, you're only saying that because you think it's a game of wordplay rather than an axiom that's being used to detail lift with, as John just described it. The two things are very different. They're worlds apart in terms of how you justify what an aeroplane is by its linguistic description and how that references a plane of reference for lift and how that can be ascribed to its title rather than, well, planes fly on a plane, don't they? No, you just sound like an idiot when you say things like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not called Aeroglobe.
Yeah, that you've summarised it. No offence to you, Neil, but you sound like an idiot. Well, it's not called an aeroglobe. Great argument.
Well, that's what they would say, though. Something to that effect. Or it's not called air curve. Some ridiculous thing.
It's not called a curvaison.
First year. We just got to establish the plane that we know it is so we can deny it to prove that it's the globe we want to believe in. It's that easy, man.
I've trimmed out this clip from Sporadic Echo and I'll play it to you once I've uploaded it. Be about 2 or 3 minutes.
That's his name, Sporadic Echo.
Yes.
I never heard of him.
Neither had I, but I'm going to play you his clip that he gave as an answer to a girl that came on and said that her boyfriend had got a question. I'll play it to you. I'm just uploading it now.
Who's this guy from politics you was talking about?
24/7.
24/7. See, that's the thing. When we hear something, we give the person props.
We're such good people.
Well, when we hear something that's stupid, we say it, and we hear something that the guy deserves props, he gets his props.
Yeah, I got. I remember the one time I went on Flatsoids, and they had. Can't remember who it was. I think it might have been McToon on reviewing one of his videos, and I had to disagree with the flat earthers. That was so horrible. I didn't want to ever do that again. You know? And I had to agree with Toon. Oh my God, that hurt.
Yeah,
I
totally relate. There are times where I have to agree with my opponent, and it really you do it with gritted teeth, right?
Yeah, like when they said, what was it? He said that gravity wasn't a force, and the flat earthers were trying to argue that it was, and I was like, oh my God, Tim's right.
Yeah, but sometimes you could create a monster like you did with Edibear by agreeing with him. But then they'll take that and misquote you and misrepresent you.
I didn't really agree with Edibear. I just stated a fact to him, and he got confused or something. I don't know.
Well, he hasn't shut up about it yet. That's the first thing he says now. Even Refracted agreed with me, and I've got my constructive syllogism put together of the, or whatever he's got a whole title for it. They just want to be relative.
Relevant.
Yeah, that too. What's the word that what Brian said you were trying to make them?
Redundant.
Yes. And they realize how redundant they are, and now they're just trying to, be of some sort of importance. Like, look how smart they are. Look what I put together. I even titled it. I gave it a name. Haven't you heard about it, Nathan?
I did. I mean, Nathan spoke about the show today and how he's reflected on the way it was, and Nathan pointed out he was going to break people's noses and flush the head down toilet. But he was just sort of giving that as an example of that's how that person would have been treated at school. But I was bloody laughing when he was doing it. But I'm going to say I'm not saying either way, but I do really think. If we go back to that first time on there with Sogbuster, when we was all really chilled out and Nathan wasn't reacting like that, and he was so chilled out and calm and letting people speak a little bit of nonsense, then just stopping them and putting them right on how it's always been measured flat. I think that was one of the best.
Have you listened back to the show yet from Friday One Deck? You were getting irritated at the end of that show.
Was I?
Yeah, yes. You were like, you were flipping on Buck. You freaking idiot. You were bugging on him.
Okay, Nathan's fault. I mean, he's talking about flushing head down.
Gets us all riled up.
Getting me all riled up. I'm like, yeah, what are you going to do to me? Break my jaw? I'll break your fucking jaw. I was getting violent, man.
I felt like fighting.
Now, blame Nathan stirred me up. But like I'm saying, yeah, that's all well and good. But I do think that
Buck, your dweeb's helping you, right? Your dweeb rescue team is talking.
Come on, dweebs.
Oh,
Come on, dweebs.
Sideways,
come on, dweebs.
As the amount of annular.
That's the wrong clip.
Yeah,
sorry.
that was it.
It's the other one. I'll just go and dig it out. Won't be a sec. Sorry, I ruined it. Bye.
Where have you got these dweebs from anyway? I never heard you say that.
You do a good impersonation of Bev, though. I thought it was Bev.
Did you say here comes the dweebs?
But because we've got globe-believing cucks in the audience, they need to chat skank through me and my justifiable disdain and desire to beat the living shit out of somebody who, when proven wrong about how flat maps are, brings up my kids. You should all be ashamed.
Not the territory, don't we?
Fuck off, you adenoidal little twat.
You can't do fuck all with an angle.
Yeah, but you just showed them last week.
That's not it either. Oh, I thought I had it at the end of one of these clips with one deck going, yeah, get lost. I can't remember what he says, but obviously,
you can't do fuck all with an angle. I remember getting myself wound up.
Right, I'll find the one I actually want to give you. Give me a sec. I've just uploaded the one from 24/7. Here we go.
Hi, Sporadic.
Hello.
Hi, my boyfriend's with me right now. He had a question for you, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think the government spread propaganda about the Earth being curved when it's not?
No, I don't. You know, you'll find a lot of flat earthers, a vast majority on social media, who I disagree with, believe that's the case, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think they buy into it too. And you know what? I think there are good reasons for people to accept it. Good reasons being that it seems to work. I don't know anything different. And you know, I've been basically subjected to this my entire life. Why should I upend my life? Why should I think anything different? I have no reason to, because it doesn't affect my life. And you know what? You might be right to say that. I think people working in government are taking data that they collect from scientific instrumentation and shoehorning it into a model. I mean, you could read about the process on like NASA's website. I was looking at some flow diagrams on NASA's website, where they take all this data that they gather from telescopes, from satellites, overhead platforms in general. They feed it into a processing center, and then they start applying globe coordinates to it. They take raw data that they obtain from using Euclidean geometry. That is to say, elevation angles, azimuth angles, which require flat horizontal and flat vertical reference planes. They take that, they start bending them to what they believe the Earth is based off of a 2,500-year-old concept of the stars, the celestial sphere.
I see. Thank you very much.
Right. I mean, that's really what's going on all the time. They take flat Earth angle measurements and they bend it to a ball because they believe Earth is a ball, so they believe that's what it should be.
So there's like some manipulation going on to kind of fit their hypothesis. Like
backfitting. Absolutely. And it's not, I don't think it's nefarious. I think people believe it so much that this is just the right thing to do.
Hi,
hypothesis.
Yeah, aside from their incorrect appropriation of these words like hypothesis, like scientific instrumentation, both of which we could pick flaw with, his overall sentiment, I agree, because he's saying, I don't think it's nefarious. Well, we would say we don't think they're lying. They're just wrong.
Right. I forgot, he's been in there a very long time. He's changed his name.
Yeah, I recognize. Yeah, I was going to say one deck. I recognize his voice. That's not his name originally. I forgot what his name was.
It might come to me, but I think actually he actually is one of the creators of that 24/7. He's heavily involved with it. You know what I mean?
Whoever it is,
Eli will know who it is.
Whoever he is, he deserves props. The whole reason for me trimming it out was because he deserved props, right? I agreed with his sentiment. Like I say, yes, I could pick flaw with his scientific vernacular, but that isn't the purpose of me promoting what he's saying. He's saying, number one, it's being based on flat Earth measurements. Number two, the average Joe who goes, what difference does it make to me? Well, probably not a great deal. I've been saying that on today's show, haven't I? Doesn't make it, you don't need to know. What difference does it make to you? Doesn't. But when you're actually practically applying these things, for whatever use they've got for it, they're taking the data from a flat Earth, a Euclidean system, with planes of reference, and then turning them into the celestial sphere. Now, for average Joe, that just works in their mind, because it's just that little bit too complicated for them to need to fathom. So they don't fathom it. They just accept it as true, so long as there's a few scientific words like they're hijacking alongside it. Oh, this has been figured out by smarter people than myself. And that's enough for them. Because it's inconsequential to them, you can have the consensus agree with a contradiction in terms. Because they don't have to show the contradiction in a work that will kill people, because they're not doing anything of any consequence with this information. Neither am I. I'm here to be a conspirator to be braced against. Now, he's not saying that. I'm expanding on his point. But he's saying it doesn't matter to next man. Well, why would it be such an irritating response when we hear that? Because it's true. The truth hurts.
Right, but he explained everything good. I agree. But don't you think he should have went the extra mile when she called it a hypothesis?
What's she going to do with it? Who's she? Who is she?
Whoever the lady was.
Some inconsequential fart-sniffing twat. Both of them are in that regard. I'm not saying that so that they hear us back and go, what are you calling me? No, I'm saying as an example of a fart-sniffing twat, you are it. Because you're telling her, like, she's going to have some bearing on what the world is when she finds out. So now that she's found out, let's just take it a couple of different ways. If she says, you're wrong, what difference does it make? Absolutely none. If she goes, oh, you're right. We've been measuring it flat forever. It's all Euclidean. I totally understand this language of you. She didn't. But let's say she did. What's going to change? What difference does it make? What difference did it make? If we accept that she understood implicitly and agreed that it's flat and that's how it's measured, what does she now do that is consequential to anything whatsoever? Give me 2 examples. You won't give me one.
Nothing.
None.
But I'm saying he agreed with her.
Yeah,
instead of addressing the hypothesis, don't agree with it. Say, no, it's not a hypothesis.
That's majoring on the minors, right? Yes, I agree with you, Neil. Just to get this out of the way, their abuse of scientific terminology was not good. Okay, fine. That's dealt with. Meanwhile, right, her finding out... Did anybody lose their job as her finding out? Let's just accept on the premise that she got it and her fella got it, right? Did anybody lose their jobs?
Nothing happened.
Did any of the measurements of Earth change?
No, everything stays the same.
Did NASA still continue to, as it was suggested by this Echo guy, pump the flat Earth measurements into their conversion processes? Did they still continue to do that?
Of course.
So who gives a shit whether or not she understood, if she got it, if she's asking? It literally doesn't matter, does it? Who cares if she knows?
The only thing that changes. I suppose the only thing that changes is for the person who's asking the question and finding out some new information or truth. It's just something personal to them, innit? Nothing changes, like you say, with the measurements. It's always been measured flat.
Personal to them?
It's just
when you say personal to them, like sniffing your own farts. Like, my farts smell nice. Yeah, so suddenly they can feel self-important for a few minutes. We found out some special information. It turns out it is flat. This guy's very convincing. Okay, so you being convinced made any difference to the world, did it? No. What about if an army of other girls and gals that came along as boyfriend and girlfriend found out? If every couple currently courting found out that Earth was flat, nobody would lose their job. Nothing would change. It wouldn't alter anything. But they would all get to feel special for a little while, didn't they? Like we all did. Yeah, it's like in The Incredibles, right? I'm not trying to give everybody superpowers. I'm trying to point out that the superpowers are already being used by others, and you recognising that people have got superpowers does nothing. What the guy Syndrome wants to do is give everybody superpowers so that nobody's special. It's like, but you weren't anyway. You weren't utilising flat Earth measurements. So even if I give you them, you can't do anything with them. You're not going to do anything with them, and you having them makes no consequence to anybody. I feel compelled to get this point out there, right? And it is completely self-deprecating. So I'm smiling about it because I recognise the irony of what I'm doing, right? I'm making myself redundant, aren't I? I'm going, it doesn't matter if I know either. Who cares if I know? Has anybody lost their job because Nathan found out Earth is flat? No. Did anybody change their direction on the map? No. Did anybody build their building differently? No. What about sailors? Did they do things differently? Were they fishing in different areas as a result of me? No. So when I add up on one hand how much difference I've made, I haven't. So when it comes to me assessing others discussing the subject, this girl and her introduction of her boyfriend to ask if, do you think the government are lying to us? That's what it boils down to, right? And he went, nah, I just think people are people. And it doesn't really matter either way. That's kind of his sentiment, if I summarise it. And I completely agree. I'm done.
Well, we are redundant Earth measurements. Sorry.
Right. But cartographers' understanding will change drastically how the world is mapped. And like there's several professions that it may increase our knowledge on what the boundaries of our existence are because of this understanding.
Totally disagree. Now, let me just disagree with John. Not often I disagree with John. This is one of those times. Do you know what the word gerrymandering means?
Yeah. Taking a group and changing the parameters so that that group is more important than they are.
It's a term that comes from mapping, actually. Gerrymandering is moving the boundaries of the voting population to change the results. That's what gerrymandering means in its most simplistic term. It's been derived into other meanings that means pushing the goalposts, basically. But in the case of voting, there's a certain propagandization that is applied to mapping, and that is described when you move the boundaries to change the voting population as gerrymandering. Now, if you look further back into history, in terms of what maps very specifically, how the world gets measured and presented is utilised by kings, queens and governments. It's got a very specific place in propagandising the people. Maps are very useful for that. So when you say, if we understood how flat Earth is, well, it is still measured that way to produce the cartography that goes into the maps. We just get given them on a very small scale. I never understood this when I was a kid, actually. Why is it that the formatting of the Ordnance Survey map, when you go and buy it for a given country, is just that? You've just got it in that format for that one little area. And then when you get into the world maps, they're all distorted and messed up. And why is that? Well, because when you're doing things on a local scale, it's got to be accurate because it's consequential to, what's the word for transporting stuff around? Logistics. It's logistically important that those maps are accurate, but not when you go out to the wider scale. You can just buy a new map when you go over the channel, right? And you just get a European map for Germany or France or Belgium or wherever it is that your local map is relevant to for their equivalent of the Ordnance Survey. But the same applies for when you go out on the sea. They give you little sections on a chart, don't they? They don't just give you an entire map. Well, why not? There's nothing beyond the realms of useful possibility in terms of patching together a whole bunch of these, but that is not how it is done, ever. It's done with a very local system that is still capable of description with the latitude and longitude system marked on it, on the local scale. If you've got it even fitting between two of them, if you've got longitude descriptions, often it'll only sit between a couple and won't be necessary. You might have a time zone change on it, but they won't necessarily name that on your local map, equivalent to the Ordnance Survey. What do you have accurately on the maps is the altitudes with respect to sea level and the distances measured in the horizontal as the crow flies. All of those things are dealt with the scales on the maps, but only in a very small way, because the larger maps are propagandising the people for whatever reason the current government or current king wants to propagandise the people. And it's also been used, this was Ali whatever her name is, McLove or something, I've forgotten the one that I played, she's Irish, therefore Brian didn't like her. I can't remember what her name is. But she was
McBride.
Whatever her name is, she was pointing out that people were incentivised to travel overseas and essentially put themselves in complete servitude, complete slavery, but willingly, based on what they're told they will get on the maps. Like heavily propagandised into slave labour of their own free will, with nothing more than maps being the tool to do it. You're like, wow, when you look at it in the way that she was explaining it, I was like, I'd never thought about it in that. I knew maps were used to propagandize people. I just didn't know the extent. And her pointing it out in terms of certain maps that we used to convince people to go to the Americas, to basically go into slave labor, and half of them dying on the way. Like, no one sold you in that way, did they? No. But when you got there, you were put into immediate hard labor for the greater good and all that.
Yeah, because you got to colonize the land.
Hold on, Neil.
That's non sequitur to my point. Of course, you can take your knowledge and hold power over someone. That's what they were doing. They had the knowledge of where these places were, and they were, holding it over people's heads. I'm just talking about, in general, the growth of our knowledge by understanding the boundaries, not the boundaries on a map, but the actual physical boundaries that keep our system contained would grow what knowledge we have of the world.
That's correct. I agree 100%.
If we could reach the extent of a perceived boundary, then it would, without question, expand our knowledge. Because you're talking about a boundary that is yet to be talked about, disseminated. It's only alleged in conspiracy theory. So if that was to be discovered in the most real sense, it could only expand our knowledge vastly. And obviously it would fundamentally alter everybody else's worldview. Because then the tower of cards that is heliocentrism just fails immediately, doesn't it? It just instantaneously crashes down. So yeah, from that perspective, when you said boundaries, I just thought you meant the limitations of the maps themselves, but you're talking in a much more grandiose fashion. And I agree. Yeah, if you've discovered those boundaries, all bets would be off from the perspective of belief. But I would say that perception of belief is inconsequential anyway. So again, it wouldn't necessarily change the world in any way if everybody suddenly found out that there was a physical boundary to the limits of the ground beneath our feet and what that was, because we found it and started looking at it. Well, everyone suddenly drops their globe belief, but I don't think a great deal would actually change. The same applies the other way around. When someone says, what difference does it make to me if it's flat? You're like, well, by the contrast, what difference does it make if it's not globe-shaped, now that we found this boundary that obviously isn't going to comport in any way with being globe-shaped? So therefore we're not, but I don't think that would mean anybody's jobs would get lost. I think.
Hold on.
Go on.
The same way that they knew the Americas were here and they journeyed out and colonized it, don't you think they would have done it already? Are you saying they're not doing it just because it'll destroy the globe? If there's money to be made and colonies to be had and new lands to be populated, they would have done it already. It's obvious that they're not habitable.
We don't know what we don't know, Neil.
But I'm saying they must know, because they would have colonized them already.
Well, maybe they have.
They're hiding them.
Maybe they.
Come on, there's money to be made. Damn well the powers that be will freaking have that shit colonized, and freaking people living on there and charging everybody tax like they do here.
Neil, for all you know, there is an entirely different land called Zinzo Land that exists with people there doing farming and existing with a political system that you are completely and blissfully unaware of. Now, they may, the Zinzos, know all about us, or may not. They may be told all about the Western world, but they're just not in a position to travel. Like they're too far away on a land far, far away, like Narnia. And you wouldn't be none the wiser.
I think the Zinzos would have made themselves known by now.
Maybe. Or maybe not. But you wouldn't know either way. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to say you're making an argument from ignorance. You don't know that either premise is true.
Right.
So you can't really say that this would happen.
The answer's in Antarctica, man.
The answer for what?
Admiral Byrd, Captain Cook, all those guys, they discovered hot pockets, tropical lands, freaking minerals and resources. I mean, come on, it's out there.
I don't know what to say to that. I thought we just covered it.
What do you mean? That's what people are saying. The answers are in Antarctica. I heard somebody talking about it the other day. And we flat earthers that just sit around talking about measurements are doing a disservice to mankind when we should be out there on boats going to Antarctica and discovering these hot pockets.
I got some hot pockets in my freezer.
Oh man, it sounds like a bunch of nutters.
Yeah, I think it's more important that the people here understand the nature of the surface they're standing on, and then going to a place that you don't know anything about to prove. I don't know what you think you're going to prove by doing it.
Yeah, we got into a big thing last night at the dinner table again. Started with the politics. I won't even get into what my son was saying, but it started with the politics. It led into what I believe in the Bible. It led into, well, you say you know the Bible, but you say the earth is flat. I just freaking slammed my phone on the table. I said, here's a compass. Point north, south, east, and west right now.
All right, I looked in those linear directions. What do I do now?
Well, I noticed that he didn't point up or he didn't point down. See, but my little guy understood exactly where I was going with it.
Your penis?
The other guys. What?
Nothing.
My little son, my youngest son. Because he looked at me and he got it. I said, all those directions are flat, right? All linear directions, straight. So what are we talking about here?
I think the less education you have in heliocentrism, the easier it is to relinquish it.
So then he cries the 2 points in the sky nonsense.
Yeah, I still don't understand how he's trying to say that's an argument.
I don't know.
There's 2 points of rotation in the sky that we describe.
Can only work on a sphere. That's what he says. They can only work on a sphere.
In a sphere, not on. He's wrong when he says on.
What's that you going on about? Is this the 53 degrees north and south thing that Scampanella's going on about?
No, but that's probably what my son is trying to do.
Does anyone know the crack or what Jaron's trying to prove with his latest experiment, as he's calling it? It's meant to be going 53 degrees north and 53 degrees south.
Oh, those are flat.
And looking
flat
west.
measurements, aren't they?
Yep, all flat.
But yeah, he's got that little bitch boy Max Uruguay guy wanting to sniff his arse while he goes out to do that. which is quite hilarious because the likes of that little geeky dweeb Max will have been the one pointing and calling Jaren all these names, and now that he's became this brave baller, he's got all these dweebs flocking around him like he's some guru.
So look, he's the only one who understands large spheres.
Was clear
It's a clown show.
I heard John first.
I was just going to say, it's clear in his description of Home Depot, he understands Earth's measured flat on a local scale. It's very clear he understands that.
His rhetoric's changed slightly from his Home Depots. The last thing that I saw, he said, if you put a swimming pool next to a swimming pool, all these bodies of water would be flat, but it'll still curve. You'll just not notice it.
That's a contradiction in terms.
Holy shoot, really?
Yeah, man.
When will it curve?
No, you won't notice it, and you won't be able to measure any curvature. It just will be.
Yeah, so now it's putting pools next to pools, but no measurements of curvature, huh?
It's the same argument. Home Depot argument is the same argument. It's just rephrased it. Same argument. But the argument is it's so flat, we wouldn't notice how ball-shaped it is. That's the actual position. It's so flat, when we measure it with all these flat pools, that it's actually ball-shaped. You're like, okay, well, how are you demonstrating that it's measured ball-shaped when you describe how flat all the pools are? The only
Because
thing that's
you
being
can't
measured,
see the 30th pool, Nathan.
all of them are measured flat.
No. You're not getting away with that. You could see the first, second, third, fourth. You may even see the 10th. But when you get to that 30th pool, you will not be able to see it when you're standing at the first pool. Therefore, it's gone around the curve.
Well, the curve is derived from a flat measurement of sea level. If you're saying it's gone around the curve, right, each of the flat pools that we measure flat are actually curving. What's the curve measurement? Oh, it's distance and the derivation thereof for a drop.
Oh, dear. That's a problem now.
So where do we get the distance measurement from? So let's say we've got 30 pools. How far do these pools span? Oh, they span a full mile.
Yeah, sea level.
So we're going to need a mile to be flat to make this description work for you to describe a deviation from the horizontal in the form of distance. Okay, so you'll need Earth to be measured flat for distance then. Yeah, then there's no getting away from it.
Get the trundle wheel out.
No, it's not going to work on a pool. We got to come up with a tool that works on a pool.
But yeah, you trying to. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you get your life preserver and you hop down to sea level, and there's your curve right there.
There's nobody going on a life preserver taking elevation angles, according to Edinburgh.
What just
one time you would have to do it if your ship went down. You'd have to get a theodolite. And he's saying it's never happened.
Yeah, but it's in the books, right? On one deck.
Yeah, but why? I mean, going back to Jen, why are they using Home Depots and swimming pool now examples? I thought they just that the final experiment and everything was sort of dealt with the horizontal measurements to the sun above, the planar Earth. I thought they'd done all this. What they're still going on about now?
Well, the documentaries are coming out now, so they're going to start promoting that.
Right.
Yeah, he was trying to justify his swimming pools with a AutoCAD circle that he zoomed in on. Just like he tries to find the flat spots on a basketball by zooming in. Trying to use that as his justification.
Basketball.
There are no flat spots on a basketball.
Yeah, you notice how every example that they will ever use will take something conceptual. Like, if Earth was like this basketball, I could zoom in on it and see the flat areas. Like, who gives a shit? Earth's been measured. So, do we care what Jaren's got to say about it? Again, it's back to the same thing applying. Is Jaren consequential to how a mile functions? Yes or no?
No.
No. Is Jaren consequential to how our elevation angles are utilised at sea?
Negative.
No.
Did Jaren have any bearing on how any of the maps were made?
Nope.
Does Jaren fly straight and level when he's piloting a plane?
Yeah.
Never.
He's not piloting any planes, I assure you. The answer's no. But meanwhile, Earth will still be measured flat regardless of Jaren's desire to justify his now reinitiated ball faith. It's just a Jesuit turncoat.
Yeah,
all this measuring basketballs and curves, they're tangible objects. It's a reification fallacy. We don't live on this ball. It's the same with McToon, where he picks up his kind of tab and says, oh, I can measure this, I can get a circumference, I can get diameter, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's a can of pop that you've picked up. The Earth is not that.
Well, then you got to take him back to the inch, like John was saying earlier.
Just take him back to the Greeks.
Whoa. I've got to do it again. Why? So if you convince Jaren, what consequences are there for convincing him that he's wrong about his reification fallacy if he's using a can of tab?
Nathan,
we just want to break his nose, okay?
No, he was a prominent flat earther, Nathan. And the more of these guys that they get to turn, like that's why they're trying to bring you down and trying to prove you wrong, because it's about the people that declare Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Once you get rid of the people, then Earth's a globe.
Yeah. But once you get rid of the people, will we still measure elevation angles? Collectively?
Of course, but they'll still think they're on a sphere.
What about if I'm on a sphere? Will I still have to use the latitude and longitude system?
Of course.
Latitude's got nothing to do with elevation angles from sea level.
Pardon me. If there's no one left to point out the Earth is flat, will it be easier to cognitively process the contradiction?
They don't have to have it highlighted. That's what the point is. I tried to get this across on today's show. Good summary. So if I'm not there, I tried to describe it as being Scooby-Doo. I would have got away with using these flat Earth measurements if it wasn't for those meddling kids. We're not here, then when they describe drop over distance and the distance measurement is flat, if nobody's there to point out how flat the flat Earth distance measurement is for their assertion, then Earth's a ball because they've measured Earth flat for the horizontal distance to describe the drop from it. Make sense?
Yep. Like I said, it's just a big game, and it like Neil's got a point. I mean, they're trying to I know we know now, it doesn't matter, nothing's getting altered, we know Earth's measured flat, us in here now. But they're trying to these stupid little games they're playing with the Antarctica 24-hour sun nonsense, and now the Home Depots and swimming pools. There will be some dweeb, I keep using that word dweeb now, globe people that will follow Jaren. I think, he's got a point. People think he's got a point for some reason.
Let's do it again.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so those people, do they have any bearing on miles? It doesn't matter if they get convinced, does it? They're inconsequential also. But to have this discussion seem like it's relevant, to have the debate seem consequential, you've got to have people who have absolutely no bearing on Earth and its measurements, believing it's a ball, and people who have absolutely no bearing on Earth and its measurements believe that it's flat.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, Nathan, but I think in their view, they... The more damage they could, for something, to them it does make a difference because they need to keep their belief alive.
No, I don't mean the belief, right? Beyond the belief, which is it's inconsequential also. Having a belief in what Earth is. If I believe that Earth is a roast chicken, and then I convince everybody with the use of flat Earth elevation angles and flat Earth distance measurements that Earth is actually a roast chicken, will it change the measurements I've used if I form a complete consensus? If everybody believes, by way of use of angles and flat Earth measurements of miles, that Earth's a chicken, does it make it a chicken? No. Does it matter that they think it's a chicken? No. It also does not matter. Right? Because to produce the chicken, I've got to use linear distances and elevation angles to produce the chicken for them to believe in. What does matter is that the people who actually deal with Earth, regardless of whether or not they also believe it's a roast chicken, whether or not they actually are capable of measuring it as it is presenting itself. Now, for each and every practically applicable example, everybody's utilising Earth as a flat plane. In any practical way that you can show me Earth being utilised, it's always a flat plane that is being utilised, isn't it?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So therefore, it doesn't matter if the person that Jaron's appealing to thinks, you know what, this guy's right. It is actually a ball. Like, what difference does it make if you believe it's a ball? Like they used to ask us, we're going to start weaponising the same thing in response. What difference does it make if you believe it's a ball? So let's put the shoe on the other foot. We've recognised where the belief really lies as so-called flat earthers. Right? I don't want us to be categorised, so I'm not going to use a new name and try and replace it. What formerly we were described as, right? Flat earthers. When past tense, when we were asked, what difference does it make I've still got to pay my mortgage tomorrow if I believe Earth's flat or not? Now we can weaponise it. Earth is measured flat, but what difference does it make if you believe it's a ball?
Yeah. I keep thinking of a Smith song when you say, what difference does it make? But I'm not going to sing it. But yeah, I know what you mean. But they're doing it for some reason, Jaron and the cronies. They must, in their mind, they're feeling the necessity to do these strange things, as if it does matter.
Tell you what,
You have to.
You made me hurt on the inside for him a little bit when you said that, Nathan.
But they want to be important. This only works, this illusion, if the importance is given to the person. So they've done it by saying if people found out Earth is flat, there'd be loads of jobs lost. Things like that. Like, all that does is lend to the idea for the person hearing it that they are consequential to the subject. Like, oh, if I thought differently, the world would change. Like, no, you're being weaponized like you have a bearing on this, and you really don't.
Isn't a bearing a measurement or a direction?
I was waiting for somebody from the opposing side to highlight that. We'll just pretend you didn't say anything.
I feel bad for him. I still do. You know, because you have to take it from a place of what is known into ignorance. And assert from ignorance what is. It can't be easy mental gymnastics to do that.
I mean, I know what you're saying there. I mean, I'm sort of different. When I'm listening to Sogbuster and McKeegan's and all that, I don't really have to listen to them and think, it doesn't really, like Nathan said, it has no relevance on me, Earth's measured flat. But for some reason, it entertains me listening to these idiots trying to say level's not level, horizontal's not horizontal. And I don't know what it is. We've all been in this game for a while. We did it on Friday. We're in there with them, and we're in the. It's not that it's an argument. It's not an argument, but we're having the to and fro conversation. We don't need to do that, do we? Really? But we do. We enjoy it. I do sometimes.
If you're deriving pleasure from it, that's a different story, right? But it's not been engineered for pleasure. It's been engineered for self-importance. So you have to be perceived to be capable of changing the entire world for this to work. And for the Globers, they get brainwashed in just a different way to us, right? They're told that if they take a contrapositive point of view to their belief in a sphere, jobs will be lost, the world will stop spinning, things like that. Yeah, they're propagandized in a different way to make it seem like their belief in a ball is somehow important. And I'm saying, well, when we see these tools that are used against us, what difference does it make if Earth's a ball? Should be our adenoidal response to them. If you want to believe you're on a ball, what difference does it make? What difference does it make to me if I believe as you tell me to believe that it's a ball? And then wait for them to utilize some flat Earth measurements and laugh at them. Go, well, you're using flat Earth measurements to make this point, though, aren't you? And then you're doing it for your amusement, as opposed to a belief that changing the world is needed. Jin's under that misapprehension, that he's doing his due diligence. Like, what? Why? What? Convincing that girl that that's the case won't change anything about the world, though, will it? He didn't need to know.
Well, I'm going to carry on. I mean, so I've always done it. I'm just going to continue to do it. I don't care.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He's doing it for his own fart sniffing, though, isn't he? That's what I keep saying, or calling it fart sniffing.
They want to be intellectuals.
Consequential to the world. That's what it is. I want to be consequential to the world.
Right.
Me telling the world makes me important. If I'm not here, I'm not telling anybody, and that can't happen. It's important stuff. It's critical.
Yeah, and see what you're doing, Nathan, is you're pulling back on it, right? Saying I have nothing to do with it. I mean nothing to what Earth is measured. That's a problem now, because now you were supposed to be the guy, and now you're saying I have nothing to do with it. Now you're really making everybody redundant, and that's going to create enemies on both sides.
But, okay, but same thing applies though, doesn't it? If I make a load of enemies who want it to be important that they know Earth's flat, will it change how miles get measured?
No, but it'll change on how people look at these other people. People are looking at them like they got this great knowledge, and wow, you're so smart, and look at the way you constructed these arguments, and when you're the global terminator. Yeah, now you become like a nobody.
So what are you going to do with it? So okay, so if somebody puts me on that pedestal, I go, okay, what are you going to do with this information?
Well, you're going to write a book.
Yeah, that'll benefit me.
Right.
I tell you what, I wouldn't go on the job site tomorrow if you still believe it's a sphere and start drawing curved lines and get run off that way.
Going back a few months, so they want the argument, and they need that argument. We've watched the videos, and it's to keep their belief alive. And at the moment, that's what they're doing. They're trying to. I think they're trying to get a reaction out of us, because what they're doing at the moment is because we had the 30 words. We talk about elevation angles being from sea level, measuring latitude. And now what they're doing is saying, well, we're going to use the satellite. We can measure curvature with a satellite, hoping that we're going to react to that in a, like saying, I'm going to come and break your fucking nose, mate. Type of thing. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, but look who they're pulling into the argument, though. They got to pull Nathan back into it. It's very important that we get Nathan to argue against this.
So all the logical, factual information about a satellite only measuring angles, vertical, horizontal, and distances. Now they're well, no, we can measure curvature with this, which is pathetic and a lie. So we've been sort of stating this fact that it's got nothing to do with measuring Earth curvature. It measures angles. So what we're going to do to get a reaction, we'll start using what they're saying is flat Earth proofs and saying, well, this is curve proof. hoping for a reaction. Keep the argument going. They're trying to keep the argument going.
Well, that's a fact. Even Bev and them, they want to argue. They're saying, what do you mean there's no argument? There is an argument. There's got to be an argument. It's globe versus Earth argument. What do you mean there's no argument?
I can't just be completely idiotic and have blown by it. And because of my education has failed me at this one point, it can't just be that I'm wrong. There has to be an argument.
Of course.
You can only argue. You can't argue about a measurement, can you? Or the truth.
No, a measurement, that's what I keep saying. You don't argue about a measurement. You adhere to all measurements. And anything you're doing, when you take a measurement, you adhere to the measurement. And you do what you have to do.
So with Sogbuster, with his 1 hour presentation with theodolites measuring zenith angles and different elevation heights above sea level and distances, which is linear. At the end of all that, he just presumes that this could only be because we live on a globe. He's not actually measured any curvature. Yeah, he's not actually measured any curvature.
No, and when Nathan asked him for the curve measurements, that's what silenced him. That's what brought him to the thunder wheel.
Yeah, which is it measures linear distance. It's a wheel that measures linear distance.
One deck, Neil. Doesn't it bother you that you can't say yes or no? One deck. Neil, anybody on the panel?
It bothers me that someone would want to put a question to you that you can only answer yes or no, because I can formulate a question that can make you look horrible if the only way you answer it is yes or no.
Yeah, that's why Nathan was spot on the way he was answering it. I wanted him to take him to the inception of measurement, but Nathan just kept staying on that on the point that he was on and didn't move. Because you're right, you can make a yes or no question. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
You've been on the construction side and you've heard that joke. Like, did you like the way my blank tasted last night? Yes or no? What are you going to do with that?
Yeah, that I understand exactly. And that's exactly what he was trying to do with that. Because if Nathan says, yes, you can measure around the curve with a thunder wheel. Aha! So
we measure curve!
Because
Because that's what he wants. He wants to be able to say, we measure curve.
Exactly.
But how have you measured your Earth curve is a derivation. How he's measured his Earth curve is a derivation from a horizontal distance. He said it's drop over distance. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to hold you there indefinitely because your distance is flat. Not mine. Yeah? There's two different tacts. There's two different tacts taking place. One is Bev's tact. Make the opponent, globe believers, a position, Nathan's position, that he's claiming Earth's measured flat in this way the globe is produced. No, I'm not. That's our opponent utilising flat Earth measurements to create a globe. That's not my claim. That's Bev's tact. You've got Buck Sodbuster's tact, which is to lie about his intrinsic requirement to utilise a flat Earth linear distance measurement and describe a drop from it. So they're both stuck, and the only way they can move forward is to make me as an individual wrong. Not prove their point, because they can't.
Right. So why ain't they going to 24/7? Right? They said you're the only one who says it. Well, you just played me footage from 24/7 where somebody else is saying it. Are they knocking on his door?
But that makes us relevant. Him, like I said earlier, that's why I said it. Perfect timing. Does it matter that he convinced that girl? Did it make any of the measurements of Earth's surface anything other than flat? And if she did agree, was it useful that she agreed? Did it change any of Earth's measurements that she agreed or understood? None of the above
No,
is
but they
relevant.
feel it's important that they bring you to a point where you're proven to be wrong or just not correct on certain things. They're making it about you.
Yeah, because if it's about me being wrong, they can be right. They've grown up in a world where for them to be right, you need to demonstrate that your opponent is wrong. Now, I'm saying I'm not relevant to this subject. Doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. But in their mind, that's why. Because you go, why do I need to be important to them? Why am I being put on a pedestal? Because in order for it to succeed, they can't prove themselves right because they need flat Earth measurements. But they can try and make me wrong. So do we measure curve with a trundle wheel? Okay, yeah, we do. I win! He said we measure Earth flat, and I've shown how we don't measure Earth flat. Okay. So suddenly it's not flat because I'm wrong about measuring Earth flat? You use curve measurements for your distance, have you? Yeah, with a trundle wheel. No, you haven't, though, have you? Your drop is with respect to a horizontal distance.
Yeah, but that's how we argued in the beginning, too. We were showing them how their ball is wrong, right? So now we're correct because your ball is wrong.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Basically, it goes back to what Nathan said. If they found 17 dead bodies under Nathan's apartment underground, it wouldn't change the fact that Earth is measured flat. They can slander, they can do whatever they want to do to anybody on this panel, to Nathan. They can actually take the book and stamp 666 on it and put a conspiracy about he's the devil. It does not matter. It does not matter. There's no relevancy about Nathan or anybody else because it is substantiated and it is irrefutably proven, even with the professionals, the nautical, the everybody knows, and it will never change. The Earth is measured flat. So no much how much smearing they do, how much they say, oh, he didn't cross his T and dot his I. Oh, Nathan was wrong about this, and he should have used his comma in this period. It doesn't change it.
All right. So what if there was a psychopath in the worst psycho ward in history, and he was saying that Earth is measured flat? Is that going to make it wrong because he's a psychopath in a straitjacket?
Don't change nothing. Don't change nothing. Don't change nothing. Even if they say Epstein was found alive, if they said Epstein was found alive, screaming the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, it wouldn't change the fact that the Earth is flat. It's measured flat.
But you could guarantee.
No, you missed it with the lie. It's not a lie. It can't be a lie. It's a measurement.
Yeah, but you could guarantee that them 17 bodies underneath Nathan's house will have their head down the toilet and they'll all have broken noses.
Broken noses, broken jaws. That's a broken nose right there. Oh, refracted. You missed it. That's why you have to listen to the show. Because Nathan was just, when somebody would just interrupt him and do some stupid nonsense, he would go, bam, you just got your nose broken. I would have broken your nose.
Hey, I don't know how many Game of Thrones fans or House of Dragons, whatever, that whole Chronicle thing, but so I'm watching The Night of Seven Kingdoms, which is the prequel of how the knighting started, if anybody's familiar with it. But there's this ad where the creators of Game of Thrones, how they came up with the opening, the theme song and all of the graphics and everything. So the guy says, so we came up with this idea, right? And this is the way I pretty much move along as I do my work ethic, is that, we was looking at the globe and was like, how do we show the other kingdoms above, beyond the horizon over the globe? So what we did is we flipped the globe inside out and made it concave. And then we were able to see the different kingdoms of lands all about along the globe. That's how far this belief is. And it kind of makes me not even want to be watching Game of Thrones anymore just for the mere entertainment, because I feel like I'm soliciting or I'm supporting that BS. That globe Earth BS, just by that dude having an ad talking about that. That's how that was created. Because in my mind, when I first saw the opening of Game of Thrones, I had said, these guys get it. Because anybody's familiar with the show that I'm talking about, they show the scene. Right. Well, not just the ice ball, but they show a flat map. and they show the camera going across the flat map.
Yeah, but all maps are flat.
The ice wall's basically just a glorified bloody Hadrian's Wall, though, isn't it? Just splitting Scotland and England. It's not
exactly.
really...
Exactly. And the ice wall that they make for Game of Thrones is not to say that that's within. There's a world within that. It's just like you said, like you broke it down. It's a demarcated division between a certain land of people and you know what I'm saying. So, but I respected that before I saw this ad where the guy was actually explaining how they came up with the creation of that, and it kind of pissed me off in a way. I mean,
I never saw one episode of that show. Not one.
It's a good show for entertainment.
You can't get away from it, D. I mean, I've got a shop down the road from me called Global something or other. There's a taxi rank called Global Taxis. You can't get away from it, the Globe.
Yeah, because everything's global.
It's all global, mate. Global warming.
They never used to say that. They would be, listen, Wide World of Sports, right? It was around the world or across the world or across the earth. Now everything is globe, 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 globe. The global pandemic. It's a global conspiracy.
Global radio. I've got global radio. Using horizontal radio waves.
And we come along and say, it's measured flat. Stop him! Talk about his family. Bring up his kids. Which, by the way, that is a violation. If you're hanging out in a pub and you're talking about the ball game, and because you're winning an argument of a certain call that happened in the game, the guy starts bringing up your family, that's a broken face. That is. I got to agree with Nathan on that. That's a beatdown. And then what happens is when everybody else in the bar jumps in, it becomes uneven, like a 5-on-1, then you're going to find yourself in a problem. So they pretty much ganged up on Nathan. He beat them one at a time, and then they decided that they were going to bring up his family. And then some lady came in and said, do you talk to your wife that way? Then somebody brought up his kids. Yeah, it's bad.
This happened in real life, or this is like you give me a metaphor of what happened on the circle?
Friday gone.
In real life, in a bar. Or on the show. Metaphorically, Neil's breaking it down.
The show.
Like,
yeah, it was Friday's show, D-Rose.
I think Nathan's got a few clips of that, if you were.
That one that losing his mind at the end.
It was the most popular live show for a little while, and even more popular if you take into account the amount of these soy boys that are re-uploading it.
Listen,
some of them, like Bev, are just uploading the whole chunk, no commentary or transformative material. It's just re-uploading it. Or actually, within Bev's, he uploaded two versions, one from his screen, then one from Nathan's live show. But on his, he's displaying some random-ish image while Nathan's talking about a specific thing. But it's not the image Nathan's referencing on his live stream. So I don't know if he's just trying to be a weasel with that.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's worth it for us to go in there anymore. I think it's a waste of time. We're giving them relevancy, and they don't need it.
They're just trying to get gotchas and sound bites. They've all got fucking soundboards now. They're all absolute obsessed Gollum losers.
Right. So why would we play into their hand? They know the address to this pub, and anybody can come in, even if they acted like a fool the day before. They're welcome back the next day. They have the address. They know what's being served here.
They want Nathan to bite, so if he went forward, just be the most chill, just let anything go over his head. That would wind them up 1,000,000 times more. But It's easier said than done. I'll say that.
Didn't you say Uruguay boy was trying to get a whole bunch of people together to?
Yeah, he was trying to get everyone to report Nathan's video because of the threats of violence for all Nathan said hypothetically 1 million times regarding what he was saying.
Yeah, but those are all metaphorical examples. So, I mean, you can't hold somebody for violence for that.
What I'm saying about this, even though we were saying about Nathan breaking people's noses, it was a little bit of a different tact. And you can take what you want from that. But like I say, that Whatcast guy who's, I don't know, he doesn't I've Nathan.
Just stumbled across him the other day. He's a right fucking loser.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, but he's a loser. But he covered that debate. Now, he won't cover Nathan Oakley. He doesn't like him.
He didn't cover the debate. He just took a chunk where people were getting the little fucking schneidi remarks in. He didn't address anything. Yeah. All the people were just like looking away when Nathan was.
What I'm trying to say is that he wouldn't have usually promoted Nathan. Nathan's been promoted on his show. Now, I don't know if that will go in Nathan's favour or not. But it's something he wouldn't have usually played, Nathan Oakley, and he did.
Publicity is good publicity, even if it's bad publicity.
I think it's great publicity because the people that aren't total golems that are watching this content will just see that they're just chucking out ad homs and just being trolls and not addressing any of the facts.
Well, I said before then that Whatcast he was just picking bits out of that debate on Friday, and he was playing bits of Nathan, and Nathan was saying 35th fucking rendition of latitude and elevation angle, and no one's fucking addressed it yet. You're all fucking running away. No one's addressed this point. 30 fucking far. And the guy Whatcast who's just on his he's playing this on his show, he's also not picking up on. I mean, he should be saying, well, Nathan, that's fucking ridiculous, saying that elevation angles has got something to do with surface level when you're measuring from sea level. That's absolutely pathetic. But he didn't say that. He just went on to say, oh, fucking Nathan's got his mute button. He's got 4 people muted. He's shouting. He's threatening to break people's noses. He didn't address the point, which that was Nathan's point. Nobody's addressed this fucking point.
Were the threats unwarranted or were they deserved? They were deserved because in normal life, face to face, you're not going to do the things that these cowards do on a Discord server.
Well, they can't address the point that Nathan's making because it's necessitated in their belief structure. They can't deny it.
Exactly. They need it.
Oh, they're between a rock and a hard place.
No. They need the measurements. They know that. Darn well they need the measurements. They don't deny it, right? They try to get around it.
Well, they do. They did it. The elevation's got nothing to do with latitude, they said, Neil.
They do not deny the measurements. They adhere to the measurements themselves. That's how they got their ball. That's what's driving them crazy, that we're picking it out and showing them, right? So now they're upset about it. But I'll tell you what, I went out after that show and I almost got into a fight. I was in a raw mood. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm blaming Nate. I got a little bit violent myself,
That was hysterical, man. I was like, man, one deck is getting riled up over there. But you were doing such a good impersonation of Bev. I thought it was Bev.
Okay, now. Oh, it's good fun. But I think everybody...
Here's 2 of them.
Yeah, when he said this, what did he say that time about the one angles?
The one angles. We got one angles.
We got triangles and one angles.
Yeah, but Bev, you said we could do fuck all with an angle. Yeah, we got 2 of them.
Yeah, I didn't say you could do nothing with 2 angles. Just one angle you can't do nothing with.
And I predicted it. Right after he got done, I said Edibear's about to make his entrance. Boom, comes in Edibear. Then when he was done, I said, it's about time Bev comes in now. And comes Bev.
Hey, Bev, here's a little math for you. If an angle is
Victory
not
Royale!
and you, oh Lord,
Yeah, John.
if an angle is 0, then you add another 0, you got 0. If you can do fuck all with an angle, then you can do fuck all with a bunch of angles too.
He was like that. What's crap? Whatever he's called, Len. Today, because Nathan kept going about sea level and measured from sea level. Yeah, it's measured from sea level, elevation from sea level, elevation angles from sea level, fucking level. Yeah, no point higher or lower than the other. And then that what's crap? Whatever he's called goes. He pauses it and goes. Nathan doesn't obviously know what level means.
Yeah, I noticed in his stream the anti-flurf troll was getting under his skin a little bit as well. I found that quite funny.
I left him a few comments anyway.
I mean, think about it. Can we be honest? I mean, it doesn't take anybody with a PhD or anybody to realize just how intellectually incapacitated these people are that say these things when they use basic words, and whether you want to call it delusion or just a magician word play. I don't know what you want to, but I mean, that what you just said right there, to use those words, sea level, leveled, and then say that Nathan doesn't know what level means when you've just kind of like reiterated what Nathan's been saying and what level means, but then at the same time saying that's not level because leveled is curved. That's really like I ain't even going to say intellectually incapacitated. I'm just going to say like brain matter.
No, you're reading too much between the lines. That's not what he's saying. He's saying Nathan doesn't understand. Like I say, all this game is about is making it about your opponent so you can make your opponent wrong. Because if Nathan doesn't understand, he's right. Because I'm wrong. So again, even he, in his criticism, is popping me up on this pedestal so that he can say Nathan doesn't understand what level means. What's that, a glorified Nathan doesn't get it? Okay, does it matter if I get it? That's why I'm demeaning myself during these current live streams. I'm saying I don't matter in regards to the Earth measurements. Me being wrong, does that change miles? I did it for the other people, so I'll do it for me. Does it matter if Nathan Oakley understands in the third person what a mile is? Does it change what a mile is?
I get it, but I understand now what Neil's saying. It's so sad that they have to go to that point, and you have to go to that point of concession that, okay, fine, I don't understand. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't change the fact that it is measured flat. But that's sad that you have to go there in order to step out of the limelight and make yourself a flat card, so to speak, according to them. And then it doesn't change the fact that it's still measured flat, but that you have to go to that extreme to kind of like even make it more profoundly apparent and irrefutable that the earth is measured flat. You got to go through that. You have to say, I'm wrong, when you know you're not wrong, Nathan, but you have to say you're wrong in order to even bring the truth to these people. I know, that's what I'm saying. I just said that.
Listen, when that guy's going like, Nathan obviously doesn't know what level means, in his mind at that moment, he must have a picture of, or something in his mind of what level is. I mean, we can all draw a level line.
Yeah, no part higher or lower.
We could all draw a picture of sea level. What was in his mind when he said Nathan doesn't understand what level is? Did he have a curve
He had
line
a
in his mind?
globe equidistant to the center of a globe. They're in a contradiction.
Yeah, but he's not got a globe, has he? Because he's no globe measurement.
calculations.
Yeah, but if the calculations don't adhere with the measurements, you must throw the calculations out. I've said this many times before. If I measure a 100 by 100 foot area and I go to the next area and it's the same thing, and I say, wait, I can look up and count all the tiles on the ceiling and I don't have to drop my tape measure. But once I do that and I calculate all the tiles and it doesn't match the measurement, I can't use that calculation anymore. Something's off.
Right. Like with PV equals NRT, they come to that because the measurements conform to that calculation. Right? They took the measurements first and then they created that calculation.
Correct.
That's why I'm glad. So, go on.
Oh, go ahead, one day.
No, go on, mate. I was interrupted. Sorry.
I was going to say they didn't calculate something and then make the measurements fit it. That doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
I was glad the WGS 84 got brought up because we've been talking about that a bit ourselves, and Nathan was rubbing that in the face as well, letting him know it is a calculation after measuring a flat. It's
measurements.
We know
first.
these,
right? Before a calculation even is thought of, you have to have a measurement.
but they're trying to steer away from what the actual topic is that we don't live on a globe Earth with a radius of 3959, and if you use a trundle wheel going over a molehill, you measure curvature, therefore we live on a globe. It's to keep them to the Earth. Their supposed circumference measurements of their globe are flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Latitude for mapping and navigation is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement from sea level. I know Nathan doesn't know what level means, but that's a different story.
Man, broken nose.
And then for the listeners that may have just tuned in for the first time ever, I'm not trying to do this, but I'm gonna take it back 11 years ago, and one of the arguments that I used to say before we knew for sure that there's no other way but measured flat by sea level is that if that was the case and there wasn't any type of misconstruing or convoluted, philosophy or protocol of navigation or anything, then why are there zero spinning globes on bridges, on any type of vessel that travels by air or sea, if in fact that they created that globe not from the flat earth measurements? And why do they open up or use something with a horizontal leveled platform in order to do their nautical and their aerial measurements?
It's just easier, mate.
You get what I'm saying? I mean, because if that was a fact, I'm just being the devil's advocate, because I would be like, well, then explain to me why Navy ships have that spinning globe on the bridge. They don't. Then tell me why that when you go on a plane, the cockpit doesn't have a spinning ball on their instrument panel. I mean, that's layman term right there. Because if it was,
flight is horizontal.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
It's just easier. D Rose, what's up with you? It's just easier, mate. I mean, to go to all that trouble to show it spherically would be a lot of trouble. I mean, as Triangles told us from elevation profiles taken from 0 degrees sea level, it's just easier to do it that way. Just easier on the eye. You don't have to explain all this and all that about the globe measurement. It's just like, you just show it horizontal, elevation angles above and below from the 0 degree baseline. Simple.
Yeah, it's easier to say 2 plus 2 equals 4 than 9 minus 5 equals 4.
But just going back to the Friday show, I know I keep bringing it up because I don't know, I've got 2 views about it. He's like,
at one point I was thinking, oh, it's going a bit thingy, because I got a bit aggressive in the end, like you said. And Nathan was explaining about breaking noses and flushing heads down toilets. But on the other hand, I think it was, in one way I'm like, yeah, this was a good thing, this, because it's like, we're not taking any fucking shit off you like anymore. We're going to smack you in the fucking face and tell you what's what. Rather than pussyfooting around trying to explain ourselves nicely and normally.
No,
fuck off.
You're going to tell you from now on.
Yeah, you're getting knocked out, dickhead, and Earth's measured flat, and you're flat on your back right now, horizontally.
Yeah.
Hey, I always get knocked out curved on my back.
All right.
So I had two.
Hold on.
Anyway, I had two views about it. One I'm thinking, it was a little bit thingy. Let's keep it more professional. Let's keep it more chilled and thingy. But then I think it maybe did a good. It was a good thing as well.
Well, let's get to this thing that we had the other day. Refracted. Hear this out. I was going at it with when I'm told on a job site to construct that wall, right? Put your studs up and put that wall up and make sure it's level. That's the wrong verbiage, correct?
Yeah, put that wall up plumb.
Plumb. Okay. So that's what I was saying. They either got to say square or plumb because they're saying level. Now, Eli was saying it can't be level because it's on the vertical.
I remember that.
I was arguing the other way, saying, "Oh, tell me, they're telling me to level the wall. Yes, the wall has to be level, but the proper word is plumb."
Right. Didn't we talk about this like back in 2023? I remember Refractive breaking it down like that. I remember because I was at my other job and I was on lunch and we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we came up with the answer plumb. I just think we were just talking about it's leveled, but it's not leveled because level is horizontal and that's vertical. But I don't know if we came up with the word
higher or lower.
Yeah. It's perpendicular to the horizontal.
Right. So when they say put the wall level the wall, I'm putting a level on it, but I'm basically plumbing the wall. I'm making sure it's plumb, it's square.
But you can use a level in the vertical, can't you?
Yeah, but
you're talking about the tool, right? The tool, a leveling tool, can be used to establish a plumb.
Right.
But that wall is not level. If it's plumb, it is vertical. Now, if you were like talking about that wall is flat in relation to itself, yeah, you're changing the plane of reference by adding extra words. But if you said flatten that wall, you wouldn't smooth it out. You'd knock it down.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? Refractive and Neil too. When it comes to making stairs or anything with an angle, a level instrument can be used as well because there is a horizontal level piece on there. And you can make a leveled angle going horizontal because there's a horizontal level.
You're squaring the steps.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And you can get it at whatever degree you want it, 45, 35, you know what I'm saying? And you can get that leveled as well. So, I mean, you could do leveled for the plumb, vertical plumb, and you can get it for a horizontal angle with a level, but everything is level. Ain't no curve.
Well, the horizontal will be level. The vertical will be plumb. That's the point.
You don't get horizontal from a point, mate.
Right. If you look on a level and you're going to use it to establish a plumb, it has a one that runs up and down, a tube that runs up and down. But when you're holding it, the tool itself level, and it has in the middle of it a tube that runs horizontal. When you use it that way, you can establish if something is level. When you turn it 90 degrees to the plane of reference, and that bubble is that was vertical is now horizontal, you're actually using that 90 degrees to establish the vertical. So
Right.
you're still using horizontal.
Exactly. Thanks for saying it better than I did.
Well, you know damn well on a job site, John, they're telling you to make sure the wall's level. So I think the verbiage has to change.
Yeah, well, they're using the wrong verb, but they're telling you to use a tool, a leveling tool to make sure it's vertical. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's what they mean. You know,
Exactly.
It's being misconstrued.
Yeah, I agree. Now, if you had an instrument called a plumb, or level plumb leveler, or a plumb leveler, then they need to change the verbiage. But that's a good verbiage to use because they're still leveling it. They're using a leveler.
Well, them 3 words are on our 30 words, and you're not going to be using any of them 3 words when you're trying to describe how Earth curvature is measured.
Well, they're using them on deck, so I think we got to start busting noses.
I'm bringing my baseball back next Friday, mate.
I don't think we're going in there anymore. I agree 100%. Like I said, they have our address. Nathan's address has been there for over 10 years now. They know exactly how to get on the show. All right?
I think we're going next Friday and do the chill. Do 1 week chilled, 1 week violent. Balance.
You got to speak to the boss about that. I don't think Nathan wants to do it anymore. Nathan, what's your story, Nathan? Are we going in there Friday or are we not?
Doing the dishwasher and my radio mic battery's run out, so I've had to come back in to answer you. I mean, my attitude is that the people who want us in that scenario want to watch us get whipped. I made the analogy of being like a circus lion. So what they like watching, these are the flat earthers, majoritatively speaking. They want to watch the lion roar at the guy with the whip because they know that their lion, me, will get hold of the whip, yank the zookeeper into his mouth and swallow him. That's what they want to watch. But also, it's funny, but by the same token, the lion just doesn't want to be whipped. Lions are generally quite lazy creatures. They just want to lie down with a whole harem of women around them, right? I'm not saying I want a harem of women around me, but what I am saying is your average lion doesn't want to be whipped because people are like, yeah, but we like watching you eat the circus keeper because the circus keeper's a real shithead. You're like, yeah, but I don't want to be anywhere near the circus then, do I? You know what I mean? But you're telling me to stroll in of my own volition and get whipped because you are in the audience of the zoo or of the circus.
But I think Nathan, that win this Friday, then they'd take that as some kind of victory.
My rhetoric at the moment, Len, is that there isn't a victory to be held by us, the people, in this regard, right? Let me ask it differently. Do surveyors, right, finish their survey, right? So they've got their nice, massive, really industrial-looking tripod that's probably worth $5,000. They've got their lantern on top of it, and they've done their little survey, and they've written up the quote. They've gone to the porter cabin in their yellow viz and written up the quote. Yeah, got it all down on paper, what they need to show in terms of the area that they're surveyed, that they were paid to survey, right? They hand over the information to the foreman and the foreman sends it off. Do they all gather around in a circle and go, yeah, surveying? Is it a victory for them when they measure Earth flat? Doing their job. Do you see where I'm asking, though? Is it a victory for them?
No.
Right,
no, not in any real sense, but just for the fact that they'll feel like they've bullied you out of that platform.
I'm just going to go.
Let me get it straight. No.
I see what Len is saying. Len's a slick one, boy.
Sure. There's a natural dweeb order of things, right? Dweeb cracks wise remark. Bully dunks his head down the toilet. Dweeb runs squealing with everybody in the school pointing at him and laughing at him because he's dripping wet to the headmaster's office. And then the headmaster pulls the bully to one side and says, "You're a bully." And the bully goes, "Yeah, but my dad's hitting me." That's the natural order of things, right? That's what happens, isn't it? Yeah? Now, what I am pointing out to people like Uruguay guy is you're the kid with the dripping hair running through the school past every classroom laughing their fucking tits off at you. But you perceive a victory because you've got me. What does he want to do? Have my channel shut down, send me to the police, have my kids taken away, have me jump off a building. What does he want? Punishment for me, the bully? Yeah. The bully, after he's got told off from the teacher, goes under the bike sheds, for me it was under the railway bridge, and snogs the blonde. That's what the bully does. Now that is just life. Now nothing about that scenario changes that the bully doesn't want to be in front of the headmaster. Sometimes it escalates. For me, I was sat in the headmaster thinking, why isn't he talking to me? And then 2 policemen would walk in. Right? But it doesn't change who's who in this situation, right? Does it? Now, metaphorically speaking, there are certain aspects of this story that don't make any sense. I wasn't getting hit by my dad. I wasn't the bully dunking kids' heads in the toilets. Occasionally I broke a few noses. But my point isn't that. My point is, who are the people we oppose in this little scenario? Are they the headmaster? Are they in charge of the discipline? Are they the police? Are they in charge of punishing people? No. Who are they? They are the snot-faced, adenoidal little pricks running through the schools, dripping with every other school member laughing at them. That is who they are. Now, the reason Uruguay guy wants to punish me is because his only recompense is to go and tell the headmaster. So what's he done? Let's get him reported. Why? Because you've ran through the school dripping after I dunked your head down the bowl and everyone laughed at you? Yes, that is life. Now, my lot in life is a poor lot in life. I'm so poor. I moan about this all the time. I'm moaning about it because in this scenario with the jocks, you, snot-faced sniveller, cuck, you get to be important at the bank. But in life, being successful at the bank is generally not really cared about by most people. Even the people in the bank don't want to be in the bank. I've worked in a bank. I know, right? So even the guy with his really nice tie who pulls up in his Lamborghini is balding and ignored by every girl in the bar. Why? Because that guy was the guy with his adenoids running past the classrooms dripping wet, having had the bully dunk his fucking head down the toilet. Now, everybody knows this story, and everybody knows who's who in the character development of each character. Now, who's Uruguay guy? Is he the headmaster? Is he the policeman? No, he's not. He's the snot-faced little beater dick running through the corridor going, I'm going to tell the headmaster. Yeah, go on, you little prick. On you go. It won't change what you are. And life doesn't change very much. Life generally has you play out that character arc because that is you. You are you. You know who you are, but often people don't like who they are. Now, me, I'm very different in this regard, right? I'm going to say this down the barrel of the camera. I know exactly who I am. I know exactly who my monsters are. And I'm good with me. I like being me. Now, I can bitch and bleat about being poor. Tough luck at it. Just life goes on. There is more to life than money. I learned that a long time ago, which is why I can smile about being poor. Because what am I in this scenario, in this hypothetical little play that I've laid out? I'm the guy dunking their fucking heads down the bowl. Now, that's a metaphor. What's that? You want me to get shut down for inciting her? Yeah, go and tell Ted Master, you little twat. Everybody's still laughing at you. That's the reality of this role that you find yourself playing as you, being an adenoidal little prick, go, actually, horizontal distances prove a globe. Dunk, dunk, dunk. I'd be smiling and laughing at you. And while you gargle the bug water, you're asking the other guys around, does it bother you that he's beating me up? Does it bother you? That's what you do. That's what we heard Buck do, isn't it?
Well said, Nathan. But I just want to say something. Like with the recent talk from yourself is, what does it matter? You know, if you want to believe in nothing will change. Earth is measured flat in always has been in all instances. Nothing you say is going to change that. I don't feel like really that we've been into, say, another server and just kept that chilled attitude all the way through. Like, even if someone's saying we don't need to shove their heads down a bog, really, because that won't alter anything either. Do you know what I'm saying? Even though I'm saying the other one the other week was really chilled by you, and that was my favourite.
All I'm reiterating is the reason why I've got praise, really. The reason in this scenario I've got praise is because in that little story, everybody, including you demonstrated signs of this, wants to be the guy holding the snot-faced little twat that everybody hates down the bog. You want to be the one holding his ankles, don't you? And everybody around me felt that. Even the Christians, the most tolerant of them all, were like, yeah, I totally get it. And I was like thinking, what? Well, because they want to be holding the snot-faced little lying bastard's head down the toilet. They're too good a disposition. But when they see the bully do it, they don't feel bad for the snot-nosed little lying prick that's actually... Because everybody hates that guy. And they're like, yeah, good, I'm glad Biff is destroying that little prick. I hate him. You know, they're all feeling it. And when they see him run through the corridors, there's a reason everybody laughs at that guy. Because they don't like him. Now... You're saying, what difference does it make, right? In this regard, what difference does it make if we're in there with a chilled attitude? Well, I've said I don't mind going to these places if there's something in it for me. I moaned with a smile on my face because it's just a hypothetical example, like in Back to the Future or something, like with all the characters laid out at the dance. Well, in the same regard, I've still got my mortgages to pay. I do actually want to make money, and I'm a YouTuber. So if I've got a book to promote and I can go out to these places and I have to face a sudden audience that is much more hostile than I was expecting. Why? Well, because on the tickets that I was never shown, it says cunt versus Nathan. And I just never told that it was going to be me in the middle of a ring with fire and people whipping me. But that will be done under the guise of me there to promote my book. As opposed to me strolling willingly into the circus ring because people are like, yeah, we really love watching you as a lion. I know you've escaped the circus and you're trying to point everybody at the circus and tell them to keep the fuck away from it. But just go in and bite the lion tamer again. It was so awesome watching you do it because I want to be like that. I want to be the guy biting their heads off. And watching you do it, I feel really justified in my anger towards them. You're like, this is a slippery road. Why would I willingly do this? You're like, let's go there and be chill. Nah, that's when you say that episode, I know which episode you're talking about. My cognitive processing skills were equal in both shows. The fact that I've got a persona that I want to portray on one show that's like aggressive bully, and you, by contrast, being the bullied, dripping, wet, snot-nosed, adenoidal twat that they all are, well, that's just a decision. But in terms of trying to keep the show under control, it might have seemed like everything was kept chill and cool on that show. But if you really listen closely, there's no difference. It's the same circus. I'm working just as hard. And the cognitive load is just as high. You know, there really isn't any difference. It's the same people for a start. It was the exact same people. The only thing you're paying attention to is the reaction from their perspective towards me is one of greater irritation, right? Well, do I care? Yeah. If my aim is to get my numbers up, because I'm looking at my numbers currently going, shit, man, this won't cover the mortgage this month. Fuck, what am I going to do? And then I look at the 400 views and I hear someone like Sensual Goat saying, well, we're like old men in a bar. I've got to do something. So what do I do as that lion? I'm going to have to stroll into that circus, aren't I? Well, I'm like, but why? Is it worth it? I'd rather struggle a bit, you know, because is it actually worth it? A couple of you have said, I've been listening I've been doing other stuff with the kids and loading the dishwasher. I've been listening to you, right? And a couple of you have said, yeah, I felt really het up and quite aggressive after that show. I'm like, yeah, it'll do that to you. You know, it's like watching Rambo or something. Suddenly your blood's pumping and you want to be shooting things because you're Rambo.
Freaking right.
Right. Well, that's a slippery road too, isn't it? I mean, it's useful for one show to hypothetically be the guy metaphorically dunking their heads down the toilet.
Yeah, I almost went outside and beat up a little old lady.
Oh, come on, are you being sarcastic?
Listen, usually on a Friday when I get home, I have my curry, a couple of beers. If I get into a fight with the missus, don't usually give her a left hook. I just give her a quick jab. But I give her a left hook on Friday.
Normally it's just a slap.
And
right? Don't take this too far, because I don't want people to trim out any parts of me saying, yeah, I gave my wife a good slap. Yeah, trim that out, bitches.
Do you want to hear the funniest thing that I heard?
Go ahead, Len.
Sorry, go on, Len.
The funniest thing that I heard, I think it was from that Uruguay guy show. He had Brenda and someone else on. And Brenda said, Ranty told me that Nathan has feminine hips. Coming from Brenda, I found that absolutely hilarious.
I do have feminine hip. I am extremely feminine in my hip department, I'll have you know. It's part of the reason
so
my wife
they
loved me.
named you properly on that server.
Gotta make it about me. And for Brenda, it's going to be about how feminine I am. I mean, people are 99% concerned with themselves. Everything is done from their own perspective. Obviously, it can't be done from any other. But they're ultra fixated on their own position and their own lot in life, aren't they? Often people will fantasize about being something else. If you're the snot-faced, adenoidal little twat, you want to be the bully. And you find angles to put yourself in the position of being the one in control. You know, going to the headmaster, seeking control from somebody, claiming victory by way of using Euclid's work. Whatever it is that you do to seek your affirmation in your position that you're in, you're still in your position, aren't you? And from your perspective, you want to be someone else. You want to be something else. There's not a lot of people out there that are just actually happy in their position that they find themselves in. Now, I've got to be careful how I say this, because I'll sound really, really pig-headed, or whatever the word is. Not pig-headed, big-headed, I suppose, is the most appropriate term, right? I'm generally quite happy most of the time, yeah? Life's been pretty good to me. I often find myself thanking God, not condemning him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when I think about how good life's been, and I listen to someone like, I don't listen to someone like Alan Watts. When we listen to Alan Watts and they're like, he goes on about how you need to appreciate that you exist and you're not in some race to get somewhere and there's not some overall objective. Life is the objective. I'm like, I recognise that one about 8. You know what I mean? Yeah, I live very much in the moment, and ever since the kids arrived, I've taught them that, right? What's important? Learning how to read or existing in the moment. As you learn to read, that's your lot in life currently. Very important that you appreciate what's going on around you right this second, because that's what life is all about, right? You could get hit by a bus tomorrow, and then what would you have had, past tense, was every one of those moments. So they're all very important, right? For some people, they watch Alan Watts, like, oh, suddenly it's a revelation. Well, I've been trying to get ahead in the bank. I'm seen as important with my bold spot when no woman will love me. I'm going to go and tell the bank manager that he hasn't qualified for that loan. Go to the toilets. Oh, nobody's looking. Nobody cares.
Well, if you listen to the Uruguay guy from a few weeks back, you hear him say, I'm not going to let you bully me. So he's obviously been bullied his whole life, because he's not going to stand for it no more. You're not going to bully me.
He even gets bullied off his own cat. When I was watching the other day, his cat was biting and knacking him. He's that much of a dweeb.
I mean, I just got to say, I know my peeps, right? People are people. They generally fit into certain archetypes and stereotypes. Now, you might not like that. Now, if you're listening to this and you're black and you're currently holding a grape juice, just understand that you are your stereotype for a reason in some instances, right? There are certain true stereotypes. You guys, I'm just going to use black guys because generally they've got a good sense of humour and won't feel the need to kick me, or however I phrase that, right? You know, a lot of you like chicken. I know there's a stereotype for a reason, isn't there? That's my point. But that isn't why I'm highlighting what a black stereotype is. It's because the people that we oppose are dweebs. That is what they are, right? Look at Dave Farina. Look at Craig. Look at Gollum. I mean, Dave, the other Dave, right? Look at what they are, how they speak, what they talk about, and go, what are you? What category did you fit in? What stereotype are you? dweeb. They're just dweebs. They're the kids that got their heads flushed down the back, aren't they?
They weren't hanging out with the cool kids, that's for sure.
Just going back, though, to what I said and what Nathan's response was, I did appreciate your response, Nathan, because I was going in chilled and all that. But, you've got to think about, I'm thinking about myself there a little bit in a way. This is how we should do this. I'm not thinking, you've got other things going on and financial things, and why do you need to go in there, like you say, and get the whip out and be abused for what? Unless it's going to do you any sort of good. Yeah, so I totally understood what you were saying there, Nathan, when you put it that way. So, yeah, appreciate that. I'm with you on that.
Also, it's just work,
but there were
right?
so many people that loved Friday's show. I can't even tell you how many.
It's
like, we got to go there every day.
It's just work. All I was doing for the entire time is watching the lines, watching what's on camera, making sure the lights are on for 6 hours. I mean, the main thing was that I did it for too long. I was absolutely knackered. I've slept all weekend. Like, literally all weekend. So
yeah, what sparked you to do the super extended after show after saying there was going to be no after show?
Yeah, what the hell was that all about?
Just lack of fun. In my mind, it's just more work to produce more shorts, to produce more videos. So I've now got the time. I'm not sitting buying microphones all day, so I've managed to trim out a couple of shorts videos. I mean, everyone moans when they're gone. It's one of those, if you don't produce little clips and 20-minute videos and shorts all on the subject of flat Earth, then people moan at you. When you do, no one mentions them. They'll go out there and they will get views. People will watch them, but it's kind of, there's an expectation. Well, I can only achieve that expectation if I've got the time to do it and got the material to work with, right? You guys, I watched a guy, I can't remember who it was, and middle of watching his live stream, he suddenly cut into, here's Nathan's members only video. It might have been Michael Kahn or someone like that. I can't remember, Roger Ledwell. I forget who it was that did it. But suddenly they're playing one of the clips from the members only videos. Not that I'm going to moan that should be members only because it was in the middle of some obscure live stream. But by the same token, he's going through the nonsense of Buck Sodbuster using drop over distance and highlighting that as a revelation that's only out there because I've had the time to produce the clips. So, I'm pretty sure it was a Patreon or somebody who's paying me to some capacity. So I saw it and I'm like, yeah, glad that I've done the 6 hours and trimmed out the bits and made them members only, and will be releasing them shortly to the public, because I always do. Very few things are left as members only. But it's just work. You know what I mean? It's just, I want to get the material that I want. I'm looking for a reaction. I'm looking for a certain type of reaction from my opponents in those scenarios that I want to trim out. So why is it 6 hours? Well, because I haven't quite achieved what I really want. You know what I mean? There's a victory in there somewhere that's going to get trimmed out that is going to appeal to the audience that I know I've got. And when I trim it out and see whoever, let's say it's Roger Ledwell, reproducing it, it's because he's obviously into it. And that, as a YouTuber, is all I can ever want, right? The people who are paying me are happy, so I'm happy.
Well, you have people that still enjoy the bloodbath, Nathan. You know that.
It will come. It will come just from me doing the book. That's what I'm saying, right? Mark it as a sort of, we will probably wander into other servers, right? That is just something we have done as FED. We're not going to say never again, ever, or anything, right? It's just, I don't necessarily want to make a regular Friday thing, even though I've said to what's his name, oh yeah, we'll do it every Friday, and he's got it down as an event, great. But I actually don't want that when I assess it. It's like, I don't necessarily think that is something that people would enjoy regularly. It was an event that has been enjoyed, and people enjoyed when we were going into 24/7. People enjoyed when we went into Bev server. It's just another server. Mm-hmm. But what is it that makes what we do? Us. Us talking about it today is just as valuable, if not more so, than actually dunking the dweebs' heads down the toilets. There's a reason it works, right? They are being identified for what they are. In my game plan, right, I want to go in and identify who all these characters are. Let's use a different word, not characters, players. Who are all the players in this game that we play? Well, these are the characters, players, that I'm going to identify that we have to deal with, and how consequential they are. Now, that's unfortunate because I've got to look back at myself and go, where do I fit in this game that we play? I'm a little pawn. You got to laugh. I'm not a king. I'd love
In
to
my
be.
opinion, there wasn't many players from Friday's show. There was a lot of NPCs that had no substance, just ad homs, and they're all getting the little kicks.
Let's call them pawns.
Tried to give you something.
They're pawns. On the chessboard, you play chess. Yeah? You play chess?
No, Nathan.
Hold on. I just got a message from Buck Sodbuster, and he said to me, never call yourself a Christian again. Never. You idolize a man that talks about raping people. I don't know if he meant, groping, with his children in the next room. He calls a female participant on his show a slut and every other derogatory slur in the book because she asked him if he talks to his wife like that. People like you that go along with it are pathetic. I am an atheist, but I am 100 times more the Christian than you are. Is he an idiot? He just said he's an atheist.
Yeah, but he's not talking about the theodolite, is it? And measuring angles.
It's never going to be about how they could not overcome the facts Nathan was laying out. It's going to be about what he was provoked to say when somebody comes in and says, do you talk to your wife like that? Or your kids are in the next room. Or like me. What are you going to say about me? I talk about measurements too. Oh, you're not a Christian. Don't ever call yourself a Christian again. This is what it's all they got.
Well, that's irrelevant anyway. To the measurement of Earth, what he's just said, he's just like this is what you're going to get now, isn't it? This is it. But we were telling him how latitude is an elevation angle measurement from sea level and Polaris. It's flat and level. And now they're going on about Nathan and shoving heads down toilets and breaking noses. Well, that's what we're going to do now and again.
Yep. And I just realized, because I look and there's a whole bunch of messages. This is from, hey, Neil, looks like my video is up to 600 views where Nathan is at 150. Ouch. 1,000 versus 200. Poor Nathan and that mean algorithm. Sounds like Jiren.
But, Nathan's video was explaining how Earth is measured correctly using sea level and elevation angles, and he was trying to explain that using a theodolite can measure curvature, which is incorrect.
The perfect analogy for what happened on Friday was the Orwellian 5 minutes of hate for all the ballers just to get the little jeers and jabs in. It wasn't about proving anything whatsoever. It was just about venting their hate for the one thorn in the side.
Yeah, but I agree with you, Len, but I think that, like I said before, I was like, did I like this? Yeah, I did like it because I got involved. And but then I go back to the chill show. So I'm like, yeah, but you've maybe got to do a bit of both for that. But it's caused, look at how they're reacting to it. Are we after a reaction? I'm saying that as if we want a reaction. Do I want a reaction? I don't know. But they're reacting to it, but not responding to the facts on the table that Earth's measured flat.
No, what they'll say is, I see he is going on worldwide debate. Maybe he can cover the topic, how to measure a curve without a tool used for measuring angles. That would be a great topic. A group of grown adults, none of whom has ever touched a theodolite, spending hours repeating that a theodolite cannot be used to measure curvature. So sad. No one made it. It's an angle measuring device.
That's the question. If Neil uses a theodolite, let's say Neil becomes acutely aware of how a theodolite works, goes out and buys one, will he change how we measure angles from surface level?
Negative.
Will Miles be any different because Neil knows how theodolite works or doesn't know how theodolite works?
Negative, but it still doesn't measure curves.
What about sea level? Will sea level change because Neil doesn't understand how theodolite works or suddenly becomes completely familiar with theodolites? Does it change it? Just trying to establish how consequential to the whole world Neil's understanding as it's being portrayed by Buck Sodbuster is. I mean, obviously, by contrast, it means Buck Sodbuster's not important. But if he can make Neil wrong, He's right, and right means important, consequential on how the world's dealt with. But he's not, though, is he?
They want you to argue about what a theodolite is designed to do, rather than the fact that the Earth is flat and level and sea level is level. They want you to start arguing about can you measure curvature of a theodolite? Does a trundle wheel actually measure curvature going over a molehill? You're going into these they're pushing into these little areas, like, let's not talk about the circumference or the radius of the 3959, 8 inches per mile squared. We want to talk about that. Let's talk about a surveying instrument, which is only up to can measure certain distances, which is linear, and they only measure vertical, horizontal angles.
What I'd
expect from
that, because it's a shortcut.
He's lying.
Right, is the well, it's back to Buck, right? It's what he actually put forth in the first place, and then wanted to go to trundle wheels. So when you say 8 inches per mile squared, what you need to do that calculation is a flat Earth linear distance measurement in miles, don't you?
Yep.
Right. It's always going to be the same way. What's that? I can get a mile with a trundle wheel. Okay, show me on a graph. Show me how this plays out mathematically. Then show me the mile that you're going to derive this drop from. Is that going to bend too? So you're going to have two curved lines on screen. I see. It's just laughable, isn't it? No, you definitely.
Oh, he sent me a whole. He sent me a whole video. I put it in Master B. I didn't even realize it.
See?
I just went and scrolled. Look at his picture in Master B.
I'm getting myself a cup of coffee and my wife a cup of tea, actually.
It's entitled Measuring Curve with Straight Lines and Angles.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said before, Neil. This is what Toon's promoting. It's fraudulent information. But I for some reason, this is what they feel they have to do. So either get a reaction or continue the argument, which isn't an argument. Yeah, this is where they've got to go into proper insanity now, saying we are measuring horizontal, vertical angles from sea level, and that gives us curvature. They've got no problem with them words coming out of their mouths in hope of a reaction. But they can't demonstrate it in physical reality. They can draw cartoon pictures. They can present things on a Toon show with Sogbuster with a drawing of a sphere and two lighthouses, and it's not reality. It's just fucking a picture on a screen saying, if I do this, if I do that, and I can do that, and then I'll convert that to that, and then because of the distance, the difference in the vertical height from elevation from sea level, it fits in with the globe. What globe? The globe's not been measured. There's no globe measurement to say it fits in with a globe, because the globe measurement came from surface level and eye level parallel to each other with a depression angle, mate.
Yes.
The measurement is the per mile squared bit, right? So when you're describing the measurements in any instances for globe suggestions, they always start with the derivative that's required for them, and it's horizontal. Per the mile squared in all instances for their suggestion. They need miles to be flat. There's no getting away from this flat Earth prerequisite, this specific one. This is, again, why, I don't know why Bev wanted to do this, but he wants to hold this derivation from elevation angle measurements to produce a Polaris-based antipodal system that's projected from within the celestial sphere, right? Well, this is the requirement to make that me, but by equivalence with miles squared for Buck when he derives a drop over distance. That's all 8 inches per mile squared is. And a requirement to make it Nathan's flat earth mile instead of the mile that's used by them to derive curve. Do you see what I'm going at? The drop over distance is an over distance that's the flat earth measurement.
Yes. So measuring curves with straight lines and angles involves using chords, straight lines between 2 points on a curve. So you're talking a straight line. You have to have a horizontal baseline to do any of these things.
Just say welcome to flat Earth. That's right. We have to have a horizontal baseline when we're measuring.
Common techniques include measuring the chord length and the perpendicular sagitta height to calculate the radius, using string or flexible tape measure to directly measure the arc, or employing trigonometric formulas involving angles.
They're not a chord then. You said chord.
Yeah, and then they
do you know what chord is?
right away.
Just because you're not identifying. Do you know what I mean by chord? Do you know what chord is?
The length, right? The string.
No. What he's given you is the length of the string in an arc, and then he's called it an arc. But he said that what we're measuring is chord lines. Well, okay, so this is a glorified begging the question, fellas.
Hold on, let me read it again.
I heard it, Neil. I'm addressing it. So he's got a chord line. A chord line is a line that bifurcates a section of a circle or sphere. So if you imagine that you've got a ball in front of you and you take the skin off in a straight line. So you cut through the ball to take a cross section of the ball away. That line that you cut off is the chord line. So the chord would bifurcate, not bifurcate because that means in half, but dissect through the ball by assumption. So this is a glorified begging the question fallacy. Again, book thinking is clever. I don't know why you're entertaining this dude, but fine. So he's got
it's not Buck.
He says, whoever it is, he's got a line that's cutting through a presupposed sphere, and that cutting through line is what he's calling the chord line that he's then associating with the horizontal plane of reference that you need. Okay, yeah, so you need a plane to reference, and his plane is derived from slicing off a cross section of a ball that he's assumed. That's what he's done. Then he's convoluted that by saying, if I drag a string over an arc, like, well, that's not a chord line. But that's what he's appealed to you to believe that his measurement is, because he's going to base it on having the ability to mathematically draw a chord through a ball based on his arc he assumes his string is doing when it's probably completely flat. So he's convoluting several things all at once. But it works under the basis that no offense to you, I assume he is appreciating that you don't know what chord is.
No, it's a picture. It's not Buck. I Googled it.
Who cares?
There's a picture of everything you're saying.
Well, the bifurcated line is the plane that he needs. And is he going to... Just answer me this then. The line that's bifurcating through the sphere is assumed, because it's on a spherical diagram. He's automatically assuming it's a sphere, and that the flat plane we reference is cutting through a ball. Do we cut through the ground to get our plane of reference? Is that how we acquire a plane of reference?
The plane of reference for them requires the equatorial or celestial plane, which no one's measuring from inside of the presupposed.
Yeah, that's the picture that's on the thing. It's the AI thing. I Googled AI. I said measuring curves with straight lines and angles, and this is what they gave me. The picture that you described, Nathan.
That's not what he described. Whoever you were talking to, I was in the other room. He's described the chord, hasn't he? A chord. That's cutting.
Yeah, that's the AI. I Googled it, so that's what they gave me.
Okay, well, he's given you something else. He's just hoping that you haven't spotted it.
Who is he? Who are you saying he?
Whoever gave you the word chord.
It's AI. I Googled it.
Okay. AI then.
I Googled
AI
it because he's saying on his video it's entitled Measuring Curve with Straight Lines and Angles. So I Googled that, and this is what they gave me.
Okay. I heard the word chord.
Yeah, it says it, but and in it is a diagram of the picture that you just explained. I'll send it in Master B. But yeah, it's exactly what you said.
Okay, well, I'm not in front of my computer. I'm in the other room. But anyway, yes, fine. Regardless, we need a horizontal plane of reference. That's how Earth's measured.
Yeah, that's the first thing they said. They used it right in the beginning. It's like anything else. You want to hide money? You're at a table, put it under a newspaper, right? They come in, they look everywhere, they won't find it because it's right there underneath the newspaper that's right on the table. So they hide it right in the front, the flat baseline that they need. Right? From the first thing that they say, measuring curves with straight lines and angles involves using chords, straight lines between 2 points on a curve. That's in parentheses.
I used to have a friend who was an American guy called Zach, and I don't know why coincidentally this took place in a train station. I was talking about snogging girls under the train station bridge, same train station. The police come into the toilets because we're smoking weed in there, right? And somebody's obviously reported us to the police. So they come in and they start frisking me and this guy, Zach, his name was. And they find absolutely nothing. And I'm like, I wonder how he managed to hide it so quickly. I'll wait till later and I'll ask him. So these two policemen disappear, having not found anything on myself or Zach. And I look at Zach, and he looks at me. And then he goes over to the mirror and peels the squidgy black off the mirror. So he's just stuck it like chewing gum to the mirror. When they've walked in, instantly, like an immediate reaction, he's just very casually leaned against the mirror and stuck it to it. Hilarious. It's just you talking about putting things under the newspaper. It's like, no, what you're saying is put it in plain sight. Somewhere really obvious that you're not going to go and preen yourself in the mirror if you're searching two suspects.
Yeah. You hide it in plain sight, exactly.
I'm sure you're familiar with Red Dwarf, Nathan, but there was a moment from Friday's show with Bev where it reminded me of Arnold Rimmer, BSc, bronze swimming certificate, when Bev with his bloody certificate said he's here to represent bloody surveyors.
Yeah, well, that's where I stole it from. That was my reply. I said I've got a bronze swimming certificate. That's exactly who I stole it from. I stole it from Rimmer. The reason I stole it from Rimmer was because someone like you knows the reference, immediately gets what I'm contrasting. What's Rimmer? Rimmer is the kid that people would have dunked down the bog because they hated him for being that neckbeard who went, actually, he even looks like Simon Dan, doesn't he?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, every single drawing here that I'm looking at has got a flat horizontal baseline. Every single one.
Yeah, he said he got a certificate, right, Len? I got a certificate. I'm like, yeah, like I've got a swimming certificate. So I'm going to appeal to my swimming certificate because it means that I'm basically an Olympic swimmer, or I know how to survey pools.
I had just envisioned it as though all these surveyors got together and said, oh, we need someone to represent us. Oh, Bev's just got his certificate. Let's get him.
Even curved using straight
Bev's
lines.
not a surveyor. Right, I used to work with surveyors, so I used to do recruitment, and one of my contracts was with the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, and I had to provide them with staff. So I had to regularly deal with actual surveyors, and they're very matter-of-fact business, like getting things done, getting things built, getting things surveyed. Bev's not doing any of those things. He's not a surveyor. Telling me you've got a certificate. I'll be like, oh yeah, have you now? Okay.
Well, he said he's learning.
I used to get people like Bev come in with their, in quotes, certificates. I got a surveying certificate. I want to go for the surveyor's job. Do you now? Yeah, I'll send you up for the interview. No worries. Oh, you didn't get the job. Why? Oh, they thought you were a prick. Yeah.
Well, when I said to him, I said, well, you're the professional here. He said, no, I'm learning. I'm just learning.
Yeah, it's not. It's that. What that actually means is I'm not a real surveyor. Well, I've got a certificate. It's like me saying I'm a sound engineer. Well, I've got a city and guilds. I mean, what? Well, sound engineering. What do you mean you got a certificate? Yeah, I've got a certificate in sound engineering. I went to college and learnt sound engineering. I mean, that basically means I'm Michael Jackson's producer. Essentially means I've got several platinum albums that I've produced because I know how to do sound. I mean, I've got a certificate. Like, what the fuck? That's why I asked him, what have you done then? What have you done in practical terms? Well, nothing is the answer. So what the fuck do you think a certificate's worth? You know, I've got a GCSE in maths, therefore what, I'm a mathematician? No, it doesn't work like that. It's what you've done. Yeah? People's experience is more valuable in most instances than their qualification. But in most people's mind, their qualification gives them the, justifiable 30 grand a year that the entry-level surveyor is going to get. As an employee, well, you might think that's what you get, but you still have to go to the interview, don't you? And you know what happens? You know what happens at the interview? Do you know what they assess them on? They wouldn't be in the interview unless they had the certificate, because they wouldn't entertain one without one. But what do they assess when they get to the interview? Is this guy a snivelling little fuck that I'd rather dunk his head down the bowl than work with him? That's what they assess. I mean, I've worked with employers. So you've got a certificate. Why haven't you got a job? I already know why you've not got a job as a surveyor. Because when you went for the interviews, they looked at you and went, I fucking want to all over this snot-nosed little twat. Listen to him with his adenoidal telling me about his certificate. You wouldn't bleed in beer. All you got to do is make me think you're not a prick. And you'll get the job. And you failed. Oh, I'm sorry, Bev, you didn't get the job. Why? Oh, I just think there was someone more qualified than you. Yeah, qualified. Yeah, it's all about your qualifications. You didn't quite have enough. What's that? You did? Yeah, they just didn't like you. You're fundamentally
Actually, things are
unlikable.
going backwards today, Nathan. You can have all the qualifications, but if you don't have the certificates, they're hiring people that just went out and took the courses that know nothing about anything in the field, and they're getting jobs over people that have all the experience in the field that just never went and got their documentations. So it's a backwards world we're living in.
Absolutely, Neil. I'm sure that is the circumstance in some particular fields. I'm just making a point that when it comes to your certificate, it doesn't mean that you get the job. Ask any university leaver, because they've been sold a lie their entire educational career, like the Alan Watts scenario. Well, I'm just striving to get through high school with enough grades to get into college. I'm just striving through college to get enough qualifications to get to university. I'm just getting through university so I can go and get my 100 grand a year job. I'm just going into the job market and people see me as a snivelling little twat that they'd rather dunk their head down the bog than give me a job, so I'm really poor. That's the reality. You know, when you're selling people, which I've done, recruitment consultancy, not slavery, you sell the person based on their personality more than anything. The reason you get the job isn't necessarily because you're qualified. You wouldn't be at the interview if you weren't. But why do people get jobs versus people who don't? It's not because they got a fucking certificate, I can assure you of that. It's because the people like that person and want to work with them. So, well, why aren't you doing any surveying jobs? Well, I know, right? I used to work with the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors and provide them staff. So, yeah, I know why. Because you aren't very likeable. That's the same answer for anybody that doesn't get a job. You just need to be liked by the person you were talking to. Now, generally, Bev is fundamentally unlikable. He's annoying, isn't he? Let's just be honest about this, right? This is what I was trying to convey. Obviously, now I've done the show, and I'm saying I don't want to do that again. I'm now coming up with the concise descriptions of what I'm actually trying to achieve, which is putting people in their place. People like Bev, people like Uruguay Guy, people like Buck Sodbuster. Let's just highlight your situation here, because there's been this false impression that you've created with your million miles of fibre, that you're in a position of, you've deluded yourself and some others around you that you're actually in a decent position. No, let's just bring you back down to earth with a fucking bog full of hair full of bog. You know what I mean? Let's just let you be reminded of what you actually are, son. Let's not beat around the bush here. Dave Farina is a prick that people generally don't find likeable. Now, he's found himself a bit of algorithmic success, for whatever reason, but fundamentally, Dave Farina is an unlikable guy. People love to hate him on both sides. When they see him winning on the Globe side, do you think that's because they want him down the pub having a pint with them? No, Dave's not a very likeable guy. Now, Joe Rogan, by comparison, I'd love to have a pint with Joe Rogan. I bet it'd be a right laugh. Because he's a bloke. He's a bloke's bloke. So it'd be a laugh, wouldn't it? You know, you and all... It doesn't matter if we had a row. I could go on the Joe Rogan show, have a row with Joe Rogan about Flat Earth. And he'd be like, do you want to come for a drink? I'm like, fucking hey, I do. Let's go. Right? And even though I don't drink, I'd want to go out for a drink with Joe Rogan because he'd be a laugh. He's a man's man. So he's going to be a laugh, isn't he? Now,
and then I want to go to the gym with him and watch him kick a bag.
Yeah, well, yeah, or do something violent. Yeah, because he's a man. Exactly the same thing. Let me watch you. I've heard Joe Rogan's got a really strong leg. Go on then. Let's see you whack this thing in the casino that's got a weight meter on it. Go on, whack it and it breaks. You're like, wah! And everyone cheers and beer flies everywhere. Wicked fun. That sounds ace. Now imagine you've just been in the presence of Bev. Actually, I think we can go... No, shut up. You haven't even finished that sentence and I don't want to do anything with you. You're an annoying little prick. Go away. That's the reality, isn't it? And that is going to be Bev's lot in life, generally speaking. Now, he might be able to whittle out from the entirety of the connected internet world a few people to sit around and go, yeah, Bev, that's right, we feel the same as you. Yeah, I'm sure he can find some like-minded people. But ultimately speaking, these people that we encounter are fundamentally unlikable. Now, by contrast, as much as I knock flat earthers, I'm now going to give them some props. Because the people around me, for the most part, are a laugh. Right? They're a laugh. People who are out there looking at conspiracies with a bit more of an open mind, have a bit more of an open mind, and they're more of a laugh to be around. They're taking themselves, for the most part, a little bit less seriously than the guy who's in the bank. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
Right. So therefore...
100%.
Which group do you want to be with? Do you want to be with the girl that's scratching her hair that looks like she's got nits, who keeps picking her nose, who goes, actually, horizontal distances are derived from globe measurements? And you're like, what the hell are you talking about? Ugh, did that finger just go in your ear after its nose? Ugh. You know, just gross. I mean, I've worked in a bank, so I can describe these people. I would give her a name, but she might watch the show. You know what I mean? Nobody wanted to go out for a pint with this people after the fact. There we go. It's just one of them. I want to remind people where they sit in society. And as much as they can delude themselves, convince themselves that they're secret, they're gammers that have got too much. They've inhaled too much of their own farts, some of these gammers, haven't they? You know, they not only want to be the secret king, they're starting to believe that they are. Right, let's just bring this all back down to brass tacks. None of us matter when it comes to Earth. You have no fucking bearing on any of this, and neither do I. Right? Now, I get that in this world where life is very short, very scarce, and very quick, you want to waste your time putting someone like me on a pedestal. Well, what is the reality? Well, generally speaking, I'm doing much more fun things. You know, I'm making my living on YouTube and can be annoyed that it doesn't necessarily pay the mortgage every month. But I'm still doing what I love, aren't I? I'm not having to pretend that I'm a freaking surveyor either. I don't have to pretend anything. Right? I just am what I am. But a lot of the people around me, they want to be something that they're not. Right? You brought up Brenda earlier without making it too crass and obvious. That's them all over. They want to be something they're not. They're not embracing that they're dweebs. They want to be something else. They want to get someone else in trouble. They want to project out their life until it's bloody gone. You're like, maybe these people should be watching Alan Watts rather than continuing the battle. When we say, oh, if only they appreciate what Alan Watts has said, it's like, no, the only reason they're battling against us is because they haven't realised the importance of every second of their life. They think it's suddenly about me. They're motivated to getting rid of me. So like what? So in the future, if you could only get rid of these meddling kids, that's your life at the moment. And it consumes the sad little twats. You're like, yeah, like the kid running through the corridor is consumed by how fucking humiliating his life is and how everybody around him damn well knows it. And that is what they have to deal with. These are the people that we have to deal with. So it's like, Now, I don't know. I think I've done a pretty good job, and I don't think it needs repeating, of putting these people in their place and reminding them where they are in life and what they are. Because they're just concentrated, hyper-fixated with this thing they're aiming for in the future. Sometimes it revolves around me. But ultimately, there's some ends that they're looking to the future to achieve, not really appreciating what life is, like Alan Watts would describe. Me? Well, I don't know if it's worth the rub anymore, right? Because, you know, there is a certain degree of work that has to be put into those things. And you think, is it that beneficial to keep doing that? There's only so many people will take of the circus. And we've got to kind of start bringing it back down to reality and making people appreciate that they were right all along. What difference does it make? This whole flat earth thing. Well, to you, none. Isn't that relieving, though? Like, there aren't going to be thousands of jobs lost. You're not going to be responsible for famine in Ethiopia. It's just you found out that Earth was being measured flat the whole time while you were taught that it was a ball. It's not that big a deal, though, really. You know, now you know it isn't. It doesn't really change how planes fly or boats go or maps are measured. None of those things are going to change. So who cares? You weren't doing any of those things anyway, were you? But if you're the secret king...
the only thing that'll change is the NASA thing. People will start demanding answers from NASA.
You don't think NASA could keep perpetuating the space vacuum lie on a flat plane?
They actually can.
If I turned around tomorrow and said that NASA suggests that NASA announce Earth is actually flat and the gradation goes up parallel to sea level into the outer space that's been circling in a disc-like form. If they said that tomorrow and said, yeah, the ISS has been going around in circles, we thought it was going around a ball, but it's just been going around in a big loop above our heads.
Yeah,
well,
I got you.
People would go, really? Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it was going around, but it wasn't. It was just going in a big circle.
They'd have to try and fix too much, like satellites or supposed satellites and whatnot are meant to be falling around a ball, so it would change the mechanics of everything. And I can't really see a way they'd be able to weasel the way out of that.
NASA realised that the gravitational attraction of falling satellites is actually created through the buoyancy of the gas pressure gradient layers. Just complicated enough for the general public to go, oh, really? And not understand what they mean. And for us to go, hang on a second, you mean it's not gravity that's not a force that you can think of as a force, but actually is a force that's created from a non-inertial... Like, no. Bending of space-time will just get churned into differential through gas pressure gradients in a homogeneous layered system of gas. People will go, all right, that sounds complicated. Really? But just going in a circle, you say? The satellites? Wow. No one gives a shit. Do you remember when Bart Simpson and Homer see a launch and the announcer says, on today's NASA launch we have a statistician, a mathematician and another statistician, and Bart goes, get us the remote, get me the remote quick, the batteries have fallen out, change the channel, because they find it boring. Your average normie finds NASA boring. Your average adenoidal 12-year-old boy, I remember being that adenoidal 12-year-old boy constantly wanking, and I loved NASA when I was that kid. Then I went through puberty and stopped giving two shits about NASA and started worrying about girls. That's what I did. Now, some of us in our late 40s, 30s, 50s, whatever, if you're an adenoidal little twat, neckbeard who says, actually, NASA don't believe in things falling. They're actually traversing bending space-time in a geodesic. That is the kind of adenoidal twat that never gets the job because people don't like him. Like, really? Well, you're kind of highlighting that I didn't really understand this when it was explained to me on the news the other night, and I didn't care to go in and investigate it. But now you're telling me actually, like, you're suddenly superior to me. Why do I feel demeaned by this snotty little twat?
Nathan, I've found a perfect example of this. I'll have to share the video in Master B. It's a Channel 4 piece. It's about this guy who's an absolute dweeb train spotter, but he wants to become a astronaut.
Oh, I've seen It's called The Boy with a Face for an Arse.
I don't think it's called that. It's absolutely hilarious. He goes in a centrifuge and passes out, and another thing he stands in a sleeping pod, and it's just really awkward. You could easily use Alan Partridge in place of this guy. It's just that kind of dry, cringy as anything.
Well, then stick it in Master B. We'll have a look.
I'll have to find that 2 seconds.
No worries. I've sat back down now.
Yeah, I agree. Just start telling them what it is from now on. Put them in their place, and that's it. And if you do something too much, it's oversaturation. So, in one hand, it's great to stay right here and let them come to us, but it's also good to bounce around. And you'll do that when the book comes out, correct? How you doing with it anyway? What are you up to? What chapter?
7, I believe. The most recent anecdotal chapter was the one I described on the live show today, or maybe just after the live show, where you've got Matrix and Be Here in Love. Do you remember the song that was on the homepage? Stationary Plane. It was there for about 5 years. And as a result, it ended up with about 80,000 views just from people coming to my homepage. But she was the person I was describing being on a Skype call with Ben, and he started jerking off. Basically, there's no other way of describing it. I don't want to sugarcoat it, and I won't elaborate too much. But yeah, proper wanker, quite literally. And in the book, I'm describing that anecdotally. Like, what we need to be as flat earthers is literal wankers arguing over flat earth merchandise. You know, whilst saying that Earth's not a globe. So I've got the juxtaposition between him and Wakey Wakey doing an admirable job of describing Earth not being spherical, and then getting into an argument about what's it called, key rings, flat Earth key rings that are being sold and the proceeds, and then one of them's getting outed as a ganj smoker, and like, it's just so it goes on. That separates into one of them coming, I'm not going to name him from this point forth, coming into the group, and then ending up on, I think I already have said Matrix, haven't I? Never mind. Yeah.
That's in Master B now, Nathan.
Couldn't be better timing. That was the chapter I edited last, though.
All done.
Oops.
And soon?
Yep, and not just...
Right, I'll get it queued up.
You need premium, Nathan.
And passing out. As the door sealed,
from where I left it,
drifted back to the...
At what minutes do I want?
I don't know. That's just where I've watched up to with it, but you could play it like 1.25 times or something.
Oh, it's like, nah, wait, I'll never get away with playing 24 minutes of Channel 4 material.
Wait, it's basically a series. I could go through it again and find little bits that are hilarious. But there's one moment where he goes to some private space agency and there's a mock-up of one of their hatches and he's just playing with the mechanism for far too long. And the CEO of the company is stood behind him just thinking, what the hell is this kid? There's so many hilarious, cringy moments in it. Like,
training to be an astronaut, mission to space with Francis Berg. How do you say his name? Bergen something. I know this guy. This kid is a train spotter, isn't he?
Yeah. There's loads of press at the moment. Like when I try to dig this up, he's just been on Lorraine 2 weeks ago. There's like a whole push around a space series with this guy.
Back up. What do you mean train spotter? Because I think a train spotter, I think of a movie.
No, not a heroin addict.
Okay. So he's not a heroin addict.
No, he's a train spotter.
A guy in a plastic anorak with a thermos flask full of weak lemon drink. and a notepad writing down the trains he sees.
Right, a train spotter in this particular instance, right? This guy, right, is the guy we're describing, unfortunately for him, right? He's although this particular individual, this very specific guy, is actually very endearing. So I've seen his videos when he's running up and down the train track with a GoPro strapped to his forehead, going, no, 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 no. It's a 47441! It's a 47441! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's how he behaves.
Noise gate cut all of that out, Nathan.
Okay. Nevertheless, the sound of him getting extremely moist over a train arriving. He's a train spotter.
I got it.
This is the guy. This is the adenoidal twat that people generally dislike. But he's not as bad. He's, like I say, quite endearing by comparison, because he's not generally saying actually. Hello. He's just experiencing his train spotting and then sharing his love for train spotting with people. Yeah? But maybe I'll change my attitude when we have a listen. We'll have a listen to a little bit, right? Once I get this out that's unskippable out of the way, because it's Channel 4. Had more material from the adverts on us pausing it than we have of the video so far. My lover stands on. Oh my god. Eesh.
I hate the ads.
Okay, I was going to say, you pass out of 4G. If he made it, yeah, okay, less props. We don't know what number he made. Maybe he made 3 point something. That's horrendous and painful. I wouldn't want that.
I'm trying to find the clip where he's trying the sleep pod.
Pretty sure it's to do with noise emissions.
Can you hear? That's the sound of being adenoidal. Yep. That is literally what it sounds. I've noticed that there are serrated cowlings around your plane. Can you tell me about that, please, Mr. Pilot? It sounds like you know more about it than I do. Where's that waitress?
Shows you how much the professionals paying attention to that.
Well, he just doesn't give a shit, does he? Again, the pilot's going to... Who are you going to want to go out for the pint with?
At the 20-minute mark, he goes into the standy-up sleep pod.
So you imagined yourself being Superman and a scientist. Dweeb.
So would I actually sleep in here?
Yeah.
Right.
In the room for sleep. No, in space you all stay awake indefinitely in a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum.
Oh, okay.
What's the reaction in her face after this conversation? She
you know, describe the job interview, and it's whether or not these annoying adenoidal little twats get the job or not. And we use Bev as the example, yeah? This is a perfect example of that. Her look of... What? Is that look? Yeah, that's the look.
I was confident I was making a good impression.
Oh, you gotta laugh at the editing team. That is pure editing, right? The editor understands the irony. That's why that's been edited together in that way, with that voiceover in that moment. I thought I was making a very good impression when I talked about my posture being terrible, looking terribly hunchback-like, and suggested that zero-G might fix a problem that I've got. I thought I was making a wonderful impression whilst talking about me being slightly disfigured. Did you now? Maybe you should have asked her how her day was and you'd have got on a bit better. How are you? Might have worked a bit better. But no, you went with, I feel like my posture could be corrected in outer space. Yeah, that's what you went with, you self-absorbed, adenoidal, irritating little twat. Meanwhile, she wanted to hear something about her. Like, everybody's obsessed with themselves. If you want to get on someone's good side, talk about them. Telling you about what she does because she loves herself like everybody, and she's telling you about how wonderful and important she is because she's in control of people's lives. That's what she's just described to you, how important she is.
Really?
Yes, it's quite a year, but yes.
Interesting.
Interesting. Does the gas fill the space? I don't know. We'll save that for later.
Who is kind of eligible for the training program?
Eligible? But no, you have to be malleable and capable of lying and saying that you've been to an outer space sky vacuum when you haven't.
They'll all try and give them the cold shoulder here. There's no process for them to follow, and it's awkward.
Reach out to our team, and you know, if it's an interest of yours.
Can I reach out to you, love? I'm asking you. Can you get me in? That's what I'd say. You've got beautiful eyes.
We can definitely.
Just needed to ask her how she interacts with the people who make the decisions, and then I find out who the people who make the decisions were, get their names, and then go and speak to them. And then if you find out that they don't make the decision, you go to the next person by asking them. But there we go. That's how I would do it.
Decided to double down.
I mean, I can get my CV.
Why are you telling her she doesn't make any decision in this regard? So you're speaking to somebody who doesn't have any influence over this. She keeps their diary about when they'll eat. She's just told you what she did. Did you not listen to what she told you she did? Clearly not. You were just worried about you and your astronaut training. That's why people don't like you. Yeah? You thought you made a good impression too, didn't you? While you talked about yourself and what you could achieve here. Talk about her. Talk about what she's achieved already and tell her that she's wonderful for achieving it. And you might get the names of the people that could make this decision. That's what you needed to do. But being an adenoidal little fuck that nobody likes, most people don't think about that. They want to tell you about how they've got a certificate. Yeah? This was perfect. Absolutely. What Len's done is gone, what we need is an example of an irritating adenoidal twat. And you found one. He's a train spotter.
Well, there's one more clip, Nathan, you've got to pop forward to 25 minutes 45, where he's playing with the hatch, just for the look of the CEO's face behind him.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code. Oh my god. These people are social kryptonite though, aren't they? They're like, oh my god.
Seems genuinely impressed by my enthusiasm for locking mechanisms and pressure seals.
You know what he just said? He says that the guy seemed genuinely impressed with his enthusiasm for the locking seals. No, again, gamma, dick. No, you're not the secret king. Nobody's watching you worrying about how impressed they are with you. But in your mind, they're watching you closely for your level of enthusiasm. Yeah, okay, yeah. Is that it?
I don't know if I've watched any further forward, but I see there's a few more episodes of this series and some other ones, so I will have a look at some point.
I mean, what he has got going for him, right, this kid, is he is a character. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's not the absolute stereotypal type of an adenoidal irritating twat, but he's pretty close, right? 8 out of 10, no doubt, right? The only problem with this particular individual is he's quite endearing. Would you not agree?
Yes, he's someone that you want to watch, even though he annoys you.
I don't know if he does annoy me. I mean, I'm enjoying having a laugh at him, right? And when he used to squeal going down the trains with his head all distorted through a fisheye GoPro lens, so his face was all distorted, he was, by doing that, making the audience aware that he's self-aware. He knows he looks crazy running along the side of the track screaming about the diesel number while his face is on a GoPro that's got a fisheye lens that's distorted his face. You know, it demonstrated a level of self-awareness. Now, given that he's doing his own voiceover for this video, and yes, there's a degree of editing, I would imagine that he, in just the fact he's produced said voiceover, might be to a certain degree self-aware. Right? That is to say, he recognises the irony when he's not getting the job as the astronaut that he's suggesting on the voiceover, that's obviously done well after the filming, that he's made a good impression. Because he obviously hasn't got the job as an astronaut. He's not now going out to space. So I would assume that he recognises the irony in what he's saying, right? And again, it just demonstrates a level of self-awareness that makes him that little bit more endearing. Now, by contrast, the people that we deal with, they've got almost no level of self-awareness, right? And the irony is entirely lost on all of them, right? When they do what they do, right? Which is a blessing and a curse for them, right? A blessing because they can soldier on regardless. A curse because it generally means that they're more of an annoying prick than most. You know, at least with this guy, he's got a level of self-awareness and recognises the irony. I could only assume based on his voiceover work, right? You know, he's given the editing team that material, hasn't he? And it doesn't sound scripted. It sounds like he's doing the voiceover, saying, I think I made a good impression here. I'm making inroads here. I'm like, no.
Yeah, he was a little delusional.
No, but that's what I'm saying. His demeanour is to suggest being delusional, but I think quite the contrary. He recognises the irony of what he's saying, or he'd be in space, wouldn't he? Now, we know why he's not in space. It's not for the reasons he probably thinks, but he's still demonstrating a level of self-awareness. He's not delusional, right? I don't think he is delusional. And this guy has, and I've watched him, make friends with various different train types. Like, people who are working on the railways have found a kinship with this guy. So I know this guy can make friends, right, and influence people. He's made enough friends and influenced people to be on a Channel 4 TV show. So he's done all right, right? You can't knock that. So you can't suggest that he's the comparative 100% stereotype of an adenoidal twat that would get his head dunked. Because there's a fair chance even this guy would be endearing to the bullies. Do you know what I mean?
He's delusional to think that he was making an impression. I think he was delusional.
No, I think he's doing that and probably recognised the irony. I detected that in his tone. Maybe you didn't detect that.
You say he's doing it deliberately?
He's playing into that character, that adenoid character.
Yes, that's exactly correct. He's slipping into the character. He
so
knows
he's
what
acting.
stereotype he represents.
No,
and he's
I
leaning
think
into
he
it.
is that character very much. Like, he's got a big bloody Instagram or whatever, over 1 million followers for his train spotting. There's not that many people interested in train spotting. I think a lot of it is the kind of people that like to look at car crashes for like the or cringiness. I don't know. There's something about him.
Recognising a dweeb is endearing, but only if the dweeb is slightly self-aware, right? Because if the dweeb's trying to pretend that he's cool and starts going around saying, well, I've been to NASA and therefore I know how much pressure it takes to keep the vacuum out. I've operated the door. That's the guy you want to punch. I don't think he's that guy, though.
He becomes annoying then.
Yeah, then it's annoying. He's not, though, is he? He's just gone, I really like this door mechanism, and then he's played with it. You know, that's different.
It's like someone you know who's smart that plays into being a little dumb, like in a crowd. Like he may say a word incorrectly and then joke about it, so you know he's aware that he said that dumb thing.
Okay, Eli, you gotta answer a question. Who is the guy on 24/7? What's his name, Nathan?
Oh, it's Echo something or other. Oh, bloody hellfire! I'll play you his clip, and you can tell me who he is.
Yeah, who's this guy?
Sporadic
Echo.
Hello.
Hi, my boyfriend's with me right now.
Go on.
Listen to his voice. You'll get him when you hear it.
He had a question for you, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think the government spread propaganda about the Earth being curved when it's not?
No, I don't. You know, you'll find a lot of flat earthers, the vast majority on social media, who I disagree with, believe that's the case, but I don't think that's the case at all.
Who's that?
I don't know. The guy that's answering him, or
Yeah, he's on 24/7. He's got a different name now. But Eli, he's always there. I thought you would definitely know who it is.
You're talking about the guy who's responding to the woman and whoever she put on the mic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a regular. He's a regular.
You know what he was called before? He was called Sporadic Echo.
I'm not sure what his I don't really follow people's names, to be honest, like more so these days because people are in and out, they change their names. But it's funny that his name would be Sporadic Echo because the thing that I have noted about him is he always uses language like we flat earthers, and then he says something that I don't agree with necessarily.
Well, he said something very agreeable today.
Say again?
He said something very agreeable. Nathan, play the whole thing.
I think they buy into it too. And you know what? I think there are good reasons for people to accept it. Good reasons being that it seems to work. I don't know anything different. And, you know, I've been basically subjected to this my entire life. Why should I upend my life? Why should I think anything different? I have no reason to, because it doesn't affect my life. And you know what? You might be right to say that. I think people working in government are taking data that they collect from scientific instrumentation and shoehorning it into a model. I mean, you could read about the process on like NASA's website. I was looking at some flow diagrams on NASA's website where they take all this data that they gather from telescopes, from satellites, overhead platforms in general. They feed it into a processing center, and then they start applying globe coordinates to it. They take raw data that they obtain from using Euclidean geometry. That is to say, elevation angles, azimuth angles, which require flat horizontal and flat vertical reference planes. They take that, they start bending them to what they believe the Earth is based off of a 2,500-year-old concept of the stars, the celestial sphere.
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, he's always been like that. You know, of course, you know, scientific instruments. That's where I'm like, whatever. But
yeah, and then he says he doesn't agree. He agrees with the lady when she says hypothesis. But if you take that away, what he broke down was pretty legit.
Well, that's what I've been telling you and John QE that like that's typically how people, you know, relay the information. And he's one of the main guys over there. That's typical. He's usually trying to meet people where they're at. You know, I'm not in that space anymore, but he that's how he does what he does, and he gives a lot of information. As much as possible, I think, which is not a bad thing. It depends on the person, I guess.
All right, this has been a 6-hour show, so I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.